Scales crew, could you please turn your walkie-talkie up, the volume on your walkie-talkie up, please? Would the weigh scale crew for the Red Angus show please bring their sheets up here? We will not be weighing Red Angus females. Well, folks, it's just a touch after 8 o'clock. Welcome to the North American. Before we get started today, if you would please rise, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem by Mr. Bernie Schweigert.
Tommy, you got your radio on back there? Okay. I'm trying. Steve, you know what a task that is.
Yes, well, that's what our contract says. You didn't see that where we added that in there? I know. I won't admit to him today.
You all were working diligently.
Morning, Tommy. How are you, buddy?
Very good. How are you? John and I went up last night.
Welcome everyone as we begin our show this year and our Shorthorn show. This is our National Shorthorn show, our Jack C. Ragsdale National Shorthorn show. And we'll be on the West Ring, and on our East Ring is our Red Angus show this year at the North American. So single entry in our Shorthorn show, and here's our comments from our judge, Jeff Bedwell.
Good morning. Really a nice way to start our Shorthorn show with a good solid red pole bull calf that's got some rib and some body to him, and a calf that he starts at the ground with good shape to his feet. I like his full rib and center body. You think about how juvenile this calf is, really a good presence to him, and already even as young and juvenile as he is, a calf that's got some dimensionality beginning to develop there. Good set of testicles on that calf, and I think a good angle to his sheath as we think about developing him into maturity. He represents not only a single class, but I believe a division winner. So let's give her a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
Single entry in Class 1 late spring bull calves is entry 342, RFSS Margie's Reward, shown by Respite Farm, Inc., Paris, Kentucky. He will also be our late spring bull calf champion. Entering the ring now is Class 4 early spring bull calves. It is my pleasure to introduce our judges today. In our Shorthorn ring for our National Shorthorn show is Mr. Jeff Bedwell from Isabella, Oklahoma. Jeff's wife, Diane, and daughter, Jennifer, represent the fourth and fifth generations of 100 years of breeding Shorthorn cattle in their family. Jeff has had a broad-based production ag background where he has been involved in extension service, livestock production, and crop production throughout his entire life. He is currently the ag and ag sales specialist for Land Run Co-op near Enid, Oklahoma. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Jeff Bedwell from Isabella, Oklahoma. Now comments on our Red Angus side from Judge Kyle Collier.
Thank you. Good morning. It's going to be a great day today. I'm proud to be here sorting your Red Angus show for you today, and we've run into this first class and a really, really nice heifer to begin this show with. I think one that is kind of going to set the standard in terms of quality here today. This is the kind of cattle that I think we need to be looking for. Really sound in terms of her structure. She's deep rib, she's nice size, she's got some shape to her, and just hooks all of her parts and pieces up really well together here, and wins this class for me fairly handily. Then we come in here with the heifer in second, that if you like one with a lot of performance and length of body, a heifer that's going to be a little larger frame kind of female when it's all said and done, but that's not all bad. She's got some good parts to go along with it. This heifer's extremely long top. She's got a great set of numbers. She sets the standards in this class and excels her contemporaries by quite a lot in terms of her herd builder EPD, and that's very important. This is a nice heifer that's got some extra performance and weight per day of age for sure. Then we come in with a little more medium-sized sort of heifer here that just doesn't have quite as much performance, not maybe as much volume and rib capacity as the heifer that just left the ring, but a good female in her own right for sure. Young heifer that's going to complete the class. I mean, this heifer's nearly a July, so it's pretty hard for her to compete with the rest of the cattle here today being that age, but she is made nice and a very nice heifer to complete this class.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 1, Red Angus May heifer calves is entry 7, CBCB Miss Stella 371D, shown by Camille Bloom. Second, entry 5, GCC Lanaberry 1635, shown by Greystone Cattle Company. Third, entry 4, BHC Miss Peaches, shown by Rocky Hill Farms. And fourth, entry 3, AGFM Alaska, shown by Hickory Hills Red Angus. Entering the ring now is Class 2 Red Angus April heifer calves. Our judge today for our Red Angus show is Mr. Kyle Collier from Bruno, Idaho. Kyle and his family are involved in the Angus and Hereford breeds of cattle, one of the largest Hereford and Angus farms west of the Mississippi. They have 2 annual sales a year and several online sales. Kyle has judged shows throughout the United States and internationally, and is a graduate of Kansas State University, where he was a member of the 1999 livestock judging team. Kyle and his wife and 2 children live on the family ranch and are actively in the day-to-day process of the family ranch. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Kyle Collier from Bruno, Idaho.
Excellent set of roan bulls we've got in our March class here, March-April class. I think this young bull calf that we've got that begins this group really starts at the ground pretty impressively. Good-footed, good-structured kind of a bull with regards to having lots of comfort in his structure as he gets out and travels. I like his jaw and his muzzle. I like the prominence that we've got there in terms of masculinity. He opens up a bit more at the top of his blade than maybe some of the other bulls do, but he still lays Nash back into his rib cage the way he needs to reach comfortably off both ends of his skeleton. I'd like to change the angle of that sheath just a little bit. He's one of the higher growth bulls, if not the high growth bull we have in terms of his EPDs. Probably goes along with that a little higher birth EPD, and we'd certainly like to tone that back a bit, but a lot of tools to work with this guy, a lot of dimensionality of this bull, and I really like the favor that he has with regards to his structural correctness. Pretty good calf, and really a pretty interesting pair for me that comes in second and third. Both these bulls get a little tighter wound and a little more muscular in their makeup, if you will. Both the calves get a little up in their top as they get out and travel. I think part of the difference for me this morning, see a little more testicle in the calf that ends up second, perhaps just a little more forerib, and he carries that back to his flank a little more uniformly than what I find in my calf that's 3. That calf perhaps just slightly edges the calf in 3 in regards to being able to reach a little more comfortably out of his front end. I like the extension we find in the bull calf in third. That calf to me is a cleaner, trimmer-made kind of a bull through his lower third than a lot of cattle will be nowadays. An expressively muscled calf as you study him down his top. A great big hip in him as well. Like to see him show us a little more testicle here this morning. Here's our calving ease bull of the group that rounds out our group, and certainly would like to run him a little higher to recognize that calving ease value. This calf is one of the deeper bodied of those 3 that are 2 and 3 and 4. This calf's got more forerib in him and has more flank, but I have a little concern about his shoulder shape and front end. Not nearly as comfortable or true placed as he comes off that front knee and shoulder. We'd like to see him a little sounder as he goes. Excellent set of bull calves. Let's give him a nice round of applause, if you would, please. That'd be a division champion in reserve, too, I believe.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 4 early spring bull calves and also selected as our early spring bull calf champion is entry 352, BR Hot Dam 416, shown by Jared Bates, Blue Rock, Ohio. Second, and our reserve early spring bull calf champion is entry 347, Frosty Mug, shown by BAL Family Farms, Norway, Michigan. Third, entry 351, shown by Humor Jr. & Sons, Jerseyville, Illinois. And fourth, entry 346, shown by RTB Shorthorn Syndicate, Byron Center, Michigan. Entering the ring now is Class 7 Junior Bull Calves. Attention Red Angus exhibitors, we need all entries for Class 3A and 3B March heifer calves. Let's bring those heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. All entries for Class 3A and 3B to the makeup ring, please. While this young bull calf that won our first division's walking up here to get his picture taken, it is a great opportunity for me to announce that all of the banners today have been sponsored by Shorthorn Farms from Marion, South Dakota. They have sponsored every single banner for the national show. Let's put our hands together for that great contribution that Shorthorn Farms, Marion, South Dakota has made for our national show. Thank you to Corey and Melissa and the family. Exhibitors, I know this goes without me having to mention this again this year, but we have no spray cans in Freedom Hall. Don't make me come over there. No aerosol cans are allowed in Freedom Hall. If there are, we will have the aerosol can police remove you.
Well, it appears to me that April is a fun time for Red Angus breeders to have calves, as many as we've got in here to evaluate a nice class and quality from end to end here. There's not a lot of just throw away, put them to the bottom kind of cattle in this class. And you know, this heifer that's going to come to the top of this class does so for me just because I find her here today with the least amount of faults. And I like her in terms of her structure. I like her length of body and extension. I like the correctness that she holds her top when she's on the move. And she's probably just the most relaxed. And this is a really difficult time to show calves. A lot of times these are the first times that these calves have been out, so we're going to have to deal with some difficulties there as far as the showing part of it and evaluate the cattle. When it comes right down to it, this heifer that wins the class here just does so with the least amount of faults and the least difficulty getting around the ring. She's just really nice in terms of her structure. The show heifer of the group, and the one that is the neatest looking one, and the one that I honestly thought would probably win this class, is the heifer that comes here in second. And as I start to study that heifer, I love her look, and when she gets stopped, you just cannot find one that's going to give you this much profile and look. But at the same point in time, as you compare to her class winner, you can find a few little things that you can pick on with her. And one is, for me, I'm a little nervous about how she's laid in her shoulder, and she wants to open up at the face of her shoulder and then gets just a touch tight behind her rib cage. But man, a good looking one and a show heifer in every sense of the word. She's presented to a T, and I like that look for sure. Just a really nice female. Here's a cow prospect for sure. That's why she's here. I think this heifer, to me, this is the kind of cattle that's going to go home and make you dollars. Here's a female that's got a lot of depth of rib and body and just real cowy in her appearance, and I like that a lot about her. She's very smooth blending from end to end. As you really study her out here in the ring, and she just runs into a couple heifers that maybe have a touch more look here today, I'd like to correct her just a hair if I could from her hock down to the ground and give her a touch more eye appeal. But what a nice heifer and a great cow prospect there. This female here is one that can give a person a lot of trouble because she's one that I wanted to run right up there and use at times. But the problem with this one to me is just on the move. I'd like to flex her up quite a bit and make her a lot more flexible on both ends of her skeleton, especially her hind legs. This is a female that just wants to get too tight in her hock for me here today, but that's a good looking heifer and a great female that strikes a very nice profile. Here's a long-bodied, real cowy, sound female, and that's what I like about her over the heifer that's just leaving the ring. She's a lot more flexible, a female that gets around the ring very well. I like that a lot about her. Long-bodied one, deep. For me, where she got into some trouble when we had her over here on the profile, and you can see it now, she just wanted to get too high up in her tail head. I'd like to fix her just a touch from her hock down to the ground if I could, but everything else is right about that female. She's one I like quite a lot. Deep-bodied one here coming next. This female's got a lot of rear rib and flank, and that's something that I really liked about that heifer as well. She kind of has the same sort of trouble as the last one did as far as getting up in her tail head. I'd like to put her tail head back on the end of her spine just a little bit more, correct her from her hock down to the ground just a touch if I could as well. Here's a dark red heifer that's coming next, and she's one that kind of wants to drop her pins when she gets on the move, but she's certainly presented nice, just a really nice female. A little smaller frame sort of heifer here. It's got a lot of future coming next. Then we got a bigger frame female. It's really long and smooth, and I like that about her. She blends in really nice in her shoulder. I like the lower rib cage in this female quite a bit. Long-bodied one that's very correct in her top line. I like her a lot from her hook hooks to her pins. The problem with her, for me, I'd just like to see her have a little more depth of body. That's where the advantage is of this female. Here's one that is really deep-bodied. I like her a lot in that regard. Here's a heifer, though, that just wants to hawk in quite a bit on the move. One that I'd like to change in terms of her hind leg structure just a touch if I could. Real long-bodied, attractive one here. Again, I'd like to see her just have a little bit more body. Here's a female that does have some body. She just wants to get too narrow at the ground for me here today. When I watch her go away from me, I'd like to give her a touch more base width if I could. Very nice class of cattle here, and a good female to win this class.
Thank you, Kyle. Now comments in our Shorthorn ring from our judge, Mr. Jeff Bedwell.
Well, as we work into our third class of Shorthorns in our third division of junior bull calves, really impressive set of cattle all the way through the class. And I think we've got, by my estimation, 3 excellent individuals to evaluate here on the top end that I think combined between them, I think set a really high level of where we need to direct ourselves and recognize some things here in terms of fundamental soundness, a modern look and appearance with regards to their stature and build, and then complemented by nice numbers with regards to calving ease and still keeping some acceptable growth and maternal value in them as well. I think as you study the bulls, there's certainly some things that you can trade off with, and I think it's very, very important to recognize those things as we get them lined up, obviously. I think the 2 red bulls, they're just almost identical on paper, and as you study them, very, very similar when you first glance, and then as you begin to see the bulls move around, you start to see some subtle differences. The power bull of the 2 is probably the one that I start with. I think he dimensionally is a little bolder out of the top of his shoulder and maintains that advantage to his hip just slightly over the bull that's second. The bull probably has just a little more forerib in him, probably doesn't have any more testicle. Don't know that he's as flexible as the bull that we have in 2, but I sure think he's an awfully good individual that's sure got lots of shape to his forerib and center body. I really appreciate the dimensionality through the center of his quarter and the depth to his twist, the uniformity of his testicle. The calf that comes in second really runs at him pretty aggressively. I think he's really bold at the ground. The calf is really, really good in terms of his structural integrity and actually probably lands a little more comfortably with a little more athleticism on his hind leg and hock. I don't see quite the forerib shape in the bull that's second. I don't see quite the thickness or boldness in terms of muscularity we find in the bull that wins the class. 2 really, really outstanding individuals. The horned roan bull that comes next in 3 is one that I like an awful lot. He's a calf that represents the lowest birth EPD of the bulls we have in the group. He's one of the, doesn't have quite the growth in terms of his genetic profile, but in terms of his build, I really, really like in terms of correctness and the kind of beef animal that he represents. A big top, bold back bull that's got lots of thickness to his hip, a bull that strides extremely well and correctly for the amount of muscle that he's going to continue to develop with. The next couple of bulls get a little more close for me. The spotted bull that comes next is really an athlete. That bull travels extremely well. I think his foot shape's pretty good. He doesn't open up quite as wide underneath as the bulls that are 1, 2, or 3. Maybe doesn't have quite the testicle shape or a presentation there that we'd like for him to have. Not quite as muscular as those bulls we have up the line. Here's another very muscular made kind of an animal that comes next in the spotted bull that's 5. This calf to me is one that is really, really expressive out of the top of his blade and top. That bull has got a tremendous width to his hip, a good testicle bull that handles his hind legs correctly, not maybe quite as long strided as some of the cattle, but certainly not one that's unsound, a calf that handles a lot of muscle very, very well. The red bull that comes next gets a little softer right in behind his shoulder and loosens a bit in his spine. I appreciate his length of stride and his width and base, his testicle size and his performance. We'd like to see him just a little taller at the top of that shoulder relative to his hip and see a little more strength in behind that blade. Calves that come next just get a little bit less attractive in terms of their balance and perhaps their growth performance, maybe their genetic profile. The bull that is now leaving the ring, the more muscular of that pair, probably the bull that has just an advantage in being a little more proportional in his width relative to his frame, but a really, really nice set of Shorthorn bull calves. Again, if you would, join me in congratulating our exhibitors with a nice round of applause out of our junior bull calf division.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first and selected as our junior bull calf champion is entry 367, Boy Free Trade 604, shown by Michael Boyert, Seville, Ohio. Second, entry 371 and also our reserve junior bull calf champion is CF Premium, shown by Kate's Farms, Modoc, Indiana. Third, entry 361, shown by Patrick Foley, Pearl City, Illinois. Fourth, entry 370, shown by Craig Bratcher, Elizabeth, Indiana. Fifth, entry 364, shown by Wesley Morris Courthouse, Smithfield, Kentucky. Sixth, entry 362, CF Best Option 632, shown by McCall Show Cattle, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Seventh, entry 389, shown by Madison Daniel, Morgantown, Indiana. And eighth, entry 360, shown by Clayton Miller, Beecher City, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 10 winner bull calves.
Hey, that orange paper that you read off of it, did you keep it?
Yes, I did.
I needed to have it to send.
In our red ink.
Please call for 388 and 395.
In our red Angus ring today, placings in our Class 2 April heifer calves. First goes to entry 19, KJHT Bit of Honey, shown by Hannah Taylor. Second goes to entry 26, TC Sweet Luana 69D, shown by TC Reds. Third goes to entry 13, shown by Greystone Cattle Company. Fourth, entry 25, shown by Cow Tracks. Fifth, entry 12, shown by Chase Pladson. Sixth, entry 11, shown by Emma Foster. Seventh, entry 24, shown by Ethan Dickerson. Eighth, entry 10, shown by JG Cattle Company. Ninth, entry 14, shown by Greystone Cattle Company. 10th, entry 21, shown by Glues Performance Cattle. 11th, entry 18, shown by D-Bar Cattle. 12th, entry 28, shown by KD Red Angus. And 13th, entry 16, shown by KD Red Angus. Placings in that class, entry 9 was a scratch. Then it was 8, 6, 5, 3, 9, 13, 11, 1, 10, 7, 2, 4, and 12. Now for reasons in our Class 3A, March heifer calves is our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
Really, really nice class of cattle here to look at, and the heifer that wins this class for me does so fairly handily just from a balance and eye appeal standpoint, and I think where she excels the other cattle that have that look that we're looking for here today is just her natural muscle shape. I really like this heifer down low and in her stifle. That's where she beats the heifer that's here in second, is just the extra shape and pop that heifer has through her lower quarter and her lower rib and stifle. Very nice heifer that puts a lot of good things together. Good heifer here that's coming next with a lot of balance and eye appeal and style. From the side, I actually like this female just a touch better over her top line, maybe back over her hip, but when I get right behind this heifer, she just moves away from me a little narrow, base narrow here today. She's one that's still relatively green in terms of her appearance, and that's why it's hard for me to place her any higher today. Here's a real good looking one that's probably got a ton of future to her for sure. She comes to us in really nice condition. She just gets out horsed just a touch here today. I'd like to see her have just a touch more mid-rib in her as we compare to the cattle above her. The cattle that do have a lot more rib are the two that are coming next. These two are really cowy appearing females, maybe don't have quite the balance and eye appeal that we see in the cattle just above them. They're also cattle that are a little farther along in terms of their condition here today. This entry 41 heifer is one that when she first came into the class, I wanted to just start with her, to be honest with you. When we put her on the move is where she runs into some trouble with me. As you can see, she's real tight in her stifle and just doesn't want to flex very very well off that hind leg, and that's why she's there. That's the simple reason, because I like that heifer otherwise a tremendous amount. Here we come with a dark red female, really long and level in terms of her appearance, just a female that needs to have a little more balance and look. For me here today, I'd like to give her a little more lower rib if I could. Here's a real nice heifer in terms of her rib shape, just runs into a heifer that's got a lot more horsepower here today, and a female that completes the class here, got some balance, got some look. She's just a heifer that doesn't have enough power and dimension to place any higher today.
Thank you, Kyle. Now comments on our Shorthorn ring on our winter bull calves from Judge Jeff Bedwell.
I think 3 really interesting bull calves in a really close decision here in 2 and 3, and I can swap those a couple of different ways depending on the looks you get when you're out here in the ring with them. The calf that wins the class does so pretty handily for me from the balance standpoint, and it starts at the ground. His integrity of foot, integrity of skeleton, I think excels the other 2. I think the muscularity that complements that skeleton is more than adequate, if not even plenty of stoutness, and he's not the stoutest or most aggressively muscle bull of these 3, but he's certainly one that blends very well in behind his blade into his forerib. I like the muscle shape and design that he has as he comes back into his hip. I'd change the bull a little in his sheath. I'd like to see him just a little better in regard to the angle and the looseness that we have there in that sheath. Picking one pretty hard that's an awfully good kind of a calf. So as I mentioned earlier, a little bit of a discrepancy here. You know, you can place these 2 bulls a lot of ways, and I can see it either way. I guess as I study the white bull and catch him at different times, he wants to work himself outside of his skeleton from time to time, which concerns me. He's a power bull, there's no doubt. A big forearm, stout, structured bull that's got lots of hip and expression to his top. The roan bull's a big, soft-made kind of a bull that's got tremendous upper rib shape, tremendous width out of his hip that comes a little close at the ground as we study him as he goes away. He's a bigger testicle bull, and he's also a bull that's better at the ground in terms of his foot size and shape. I never catch that bull working outside of his skeleton, and he always stays within the structural integrity of that skeleton. Really admire the white bull and the muscularity that he shows. Once again, a kind of a beef animal that certainly a lot of folks are looking for. Certainly won't have any trouble finding lots of friends for him. Let's congratulate our winter bull calf exhibitors, please.
Placings in our Red Angus show for Class 3A March heifer calves. First went to entry 44, Purple Queen Sita 42D, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company. Second, entry 32, TC Luana 21D, shown by TC Reds. Third, entry 42, 3 Aces Blockana 3316, shown by 3 Aces Cattle Company. Fourth, entry 36, CB Miss Firefly 241D, shown by Camille Bloom. Fifth, entry 41, SLGN P25 Danica 664D, shown by Mackenzie Reynolds and Solution Genetics. Sixth, entry 35, KD Red Special 640K, shown by KD Red Angus. Seventh, entry 40, KD CL Crystal 611, shown by Regan Leaper. And eighth, entry 39, JK Red Perla 303, shown by Brooke Rickey. Placings in that class again were 2, 6, 4, 8, 7, 5, 3. Entry 43 was out, and first entry 44. In our ring now is Class 3B March heifer calves. Placings in our Shorthorn Winter Bull calf class. First goes to entry 39. CF Proven Commodity 5136, shown by Charles and Arlene Burt, Placerville, Colorado, and Mark George Galt. Placerville, California, and Mark George Galt, California. Second goes to entry 376, CS Starcatcher, CS 815C, shown by Cheyenne Starman, Camp Point, Illinois. And third, entry 377, shown by Brian and Sally Caverly, Clinton, Maryland. In the ring now is Class 11 Senior Bull Calves.
So as we work into this September-born set of bulls, I think we've got a really nice pair here in terms of how they manage their skeleton and feet and legs. The roan bull, to me, a little more proportional in his width relative to his frame. I think he studies and analyzes with a bit more dimension as we study him right in behind his blade and comes with more width out of his pin set. I think he maintains that advantage also through the center of his body. Now, if you like the red bull in terms of his smoothness and his length of body, and he may even outreach the roan bull in regards to the length of stride that he takes, I certainly wouldn't argue that. He's pretty easily the largest testicle bull of this group, and I really like the nice sheath that he has under him as well. He's a good kind of an animal and makes it a very competitive pair. Now, the next two bulls probably need a little improvement in regard to their feet and legs. The roan bull that I like next probably has an advantage in being sounder with a little more integrity through the front portion of his skeleton, keeps those front feet a little more true, and has just a little more slope to his shoulder. Makes him more comfortable as he gets out and travels. On his back end, we'd like to see him just wider at his pins and have a little more strength at his hock. Calf that comes next is a beefier kind of an animal, or more proportionally wide animal. It's stouter in his back and has more width at his hip. We study that calf from the ground up, and we'd be a little more concerned about his comfort as he gets out and travels, and his longevity as we generate some time on him and make him a herd sire. But an awfully good set of September bulls. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 11 Senior Bull Calves is entry 380. LSF Rock Steady, shown by Lehman Stock Farm, Hoopeston, Illinois. Second, entry 384. Oler's Redout, shown by Oler Farm, Economy, Indiana. Third, entry 386, shown by Clayton Fugit, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Fourth, entry 385, shown by Danny Powell Jr., New London, Missouri. Placings in that class were 381 was out, then it was 2, 1, 4, and 3. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior Shorthorn bull calf. This is our division for our senior bull calves.
Really a nice division of cattle, and a lot like those January, February bulls. A lot of bulls that have value and can take you different places depending upon what you've identified as far as making some improvement within a group of cattle. I really like, and make no secret that to me this calf that leads this group is one that strikes me very, very well in terms of his draw and his muzzle, the way that he handles himself in terms of the integrity of his skeleton, the flexibility of that skeleton, and still yet has good spread to his top, good width to his hip, and a good testicle shape. Again, there's some bulls out here that I like in their presentation of sheath a little better than what this calf is, but I think he's the one that sets the trend for this particular age group. I think as you study the calf that comes second out of that class relative to the class winner of the Septembers, that winter bull calf to me is a smoother made animal. It's bigger in his back and he's got more upper rib shape. I think he's just got a naturally softer, stouter kind of a build to him with regards to dimensionality. I like the second place calf out of that winter bull calf class for your reserve division champion. Please join me in congratulating our bull calf winners with a nice round of applause.
Selected as your senior bull calf champion is entry 399, CF Proven Commodity 5136, shown by Charles and Arlene Burt, Placerville, California, and Mark George from Galt, California. And our reserve bull calf, senior bull calf champion is entry 376, CS Starcatcher CS 815C, shown by Cheyenne Starman, Camp Point, Illinois. Now comments on our Red Angus ring from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
This is a class that fits together fairly good for me, actually, when we get right down to it and study these females at the top end of this class. I think this is a real close placing. But as you really start to analyze these heifers and look at what they could be on down the line, I like the look that this one gives me from the side. A heifer that on the move is where she excels, the heifer just behind her. And when we took them on that short walk, it kind of confirmed that for me. I just prefer this one quite a lot better on her hind leg and the flexibility that she has. And again, a female that's got a lot of look. And then when you study her numbers, I was just standing there looking what a spread she's got from birth to yearling, and a good index there, 128, just a really nice complete female to win this class. I like this heifer quite a lot on the standstill, and she's one that I thought could win this class fairly easy. And as I study this one, the things that I like about her is her depth of body, her added length and extension. She's a high performance sort of female, but she's still got some look. Where she runs into a bit of trouble for me is she just wants to get a little stiff on that hind leg today. And as I study this one down in her lower third and her lower quarter, just wants to flatten up quite a bit to me. I'd like to give her some more shape to her lower end by nature and spread her out just a little bit, give her a little more muscle shape. But I like that female a tremendous amount. Here's a longer bodied, real good looking heifer, and that strikes a nice profile. Just like to give her a little more depth of rib and body as you compare her to the heifer that just left the ring. If you like one with a lot of depth and rib and some body, you're going to like this heifer quite a lot right here. It's real cowy in terms of her appearance. She's one I'd like to slow down quite a bit in terms of her condition here today. She's just a heifer that's starting to get a little too advanced for me in that regard, but a heifer that's certainly got some doability and depth of rib for sure. Here's a longer bodied, a little fresher looking female than the heifer that just left the ring. I just don't see quite as much to that heifer as I start to analyze her down low. The next heifer coming up in line, here's one that's long. She's got some look to her, and again, I'd just like to see her have some more shape and definition to her as she goes away from me. This is a real nice looking female here that's got a really nice profile. I like the depth of rib and body in this female. As we start to analyze her, she runs into some trouble for me. She's just a little smooth, not enough shape to her when I get right behind that female. Like to give her a little more muscle expression. Here's a heifer that does have a little more muscle expression, and I like that about her, especially down low and in her stifle. This is a heifer that for me, I'd like to give her a little more depth of rib and body. Then as we complete the class, this is a female here that's got some look for sure. Just a heifer that runs into some trouble for me off of her hind leg here today, wants to drop her pins on the move. I'd like to change that about her if I could.
Thank you, Kyle. Now comments from our judge, Mr. Jeff Bedwell.
So on our Shorthorn side, we've got a single entry in this intermediate division, a July-born bull, that if you want one that's going to kind of be a beef animal, I think you'd have to appreciate this guy a lot. Big in his top and comes solid out of his blade with lots of spread to his upper rib and a good shape to the center of his hip and down into his stifle. Calf that's got some heart girth to him. I'm crowding up on him there. Notice that his feet really look pretty solid to me and don't look like they've had to be overmanaged. Like to maybe change the way that he presents himself as far as testicle concerned, but a good-headed, good masculine-made bull. Sure think he's going to look pretty solid when he comes out in this group of bulls we'll see here in a little bit for a champion drive. Let's give him a nice round of applause as we congratulate his efforts here today. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 14 Summer Yearling Bulls are single entry 388, Riola Island Asset, shown by Riola Shorthorn Farms, Washington Island, Wisconsin. Entering the ring now is Class 18 Shorthorn Early Spring Yearling Bulls. Shorthorn Early Spring Yearling Bulls, Class 18. In our Red Angus ring, results from Class 3B. March heifer calves. First went to entry 57, Damar Berry D190, shown by Jacob Presnell. Second, entry 60, WDZ CF Delilah 6013, shown by Zender Cattle and Cannondale Farms. Third, entry 58, shown by Pelton Hills. Fourth, entry 47, shown by Miguel Leon. Fifth, entry 56, shown by Bluff Creek Farms. Sixth, entry 46, shown by Emma Kate Foster. Seventh, entry 52, shown by Country Acres. Eighth, entry 51, shown by Ethan Dickerson. Ninth, entry 65, shown by Jacob Shutter. Placings in that class were 4, 6, entries 48 and 9 were out. Then 51 was 8, then 7, 5, 1, 3. Entry 59 was a scratch, then 60 was second, and 65 was ninth. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion, spring heifer calf.
Come down to the end of this division. I'm happy with this lineup of cattle we have out here. They're the best combination that we saw in their classes of just muscle and balance and structure. As we look at the heifer that won that first class in this division, she's one that I still like quite a lot when we get her back out here. She's got a heck of a look to her from the side, and as I look at the way that this one's shaped down in her lower rib and back in through her quarter and back up over her hip, this one's got some natural shape to her. She's just right in terms of her condition. Female has got a lot of depth of rib and body. At the same point in time, when you put her on the move, she's one of the best in that regard as well. Long-bodied one that wins that next class. I really like the correctness of her top line that this one has. She holds her top very good on the move, and I'm a sucker for that. I like cattle that hold their top line good. I like cattle that are good behind their shoulders and back in through their hip, and this one is. When you get her back out here and compare her to the cattle on either side of her, I'd like to see her have a little more depth of body for sure, and a little more lower rib shape, but nice female that strikes a nice look from the side. Good combination female here that wins that third class, and she's one that really does do all those things right in terms of combining some muscle and balance and structure. I like the way that this one's shaped, especially down in her lower rib. This is a heifer that kind of excels the others in terms of just the natural shape that she has, and that's something that I like, and I've always been a guy that likes cattle with muscle as long as it's in the right package, and it sure is in this female. I like this female a lot. The heifer that won that next class, here's one that did so just because of her look and length of body, and as you get her back out here, she still does that very well. She strikes a nice pose from the side. You know, in that particular class, she won just because of her added look and dimension. When you get her back out here, you can pick on her a few little things. She wants to get a touch high up in her tail head, and I don't like to be negative about these cattle very much because they did something to get out here, and these are good cattle, all of them are. So, but for me, this decision becomes fairly simple. I like this heifer that won the third class to win this division, and this little heifer up here at the front end of this deal is going to be a reserve in here. Congratulations to both of you guys. Nice heifers.
Over on the Shorthorn side, I think we've got a really nice pair of March yearling bulls. We're going to leave them as they stand in class order lineup, and just really appreciate both the cattle. I think as a pair, you can say both these bulls have some length of body. Both these bulls have some performance because of their length of body. They've been managed differently and probably utilized differently at this stage of the game. I like the Red Bull in terms of his power and his strength, and it starts at his muzzle and his jaw, and he's got a herd bull beef animal head. He's got the kind of power and aggressive muscle shape as he comes down out of his blade into his top that's complemented by a little extra rib shape. Still handles himself with a good deal of authority. Wants to toe in every once in a while up front, but not a real big deal. Just an awfully strong kind of an animal that is a little tough for this good white bull to get around. You know, I work, and you guys all know that I help with a lot of sales in the country, and we're all the time looking for a pretty good kind of a white upright bull. You study this guy at the bottom there at the ground, and his feet structure is really good. I like the fact that he's got some structure to complement that's smooth and clean in his joints. I like the width of that skeleton. He's not nearly as conditioned in terms of having the pounds or performance we see in the Red Bull. There's a pretty good one that's just got a little different management behind where he comes from, looks like, but an awfully good pair. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 18 Early Spring Yearling Shorthorn Bulls is entry 395, Soul RGLC Legacy 525, shown by Sullivan Farms, Dunlap, Iowa, and Rockin' G Polled Shorthorns, Middletown, Illinois. Second, entry 396, CGS Professor 46, shown by Houston Gillenwater, Tompkinsville, Kentucky. Entering the ring now is Class 19 Junior Yearling Bulls. Selected as our Red Angus Champion Spring Heifer Calf is entry 44, Purple Queen Sita 42D, shown by Purple Rain Cattle Company, and your reserve Spring Heifer Calf Champion is entry 7, CB Miss Stella 371D, shown by Camille Bloom. Congratulations to both of those firms. Entering the ring now is Class 6A February Heifer Calves in our Red Angus ring, Class 6A. Shorthorn exhibitors, we have very few bulls left in our show. You heifer exhibitors, we start bringing those spring heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Shorthorn exhibitors, spring heifer calves to the makeup ring immediately. Attention in the barn, entry 404 in Class 22 of our Shorthorn show. Senior Yearling Bull, Class 22, we need entry 404, Smith Showstock from Bad Axe, Michigan. If you're going to show your bull, you better get up here.
Excellent pair of junior yearling bulls that we've got now in the ring, and I'm going to leave them as they stand, and I wouldn't argue a whole lot if we're going to trade or swap them out, but I think we have to recognize our class winner's advantage in testicle size, really an ultra-correct footed bull and super in terms of the foot shape that he has there, perhaps a bit more masculinity at this stage of the game, and a bolder made bull in regards to the strength and width that he has and spread up over the upper rib and upper top. The calf that comes out of that comes into the second position, a deeper rib bull and probably a deeper flanked bull, a longer bodied bull, and perhaps even every bit as long hipped as the bull that we've got in the class winning position. Don't think he's quite as comfortable as he gets around out here with regards to his feet, and as he gets out and travels, I don't see quite the dimensionality we have with our class winner or testicle size we have. Those are two really excellent red poll shorthorn bulls. Just an awfully good pair in that junior yearling class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 19 Junior Yearling Bulls is entry 401, Studer's Crunch Time 22C, shown by Jason Smithers, Pittsfield, Illinois. Second, entry 402, Red Terror 10C, shown by Hugh Moore Jr. & Sons, Jerseyville, Illinois. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion bull.
Well, we ran into a really, really nice effort to win this class, and one that I like quite a lot from a lot of different aspects. This heifer does a lot of things right. You talk about one that's got some depth of rib and body and does so by nature. This heifer's really nice on the move. She's cowy looking, yet when you get behind her, she's got a lot of natural shape to her. This heifer that's here in second is one that I like the way that she's shaped an extreme amount. And this is a heifer that has got as much natural muscle probably as any heifer that we've seen yet today. She's one that I wanted to run up a lot higher higher, but when you study this one on the move and down in her ankles, this is one that just gets too tight for me down there. I'd like to make her a little more flexible there if I could, but I love the shape that heifer has. I like the upper hip, and that's why she's there. In fact, this heifer here maybe moves a touch better and has a little more lower third. She's got a touch more depth of rib and body, but this is a heifer that when you get right behind her and you study her down low, I just wish that there was a little more lower shape to this one. She wants to walk away from me a touch base narrow as I compare to the cattle just above her. Actually, the same goes for this female. The next one coming up in line. Deep rib, nice body, cowy looking in terms of her appearance. Again, I just like to see her have a little more shape to her when I get right behind her, and then I could run her up a little higher in this class today. Real smooth made kind of female that comes next, and she comes up in here just because she is a little deeper than the heifer that comes next. I like the shape of this one just a touch better. Real green kind of heifer here that's got some balance and look. Again, I'd like to see her have a little more lower rib, give her a touch more muscle shape if I could. The heifer that's going to complete the class is one that does have a touch more depth of rib and body. She's just a female that wants to get a little awkward on the move for me here today. Gets a touch narrow gauged as I watch her walk away.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 6A, February Red Angus heifer calves is entry 76. WDZ Dairy 626, shown by Chad Zender Cattle Company. Second, entry 68, 3 Aces Fiona 2306, shown by 3 Aces Cattle Company. Third, entry 74, shown by Weber Land and Cattle. Fourth, entry 66, shown by Ethan Dickerson. Fifth, entry 72, shown by Nolan Rentshire. Sixth, entry 69, shown by Bow Creek Farm and Cattle Company. And seventh, entry 67, shown by Country Acres Farms. Class placings were 4, 7, 2, 6, 5. Entry 73 was out, then 3 and 1. Now comments in our Shorthorn ring from our judge, Mr. Jeff Bedwell.
So we're working through our Shorthorn Bull Show and made our way into this yearling division, and always a really, really competitive division, and it's a lot like we find, and we'll find, I'm sure, in our heifer show. You know, it's just kind of the good ones that are kind of left at this point. We've worked through some state fair and county fair events, and we've kind of figured out the ones we need to put some effort into, and so attrition becomes the friend of the folks that have kind of made their way to the top, and a bit of an enemy to a judge because it makes it a little bit of a harder decision with regards to sorting these really good ones, but it makes it a lot of fun as well. So I think our 2 class winners really are strong kind of herd sires. I think they're bulls that stockmen are going to like, no matter what kind of animals they raise. These 2 bulls, the solid colored polled head that they've got, the fact that they're both fundamentally really good in terms of their testicles, their sheath placement and so forth. Their feet and legs are really good. It's just kind of some type and subtle differences that then begin to sort the 2 bulls. As we see them in their positioning, I think the moderate bull that's really super long-bodied wins this first class of the division, the March class. That bull proportions extremely well as you study him in terms of a balance standpoint, and then you get behind him. Likewise, he proportions very well in terms of width relative to his frame, and he keeps himself together with regards to the integrity of the skeletal width and how he works those legs at the edge of that body, but within the integrity of that skeleton. The bull that comes out of the January class, maybe not quite the athlete that we find in our March calf, bull that's just incredibly bold in the shape to his upper rib and the power and the center drive that he has through his quarter. A bull that's extremely aggressively muscled and still yet sound in his structure and flexible in his joints. Again, as we mentioned in class, against a really nice bull that he beats, a calf that just really good at the ground in terms of his foot shape, and I like the masculinity that we find in the bull, the crest and the power that he shows to his front third, I think needs to kind of go along with bulls that are beginning to develop some maturity. So I think a relatively close decision. I like the calf out of our March class for your champion in this division. I like keeping these 2 class winners together as champion and reserve. I think they make an interesting pair, and so let's congratulate our exhibitors with a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing our junior champion bull in our Shorthorn show is entry 395. Soul RGLC Legacy 525, shown by Sullivan Farms, Dunlap, Iowa, and Rockin' G Polled Shorthorns, Middletown, Illinois. Our reserve junior champion bull is entry 401. Studer's Crunch Time 22C, shown by Jason Smithers, Pittsfield, Illinois. Congratulations to both those firms. Entering the ring now is Class 22 Senior Yearling Bulls. Class 22 Shorthorn Senior Yearling Bulls. In our Red Angus ring right now, we have Class 6B February heifer calves. Class 6B February heifer calves.
Here's a really unique individual that we have to win this class, one that's got a lot of depth of rib and body, and where she sets herself apart maybe from any other cattle that we've seen here today is just her bone and her foot size and her overall mass that she has. I really like the rib that this female comes to us with, and I wish she had just a little bit more dimension down in her lower quarter as you compare to some of the other cattle, but she's so unique in terms of her design and footwork and bone and just overall mass in her rib that she just has to win this class here today. We come in with a couple heifers that are a little greener in terms of their condition here in 2 and 3, and I like that a lot. These females got a lot of future in them, especially this heifer that comes in second. Here's a long-bodied one that's very correct in her top line. She's got a real nice shape to her by nature. She just runs into a heifer today that's got a little bit more power, a little bit more lower rib than this female does. I prefer this one over her top and tail head just a hair better than I do the heifer here in 3. The heifer in 3rd, really nice, good condition. She's got a lot of rib shape to her by nature too, and I like her muscularity. Here's a female that just wants to get a little high up in her tail head as we study her. She's also a heifer that wants to get a little different from her hock down to the ground as I studied her from the side when she was standing here on a profile. Real muscular female that's coming next, probably the most expressively muscled heifer that we have in the class, and I like that a tremendous amount. If I could change the way that this one moved off of her hind leg and lower stifle and just make her more flexible, that heifer has a chance to compete with any of them just because of her natural muscle shape and definition that she has. I like that a lot. Here's a heifer that comes next. It's a bit more correct in terms of her structure. I like the way she handles her hind leg a touch better than the heifer just ahead of her. She's one, though, that gets into a little trouble in terms of depth of rib and body. Here's a heifer that's real smooth made from end to end. I like the way this one's laid in her shoulder. I like the depth of rib and body. She's just a female I like to see be a touch more feminine up through her front end. She wants to just get a little plain up in through her neck and head for me today. Then we come with a heifer here next that certainly got some length and some eye appeal. She just runs into some balance issues for me. I'd like to deepen her up just a touch if I could. Same goes for the heifer that's coming around next. You talk about one that's long-bodied and real good looking that way. She just needs some more lower third. The heifer that's leaving the ring right here, entry 96, she is one that has some more depth of rib and body. She's just one that when I get behind her, I'd like to see her have a lot more natural shape. Same goes for the heifer that completes the class. Just not quite enough to that female to compete any higher today.
Go ahead, Jeff.
So in our Shorthorn ring, we've got a pair of senior yearling bulls that I think really are a nice pair, and there's some differences in the cattle. You look at their genetic profile, and they're really pretty similar. But as you look at the bulls phenotypically, a pair of really strong bulls in terms of muscularity, and our class winner has an even greater advantage over the bull in second in that regard. You know, we pack more muscle on these cattle, and they're not quite the athletes that the cattle are that are less muscular. There's no doubt about it. And this guy is very bold in his upper rib. He maintains a progressive width out of his hip as you study him from the top. That bull gets down to a really deep twist in lower quarter, offers the beef business a lot of muscularity and still yet in a very smooth, soft-made kind of a package. We'd like to free him up and let him go, but truthfully, I'll bet he's a lot different athlete in the pasture than we find him to be with his nose being jerked on. Calf that comes next is a calf that I think does have a slight advantage in being just a little freer as he travels, but he's not without his issues as well. We'd like to maybe see him a little more correct or athletic on that hind leg, but a calf that just gives up just the dimension that we find with our class winner. We just don't have quite the heart and rib shape in that bull that comes out in second, but certainly has some value with regards to his pattern and his balance, and he complements that with certainly more than enough muscle. A good pair of bulls out of our senior yearling class. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 22 Senior Yearling Bull is entry 405, Kay's Homebrew, shown by Robert and Beverly Alden, Hamilton, Missouri, and Kolstad Farms, Wellington, Missouri. Second, entry 404, 3BC Battle Axe, 1491, shown by Smith Showstock Battle Axe, Michigan, Narrowbrook Show Cattle of Charlotte, Michigan, and Bill Schomburg & Sons, Pierce, Nebraska. Entering the ring now is our 2-year-old bull, single entry in our 2-year-old bull class, entry 409. Following this class, we will be selecting our senior, reserve senior champion bull, then move right into our grand and reserve grand champion bull. Shorthorn exhibitors, please bring your spring heifer calves to the makeup ring. All spring heifer calves, let's get those to the makeup ring, please.
Again, an excellent 2-year-old bull. It's a single entry and certainly going to take, he's going to represent himself extremely well as we bring these bulls out here in a few minutes to select a champion in reserve. Just look at the pattern in that bull, really strong from shoulder to hip, a good fronted bull in regards to his extension. Maybe not quite the jaw strength we've seen in some of the other cattle. We'd maybe like to change him a little down in his testicle as he presents himself in that regard, but a good kind of animal, a calf that's got extra length of body and a bull that gets out and reaches pretty comfortably. We'll look forward to seeing him as he comes back. Let's congratulate him with a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 409 is CLF Foolin' Around 1401, shown by Cedar Lane Farm, Cedarville, Ohio. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion Shorthorn bull. Placings in Class 6B in our Red Angus show. February heifer calves. First goes to entry 93, WEBR Firefly 625, shown by Weber Land and Cattle. Second, entry 260, MF Pearl 6306, shown by McMurphy Farms. Third, entry 81, shown by 6 Mile Red Angus Limited. Fourth, entry 83, shown by Leon Cattle Company. Fifth, entry 98, shown by Luke Pladson. Sixth, entry 99, shown by Luke Pladson. Seventh, entry 82, shown by KD Red Angus. Eighth, entry 84, shown by Garen Dennis. Ninth, entry 96, shown by KD Red Angus. And 10th, entry 90, shown by Diamond P Cattle Company. Placings again in that class were 2, 3, 7, 4, 8, 10, 1, 9, 5, and 6. Entering our Red Angus ring now is our Class 7 January heifer calves. Class 7 January heifer calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion junior heifer calf. Now comments on our senior bull championship from our judge, Mr. Jeff Bedwell.
So as we look at these two class winners, certainly some differences in them. Our red pole bull that's front of that lineup out of that junior division class, muscular and powerful in his build, a beef animal look to him with a strong masculinity to his front end and strength to his jaw. A little better kind of foot on this bull. He doesn't reach as comfortable. We talked about that as we talked him in class, a muscularity thing maybe working a little against him there. A roan bull that reaches and covers a little more comfortably. As you study him at the surface, that bull's feet concern me just a little bit. Those outside toes have a little different shape to them than I'd like for them to have. I'd like to see him just a little better as he presents himself at his testicle. But I think those are two excellent bulls. They have breeding value, and I think you can find positive things to say about them all day long. I'm going to go ahead and use our red bull out of that first class as our division winner. I think we need to recognize that beef animal stature and presence that he has. I'm going to come back and grab our other bull out of that 2-year-old class for our reserve in this division. Let's give them a nice round of applause in congratulating their effort here today.
Attention in the Red Angus barn, we need all entries for Class 10 winter heifer calves. Winter heifer calves, please bring all your winter heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Red Angus, winter heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Selected as your senior champion bull in this last division of our bull calf, our bull show and our shorthorn show is entry 405. K's Homebrew, shown by Robert and Beverly Alden, Hamilton, Missouri, and Colstat Farms, Wellington, Missouri. Reserve Senior Champion Bull was entry 409. CLF Foolin' Around 1401, shown by Cedar Lane Farm, Cedarville, Ohio. Congratulations to both of those firms. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Bull.
This is a class that gives me a touch of trouble up here on these top four, and I could see it going a number of ways because there's a lot of give and take in this deal. When it comes right down to it, the heifer that's just the best combination for me is this female that comes to the top of the class. It just comes to me with the least amount of faults. If you could bring that second heifer around too, I really thought this heifer that was in second from her shoulders back is one that I like a tremendous amount. And she does have the most rib and the most depth of body. She's also the farthest along in terms of her condition of these top four too. If I could change that one, I'd just like to make her a lot nicer up through her head and neck, and then she'd win this class pretty easy for me. Today she's just too short and jammed up in her neck, and that's why I go ahead and place the heifer in first over her today. But I do like that one a lot from her shoulders back. I think a lot of cow potential there. I'd like to lean her up in terms of her condition a touch if I could. I like the front end and the neck extension on this heifer just a touch better that's coming in 3. Here's one that I like a lot from just a condition standpoint or lines. She just doesn't have near as much depth of rib and body, not as much skeletal width as we see in the heifer here in 2. The heifer that comes in 4, this is one that gives you a good futuristic sort of look. She's green in terms of her condition. She does have some natural muscle shape as well. She's just too green here today to place any higher. If you're placing the cattle on down the line, she could run up a little bit as you compare to the other cattle, just not enough depth of rib and body today. She also wants to get just a touch close at her knee when she stopped and when she travels at times, and that's why she's there. Here's a real nice female that I like a lot on the standstill. If this one's standing, I love her shape. I like the depth of rib that she has. I like her lower rib. I like her when I get behind her. Where she runs into trouble for me is just that hind leg structure. She wants to get too straight and doesn't flex near as well as the other cattle. She's got that point of her hock sticks out, just kind of throws that whole hip and hind leg off balance, but I love the way that one's shaped. Here's a long-bodied one that's real correct in her top line. I like that a lot about her. I like the way that this heifer is out of her hip, and she's so level. She just needs some more depth in terms of her rib as we talk about her and compared to the other cattle. Here's a performance kind of female that's coming up next, one that's got a little added frame size and extension. I like the front end on this one. I like how the neck comes up out of the top side of that heifer's shoulder. That's really hard to find in one. And again, if she had some more depth and body and just a little more substance to her, I'd like her a little bit more today. Here's one that does have a little more depth of rib and substance. She just doesn't have quite the look that we see in the cattle above her. She wants to drop her pins just a hair on the move, and she's one that just doesn't have as much base width as I compare to the cattle above her. Here's a heifer that's real medium in terms of her frame size, and she's a heifer that's got some depth and body. Again, one that just doesn't balance up quite nice enough for me from the profile today. Long-bodied heifer that's got some muscle shape. I like this one for her muscle expression, especially up high in her upper hip. She travels away with a lot of base width. She's just a heifer that, to me, again, just needs some more depth of body, and she could run up a little higher. A little narrower gauge sort of female that's coming next. She's a heifer that I'd like to give just a hair more bone and a little bit more power underneath. Same goes for the heifer that completes the class. I like the look that this one has. She just has a little extra navel, kind of throws her off balance in relationship to the rest of the class.
So on our Shorthorn side, as we get ready to select a grand champion bull, I couldn't be more pleased with the cattle that I had an opportunity to evaluate through our bull show. Not a lot of numbers. Guys, I guess I take it as a signal that you recognize where we need to be, because I think these cattle on our side are pretty modern with regards to having some performance that complements their physique. I think they're manageable in terms of their birth EBD, if not even considerably amount less in terms of how we're going to manage that calving ease from this point forward. Our division winners are all good in terms of their spread from birth to weaning, birth to yearling, and they all have pretty respectable maternal indexes as we look at those genetic profiles. And then we rear back and look at the cattle. We've got good cattle that have a beef animal look. We've got some expression to their top. We've got some strength to their front third. We've got some masculinity in them. We have very few fundamental issues with the bulls that we have over here. We don't need to apologize for the cattle that we have in our lineup in any way. I think there's breeding value in them. I think there's bulls out here that are going to get left standing, that are going to leave an impression investment in our breed, they have an opportunity to do that, and we're getting more and more consistency within the male population of this group of cattle, and it sure pleases me to have an opportunity to work with them. I appreciate the opportunity to get to evaluate your cattle here today and be a part of that, a very small part of that, but I sure would like it if you guys would give our exhibitors who earn and deserve a big round of applause and recognition for their efforts. Let's congratulate them, if you would please, as we recognize a Grand and Reserve.
Thank you. Once again, our judge for our Shorthorn National Show, our Jack C. Ragsdale National Show, is Mr. Jeff Bedwell, Isabella, Oklahoma. And your grand champion bull is entry 395, Soul RGLC Legacy 525, shown by Sullivan Farms, Dunlap, Iowa, and Rockin' G Polled Shorthorns, Middletown, Illinois. Congratulations. And your reserve is entry 399, our senior bull calf champion, CF Proven Commodity 5136 ET, shown by Charles and Arlene Burt, Placerville, California, and Mark George from Galt, California. Congratulations to both of those firms. We now will take our pictures. Shorthorn exhibitors, let's get our pictures of our champions, and then we'll move right into our heifer show. So let's break right now for pictures, and then we'll move into our heifer show. Real quick, I'll get you caught back up over here on our Red Angus side of the ring. Placings from Class 7 January heifer calves. First goes to entry 111, SLGN 738T, Dare to Dream 611G, sewn by Jacob Tapley. Second entry 108, Damar Ballet D041, shown by C-Bar Ranch. Third entry 121, shown by Three Aces Cattle Company. Fourth entry 110, shown by Weber Land and Cattle. Fifth entry 122, shown by Gino Van Wy. Sixth entry 115, shown by Luke Pladston. Seventh entry 114, shown by C-Bar Ranch. Eighth entry 117, shown by Dawson Dimmitt. Ninth entry 124, shown by Swan Creek Red Angus. 10th entry 123, shown by Hickory Hills Red Angus. 11th entry 118, shown by Reba Prather. 12th entry 116, shown by JK Red Angus. Placings in this class were 2, 4, 1, 7, 6, 12, 8, 11, 3, 5, 10, and 9. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior heifer calf champion on our Red Angus show.
Well, we have some decisions to make over here, and I think a real nice lineup of heifers here to evaluate, and they're definitely not peas in a pod. There's a lot of differences here, which makes it kind of tough to sort because you got to look at the things that are important, and when you do, the heifer that won this first class to me is one that's made extremely well. This is a heifer she's nice fronted, she balances up really good. I love her lower rib shape and depth that she has. At the same point in time, she's one I like watching on the move. She flexes her hock, she maintains a lot of base width when she goes away from me, and I like that a tremendous amount. She becomes a heifer that's just really hard to poke a big major hole in. I would like to see her maybe a touch bigger in terms of her frame size, and that's what you get in the heifer behind her. You get one that's got some added dimension and performance and stoutness, and like we talked about this one in class, I know we have not seen a heifer that's got this much bone and this much power. We haven't seen one that's got this sort of foot size and just overall dimension that this heifer has. If I was to guess, and I don't know, but I'd say that this heifer would outweigh this female in front of her by a good 75 to 100 pounds maybe even, just because of her added dimension and overall skeletal width. However, when I watch her go, I can find a few faults in her. She wants to travel a little close at her hock today, and then when she stands on the side, I'd like to make her a little more correct from her hock down to the ground. But that's a unique individual that's got a ton of power and performance, and I like her a tremendous amount. The next heifer that came up in line did so because she was just so complete, and when you get her back out here, she still is. This is a heifer that's got some balance and eye appeal and look, and I like her tremendous amount. When it comes right down to it, I guess when push comes to shove, I like cattle that don't have any holes in them, and that's why I'm going to use this heifer right here to win this division. Heifer that I like a lot, one that, like I said, she's real hard to poke a hole in. The most unique one is right here. She's going to be your reserve in this division. Congratulations to both of you guys. Both really, really nice females.
Selected as our junior Red Angus heifer calf champion was entry 76, WDZ Dari 626, shown by Chad Zender Cattle Company. And your reserve junior heifer calf champion was entry 93, WEBR Firefly 625, shown by Weber Land and Cattle. Congratulations to both those firms. Entering the ring now is Class 10 Red Angus winner heifer calves. Class 10 winner heifer calves. While we're up here taking pictures, it reminds me, for any of you that would like to order photos online, we are proud and privileged to have Lindy Livestock here to be our official photographer of the North American, as she is every year. You can go online at www.lindyslivestockphotos.com. That's LINDES livestockphotos.com, or you can visit with one of the representatives that are here at the show. But you can order online. Again, it's www.lindyslivestockphotos.com. And for those of you that are here at the show that would maybe have family members at home that could not make it, we are being streamed live via the internet. And if you'll give me just 5 seconds here, I'll tell you exactly the website. That website is www.livestockexpo.org. Once again, anybody that maybe couldn't make it to Louisville this year and are home and would like to watch our show, they can log on to www.livestockexpo.org. Now comments in our Red Angus ring from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
We run into some differences here, and this is a class where you wish that you could take these top 3 heifers and put them into one, and you'd have a really nice heifer. The one that comes to the top for me, I'll be the first one to admit, I wish she had more depth. I wish she had a touch more body. But she does have the most look and probably the most natural muscle shape to her in this particular class. So you kind of got to have some give and take up on the top end. Let's bring these 2 and 3 heifers around together, because they are the ones that have some more depth of rib and body as compared to the heifer that wins the class, especially this heifer in third. The heifer that comes in second is just one that comes to us a little more correct in terms of her condition. I like the freshness that this heifer has in relationship to the heifer just behind her. This is a good doing, easy fleshing kind of female. You can tell that for sure. I love the body. I like the depth that this one has. Prototypically, she's the kind of heifer that would probably run up and win this class. But for me here today, I just like to slow her down quite a bit in terms of her maturity and where she's at in this stage of the game. She's a heifer that's wanting to push quite a bit of chest right now. If I had any advice to give you, I'd just slow her down a touch in terms of her condition, because she's just an easy doing one that's going to be like that her whole life, and that's a good thing. Unfortunately, in the show ring, it's just something that's going to run into some trouble with her today. Just her overall condition's a bit too much for me. Then we come with the heifer next. It's a little more fresher in terms of her look. She's a heifer that just doesn't balance up as well for me. I think it's because she doesn't have as much depth of rib and volume. She has a little extra navel there that gets her into some trouble. Then we come with a heifer here that's going to complete the class. It's got some balance, and just a heifer that doesn't have enough depth of rib and volume. Female I'd like to make a little more flexible as she goes if I could.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 10. Oh, I need those last 2. Got it. I got it. Placing first in Class 10, Red Angus winter heifer calves was entry 1, SSST Dream Girl 367C, shown by Lakin Landry. Second, entry 132, RFRA Epic Rib 542C, shown by Nolan Renshire. Third, entry 130, shown by Jonathan Presnell. Fourth, entry 128, shown by Josh Newton. And fifth, entry 127, shown by Rocky Hill Farms. Placings in that class, entry 125 and 126 were scratched. Then it was 5, 1, 4, 3, and 2. Entering the ring now on our Red Angus show is Class 11A, Senior Heifer Calves, Class 11A. Once again, in our Shorthorn show, while we're taking our picture of our grand champion bull, I'd like to sincerely thank the Schrog Shorthorn Farm from Marion, South Dakota, for their generous contribution of supplying all of the banners for this year's National Shorthorn Show. Let's put our hands together again. Thanks, those Schrog family, for their generous contribution supplying all of our banners today. Thank you, Corey, Melissa, Sammy, and of course, Jackson, the herd manager.
Nice heifer to win this class. It comes to us in the just right condition. I mean, this one's got enough on her to compete, but yet she's still so fresh in terms of her design. This is a heifer that needs a little more time in the ring. She's one that kind of wants to run over him as they walk, and this is a heifer that's really alert and up-headed, and she's a goer. She's very, very strong on the move. This is a heifer that's got a lot of flexibility to her. I like the natural shape that she has up in her upper hip as I compare to the heifer that comes just behind her. This is a nice, smooth-made sort of female that's going to come next, and I really like that about her. This heifer strikes a really nice profile. I like her from her hooks to her pins in terms of her levelness, but then when I really study this one and compare to the class winner, I just see more natural muscle shape up top as I compare to this female heifer that's wanting to get a little, some pones built up there around her tail head. I'd just like to trim her up a touch in terms of her condition as we compare to the class winner. Same goes for this female, and this is a nice heifer. When she walks out here on her own merit, this is a very nice heifer. I see just a touch more shape in this female down low as compared to the heifer in second. She's just a heifer that runs into some balance issues as I compare to that heifer. Don't like to look at her quite as well from the side as I compare to the heifer in second. Then we come with a couple females here at the end of this class that just aren't quite ready. They're females that don't have enough to them as I compare them to the heifers just ahead of them.
Results from Class 11A, Senior Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 141, VF Flo Marie C601 245, shown by VF Red Angus. Second goes to entry 140, 3 Aces Lana 9035, shown by Jaron Gerdes. Third, entry 137, shown by 3 Aces Cattle Company. Fourth, entry 136, shown by Sarah Georges. And fifth, entry 139, shown by Mackenzie Walters. Placings in that class, entry 134 was a scratch, then it was 4, 3, 5, 2, and 1. In our Red Angus show right now is Class 11B, Senior Heifer Calves. Class 11B, Senior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Fall Champion and Reserve Champion Heifer Calf.
On our Shorthorn side, we're beginning a really strong set of Shorthorn females and starting off with a set of really young babies, Junes and Julys. A heifer calf that I like in this white heifer that really shows us a lot of potential, and I think we're just measuring potential at this point. But she starts with a pretty good advantage in some substance. She starts with a pretty good advantage in center body, width to her hip to the two that she shows against in this particular drive. I like her correctness of feature and structure as she gets out and moves and travels relative to the two heifers that follow her. The red and white heifer, I think, challenges her a bit in terms of her depth to her forerib. I don't think she has quite the levelness or correctness of hip design that we find with the heifer that wins the class, but a sure enough heifer that's going to have some substance to her, that's going to get to be a pretty soft-bodied female as she appears to me. We'd just like to see her a little more with more strength in terms of her width out of her hip relative to the heifer that wins the class. I really like the heifer in third up through her head and neck. That's a nice, tight, smooth polled head on that female, and she reads like she's going to be an awfully nice cow. I just read a lot of femininity into her front third. She's a little looser navel, really, really green, and to a significant disadvantage here in terms of maturity, but a nice set of babies in this first class. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 1, late spring heifer calves is entry 2, BRH CLF Proud Fool 1620, shown by Ben Harner, Xenia, Ohio. Second, entry 3, IFS Carmel T1D, shown by Ibsen Family Shorthorns, Bowen, Illinois. Third, entry 1, shown by Colton Powell, New London, Missouri. Entering the ring now is Class 2 late spring Shorthorn heifer calves. Class 2 Shorthorn heifer calves. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need Class 3, and Class 6. Class 3 and Class 6. Shorthorn heifer calves, Class 3 and 6 to the makeup ring, please. Attention Red Angus exhibitors. We need classes 14A, 14B, and class 17. Class 14A, 14B, and class 17 to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
Two heifers up on the top end of this class. The heifer that wins this class for me does so just from a balance and eye appeal standpoint. There's some give and take in these top two heifers, and I wouldn't argue with you. It just depends on where you put your priorities. They travel different, and so you kind of got to make a decision, which one do you like. This heifer, to me, is a little more correct from her hock down to the ground as we get them stopped. A heifer that gives me some balance and some look. I like the depth of rib in the body in the heifer that we have in second just a touch better, especially in her lower rib, and just I see a bit more shape. But as you folks watch these two heifers travel out of the ring, I think you're going to see what I'm talking about. The heifer that's ahead of her maybe is a little too straight and doesn't stride out as well. This one takes a little longer stride, but she's kind of got that permanent set to her hock and wants to travel up underneath herself. So there's some give and take there. You can make one of them sounder than the other if you want to. I read them both about the same. It just depends on where you put your priorities. But I see a little more balance and look in the one that wins the class. Then we come with the heifer that's here in third. She just kind of ends up there by default because she's the most like the other heifers in terms of balance and look and structure. She's a heifer that just doesn't have quite as much to her. As I read her through her rib cage, she wants to just get a little flatter design. Probably the most unique individual, is the most different in this class, is the one that's going to come up in 4. She's the one that's got the most muscle shape to her, especially right up over her top and over her hip, and I like that a tremendous amount. The problem for me is this heifer's just got a little too much elevation in relationship to her rib cage. This heifer just wants to get a little too shallow and tubey through that rib cage, but I do like the extra muscle. If that one was deeper, she could do a lot of damage here in this class today. Here comes a heifer that's got some more depth of rib and body, just not near the muscle shape that we see in the heifer above her. This female here that's coming entry 133, this is one that's got some balance and look, and she runs in some trouble for me again right behind her shoulder blade, and just reads a little too flat in through that hip and rib for me today. Here's a female that's got a little bit of extra rib, but she's a heifer that wants to travel a little too stiff for me in her skeleton here today. I'd like to make her a touch more flexible. As we come on down the line, here's a heifer that's got some power. She's got some muscularity. She's just a heifer that runs into some trouble for me in terms of her balance here today. I'd like to change her in her structure if I could as well. Real smooth made heifer that's coming up next, and one that I like in her lower rib. She's just a heifer that's a little too flat, a little too frail boned as I watch her go here today. And as we complete the class, a couple of heifers here that just don't quite have the style and the balance and overall power to get up any higher today.
Over on our Shorthorn side, we're into a set of May heifer calves, and I think some real value and some real interesting things to see here, and it'll be a lot of fun to watch these heifers as they mature and develop. I like the heifer that starts our class and find her to be kind of a combination of a lot of the positives that we see in some of the other heifers. Really good at the ground in terms of her foot size and shape, and true and honest in her skeletal width as she both maintains good width as she travels. I also like the way that she's designed through that upper rib and seems to remain comfortable in her top line as she gets out and goes off both ends of her skeleton. So to me, the pair becomes the two in second and third. The red and white heifer that comes second, a little bit trimmer in her jaw than I'd like for her to be, and she toes in a bit in front. The heifer that comes third, a heifer that's big and strong at the ground, but tends to have just not as much dimensionality to her in terms of true skeletal width, doesn't have quite the shape and expression to her quarter. That pair of heifers weighs within 20 pounds of each other. And so I think there's a lot more honest substance and constitution to the heifer that ends up 2. I'd like to sure enough true her up a bit as she comes off those front feet, but in terms of flexibility on her hind leg, I think she has that advantage. In terms of compositionally, I think she's just a little more honest regarding that substance and width to the top of her skeleton and through her hip. There's a really nice heifer here in 7, or the exhibitor number 7, that ends up placing 4th. This heifer is just super green within this group. She's to the point that she gives up a lot of performance to those other heifers. We'd like to open her up through the center of her body, and hopefully she'll mature with more width to her base as she continues to develop. Here's a heifer that comes next in 5 that's got some shape to her upper rib and top and length to her hip. A little more calculated in her movement, in that she's a little shorter in her step and presentation in that regard. I'd like to see her just a little freer in the way that she travels and keeps her top a little more comfortable and a little more relaxed. Excellent set of May heifer calves. Again, congratulations.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 2 late spring heifer calves is entry 6, SS Hope's Mirage, shown by Sammy Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Second, entry 9, CF Cumberland 6115 SOL, shown by Kevin Hesser, Leesburg, Indiana. Third, entry 8, shown by Steck Cattle, Woodstock, Minnesota. Fourth, entry 7, shown by Alexis Hansen, DeKalb, Illinois. And fifth is entry 10, shown by Mitch Williams, Gamaliel, Kentucky. Placings in this class are 1, 4, 3, 2, and 5. Entering the ring now is Class 3, Shorthorn late spring heifer calves. Class 3. Placings in our Class 11B, Red Angus senior heifer calves. First goes to entry 142. GRAM Destiny C50 shown by Caitlin Cape. Second, entry 151, Shady's Miss Firefly C257 shown by Shady Bottom Red Angus. Third, entry 144 shown by C Bar Ranch. Fourth, entry 154 shown by JG Cattle Company. Fifth, entry 149 shown by Lone Oak Angus. Sixth, entry 133 shown by Diamond P Cattle Company. Seventh, entry 155 shown by Madison Adams. Eighth, entry 152 shown by Peyton Nagel. Ninth, entry 156 shown by Caitlin Templeton. 10th, entry 143 shown by Abigail Georges. 11th, entry 153 shown by Connor Walters. Placings in that class from top to bottom were 1, 10, 3, 6. Entry 146 was out. Then 5, 2, 8, 11, 4, 7, and 9. We now will be selecting our champion fall and reserve fall Red Angus heifer calf. Judge?
As we come down to place this division, a lot of nice heifers, and there's a lot of differences in these cattle. There's no question about it. The heifer that won the first class there, as you can see, she's a good-looking one. She's got a ton of balance and eye appeal. I like the shape of her neck. I like the way she's laid in at her shoulder. As you compare her to the heifer behind her, she doesn't have near as much depth of rib and body, but a good-looking heifer that won that first class. I really like this one that won that second class, and she's one that I was looking forward to look at again when she got back out here and just confirm that this is the kind of cattle that I like. You know, she doesn't have a lot of extra condition on her. She's cowy looking. She's the best combination to me that we've seen in this division of show heifer and cow. I like the way this one moves. She's good laid in at her shoulder. I like the hind leg on this one, and when you watch her travel from the side, she just kind of set the standard in terms of structure really in this entire division. I like that heifer a tremendous amount. Then we got a heifer back here that won that last class, and she's one that has a lot of natural shape to her up high. I like that about her. She's presented extremely well. She's a heifer that's got some balance and look for sure. And when it comes right down to it, to me, honestly, in this division, it's fairly simple for me to go ahead and use this heifer that won that second class. I like this female a tremendous amount, and I'm gonna look at this reserve. That was a really close placing there when we talked about them, and then I'll select your reserve champion in this division. Congratulations, nice set of cattle.
As we work ourselves into another set of maize on the Shorthorn side, a set of early maize, as a group of cattle, this particular class excel the class we just saw with regards to their numbers and their genetic values. And I think certainly some really good heifers. We'll be curious to see how they come out and size up as we select a division champion later on. But a really nice, strong pair in this particular class, and I think they rival one another a little bit in different ways. I went ahead and used the heifer that today's got a little more substance, and I will admit further along in terms of having some more condition on her than the heifer that we end up leaving in the second position. I think too she complements that with perhaps a little better slope to her shoulder and a little more comfort in her knee as she gets out and travels, maybe just a notch more width of base at this point in time. Again, a heifer that I read in number 2 here that just really is awfully green and has a lot of future to her. She actually hits the ground with more foot size and probably has a little more skeleton in her in terms of stoutness of bone. Won't disagree that at all. I don't think she has quite the width of underneath that skeleton as we find in our class winner, and today she doesn't have quite the forerib. And I think a lot of difference again in the way that those heifers are coming to you in regard to their management and their maturity, and certainly, and when we're talking about 5-month-old babies, there's a lot of things that are going to change in the near future. This red heifer that comes next is one of the more powerfully designed heifers, and I don't like to talk a lot of of power in heifers. It seems like it's a little bit hard on femininity at times, but this one still maintains a pretty productive look up through her front third. I like the expression she has to the top of her upper rib and the width that she shows us to her pins. I like the fact that she maintains good width of base. She's plenty prominent through the shoulder point and has just about as much forearm as she needs for this point in time in my mind, but I think an awfully good place to put her is in that third position, and we'll see how she develops. This is a really nice heifer that comes next as we study her through the front 2/3 of her body. She blends extremely well up through the top of her neck and into her shoulder. Really like the sweep that she shows me to her rib and a nice trim look to the front third of her body, but still yes, have some productivity. So the issue I have with this heifer is as I come back to her hip, I'd like to see her a little more correctly placed in her pin set. Not that I think she's got to be perfectly square, but I think the way her pin's set is it lets her get her hind legs up just a nickel further than they need to make her comfortable as she gets out and travels. But I think a lot of value in that heifer as we study her up through her front 2/3. Heifer that comes next gives up some performance to these cattle in a really strong class. A very attractive heifer as we look at her from the side, and again, similar to what we found in the classes earlier, those heifers at this stage of the game, it's pretty easy to give up 30 or 40, 50 pounds and just not have enough performance. And so that's a little bit of where this heifer lands today. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. In our Red Angus division, our champion fall heifer calf is entry 141 VF Flo Marie C601245, shown by VF Red Angus. Our reserve fall heifer calf champion is entry 1 SSST Dream Girl 367C, shown by Lakin Landry. Congratulations to both those firms. In the ring now is Class 14A late summer yearling females. Results in Class 3 late spring shorthorn heifer calves. First is entry 16 CSF Demi 6100, shown by Adrian Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. Second, entry 15, GCCWF Waynesville Margie, shown by Greenhorn Cattle Company, Waynesville, Ohio. Third, entry 18, shown by Kendall Nelson, Seneca, Illinois. Fourth, entry 13, shown by Michael Poole, Kemar, Maryland. And fifth is entry 17, shown by Bailey Kleiss, New London, Missouri. Placings in that shorthorn class were 4, 2, 1, 5, and 3. We now will be selecting our late shorthorn heifer calf champion, late spring heifer calf champion and reserve. Red Angus exhibitors, we will be showing our open bulls following our heifer show, and then our junior bred known bulls, and then our group classes. So for those of you in the barn, we will be showing our owned bulls first, open bulls, then our junior bred known bulls, and then group classes.
Real quickly, we'll make a few comments about our class winners, our champion reserve over on our shorthorn side in this first division of heifer calves. I think that white heifer would kind of get in your eye right away. A very striking appearance to her, one that's up-headed and level in her lines, one that's very balanced and correct in her feature and symmetry. A heifer that's maybe not quite as naturally soft, but again, we're talking about a June-born baby, and my goodness, a lot of time for development here and a lot of potential to do that in a very, very good and correct fashion. The heifer that wins the late maze, the heifer should impress you with regards to her dimensionality, and the impression she leaves with me is that she opens up and she gets bigger through the center of her body as she continues to develop. She's already got a pretty good advantage on a lot of these heifers that are standing out here that are the same age and maturity. We get the heifer on the move, and she's wanting to pull her top up a little more now than she did when she was in class, but still yet I think a heifer that's pretty comfortable in her skin, pretty comfortable in her skeleton. Heifer that comes back natural and soft through the middle of her body, yet still yet managed in such a way that she's got some trimness to her and certainly not overdone. The heifer that comes behind her, getting a little softer than maybe I'd like at this stage of the game, but certainly one that looks like she's kind of that kind. Good muzzled, good strong jawed kind of a heifer that's got a little more width of base and a little more center body in her, and it enables her to be a more efficient kind of a deal with regard to conversion. I like the correctness that we find in this heifer. I like the substance that we find in this heifer. So I hate to be critical of one that can do it. That's kind of what we all strive for. So I think a really good set of heifers. I think our seconds really complement our class winners extremely well. Really a high quality set of calves and a lot of potential. It'll be a lot of fun watching these girls come together and develop into some yearlings that we'll get to see back here again next year. Let's give our exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll select your champion in reserve from this division.
Selected as your late spring heifer calf champion is entry 16, CSF Demi 6100 HC, shown by Adrian Trenopole, Middletown, Indiana. And selected as your reserve division is entry 6 SS Hope's Mirage ET, shown by Sammy Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Congratulations, girls.
We're in the Red Angus show. This is a kind of a class that's really difficult. You could see these heifers going a number of ways up on the top end of this, and I'm not sure you'd be wrong. But I'm not sure you'd be right either, because when you get to looking at these heifers, you could argue and make a case for any one of them that they could win this class. For me, the best combination of just muscle, balance, structural correctness is the heifer that wins the class. I like her in terms of her structure, her mid-rib, just the cow look that she gives us as compared to the heifer here in second. And so she's going to go ahead and win this class for me. The heifer that's here in second, if you like one with some extra length of body and performance and a little more skeletal frame, you're going to like this heifer a tremendous amount. And that's the things that I like about this one. She's got a neck that sets up on the top side of her shoulders. She's good looking. She travels fairly well. She likes to get around the ring. For me, she just is outgrowing herself a bit in terms of her rib cage. I'd like to deepen her up a little bit if I could. And that's where this heifer's advantages are. So if you want one that's a little deeper, then you're going to like this heifer that comes in 3. She's a real smooth made heifer. Problem for me is when I watch that heifer go away from me, she's just not sound enough. I'd like to loosen her up on her hind end and give her a touch more flexibility if I could.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 14A, late summer yearling females, is entry 158. TC Luana 180C, shown by Bluff Creek Farms. Second, entry 159. Red Northline Goldilocks, shown by Sierra Harlow. And third, entry 160, shown by Three Aces Cattle Company. Entering the ring now on our Red Angus show is Class 14B. Class 14B Summer Yearling Females. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion intermediate heifer. In our Shorthorn ring now is Class 6. Class 6 Early Spring Heifer Calves. Shorthorn Class 6 is in the ring. Shorthorn exhibitors, please bring Class 7, 8, and 9 to the makeup ring, please. Class 7, 8, and 9 Spring Heifer Calves. Let's bring those heifer calves to the makeup ring, please. Shorthorn exhibitors, we are missing entries 43, 49, and 58 for the next class. Entries 43, 49, and 58. If you're going to show in Class 7, You better get a hustling.
This is a tough decision here up on the top end of this class between first and second, because these two heifers are so different and contrasting in terms of their overall type and kind. You can make a case for either one of them in different areas, and I wanted to bring them both out here and show you what I'm seeing from the side on these heifers. And the heifer that's going to win this class for me is just the most maternal in her look. She's the most feminine. I like her length of body, her correctness of top. I like the shape that she has to her. And when you get to analyzing these two heifers, you can't just say, well, she's better fronted, because she isn't in every regard. What I see in this one is she's better fronted up in her neck and her head, but she has more chest than the heifer behind her. But she's more feminine to me, more maternal looking than the heifer just behind her. The female behind her is cleaner in her chest, doesn't stick out quite as far, gives me a little better look from the side, but at times this heifer can get pretty jammed up in her neck and a little steerier looking for me here today. I love the presentation of this one. I'd just like to stretch her out quite a bit if I could, give her a little more femininity up front, but I like the body that one has. I could see a little more frame score in that heifer. That's what you get with this one in 3. Now this is the skeletally, this is the largest frame sort of heifer that we have out here. She's long bodied. She's got a lot of power and performance. She's just a heifer that doesn't have enough lower rib and balance as I compare to the cattle just above her. Then we get a couple heifers down here at the end of the class that are pretty smooth made. This female's real smooth. She just doesn't have quite the power that I see in the heifer in front of her. Then we have a heifer here that completes the class, not wanting to show real well today, runs into some balance issues for me.
Yeah. Thanks, Kyle. Placing first in Class 14B, Summer Yearling Red Angus Females is entry 165, MF Nancy 5153, shown by McMurphy Farms. Second, entry 167, TC Rachel 115C, shown by TC Reds. Third, entry 166, shown by Greystone Cattle Company. Fourth, entry 168, shown by Ty Montgomery. And fifth, entry 162, shown by Hickory Hills Red Angus. We now will be selecting our intermediate and reserve intermediate Red Angus female.
Well, I think at the onset, I'll preface this with I'll bet these line up differently at a lot of different times because I get different reads on these cattle as they show out here. You know, as they come in the ring, this is the cow that hit me the hardest as far as having a productive look to the center of her body and a flexible look on both ends of her skeleton. Certainly thought she had the strong entry as she came in here with regards to just having the extra width and the extra strength in terms of a doable, durable look to herself, and then still yet having a nice, elegant, long kind of a neck in her that ties pretty sleekly up through the top of her shoulder. She's got just a little bit up through her chest floor, and as I've mentioned several times the last couple of days, those little bits of brisket don't hurt me at all. That's not a deal breaker for me whatsoever. It's a doable look that she has that I really admire. She wants to open up a little bit at the top of her shoulder, and from time to time we catch her just a little bit toed in up front. Could be just a nickel longer bodied, but a big substance kind of heifer to win that class. So the next two then become a pair for me, and I liked two right with one for a lot of the time that I've seen them out here. I think there's a lot of similarities in those two heifers in 1 and 2, and then as I get to study them, really 2 and 3 become more and more alike. 2 simply has more substance at the ground. I think at the surface her foot shape is better and she's more correct in her skeletal design and makeup. I think she may actually run at that heifer in 1 as we study her and let her go a little longer in life. She doesn't handle her hip and her hind leg quite as good at times. It really makes a difference how she leads. When she pulls back a little bit, I can be a little critical of her hip and the way that she goes. When she goes like she's doing now, I'm kind of in on that one, and I think she's got a lot of future. Heifer that comes next gets just a little straighter in the positioning of her shoulder as it rests on her rib. She's a very long-fronted female that really maintains good strength to her top line. I think one that maintains good levelness out of her hip. And I think of these top 4 that have an advantage in growth, she's one that sure does have a youthful look and a strikingly youthful look to her out here, but again gets a little more tentative in her movement, a little less length to her stride, a little less reach and comfort out of that blade and shoulder. Now here's a heifer coming in 4 that would be a lot like the substance that we found in our class winner. A big centered heifer that's got some blade in her, that's got some shape to her, that's got some width to her base. As I study that heifer through that front third of her skeleton, I like the fact that she's got that width of base, but it deviates down close to her knee and she toes out a bit at front, and so I'm a little concerned about how we're coming together there in that front third of that skeleton. But a big hipped, kind of a soft muscled heifer that's going to be soft and pliable and have a good maternal look to her, I think, as she continues to develop. Then there's a couple of littler heifers, and I say littler, they're smaller statured, more conservative, let's just call them that way. And this heifer calf that comes next, I think, really does an awfully good job presenting herself out here, pretty correct on her feet and legs and pretty balanced in terms of her look and her profile, pretty square and very progressively wide as you study her out her hip relative to what you find up through the top of her front end. A heifer that's got some center body, and like the light red heifer that follows her, those 2 heifers have a good rib cage in them and a good soft productive look through the center of their body. The red heifer just doesn't quite handle herself with as much reach and correctness as maybe I'd like for her to, and I get a little concerned about the roan heifer that leaves that places ahead of her in 5 and just how much go we have in regards to her maturity. She might be one of those that reaches that point of maturity a little faster, and if you're in the right place, that's not all bad, but against this group, maybe just a little smaller in her kind. Heifer that comes next that rounds out our group is a really nice heifer calf in terms of having some structure and some substance of bone. Heifer that's got some center body and some dimensionality, and she's been presented very well here today by our young showman. But a heifer that just gives up a little in terms of the balanced look we'd like to have, a little in terms of the strength and width, in terms of hip and shape to the center of her quarter that we'd like to have. An awfully good group. Again, congratulate them with a round of applause, if you would, please.
Thank you, Jeff. Now comments for our division from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
On this division, we have some differences up here in terms of type and kind. The heifer that won that first class, just ultra complete. There's not a big hole in this one. A heifer that moves around the ring fairly nice. I like everything kind of matches up with this female very well. As you compare to the heifer that we're going to compare these two in division, this heifer that's behind her is just so cowy and so good in her look, and I love the rib shape that this one has. I like the muscularity that she has. She's a cow in every sense of the word. You look at the udder that she's going to have when it's all said and done. I could see this heifer being a big-time donor cow. You know, as a show heifer, it's sort of unfortunate the way that this one's fed because she's got a lot of chest in her. I'll be the first one to admit to you that. But I don't read her as being a fat heifer, and you know, some of them just put those things in the wrong places at times, and she appears to me to be one that has done that. But if you want to get critical of her, that's about the only thing you can say to me that I'm going to agree with you on, is she does have some chest in her. But I don't think that you can deny the cow power, the soundness, the fleshing ability that this heifer has. She looks a lot like the last division winner that we had, and she's going to win this division here today for me fairly handily. As we look at the reserve to her in the class, I'm going to go with the heifer that's just a little more complete, a touch more feminine in my eyes. I'm going to stick with the two class winners here today. You'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Thank you, Kyle. Selected as our intermediate Red Angus champion is entry 165, MF Nancy 5153, shown by McMurphy Farms. And our reserve intermediate heifer is entry 158, TC Luana 180C, shown by Bluff Creek Farms. Congratulations to both those firms. Entering the ring now is Class 17. These are April Spring Yearling heifers. Class 17 Red Angus April Spring Yearling females. Attention in the Shorthorn barn, we need all entries for Class 8. Class 8 early spring yearling heifers, or spring heifer calves, excuse me. Early spring heifer calves, Class 8 and Class 9. Let's get to the makeup ring. Classes 8, 9, and 10. Let's get those heifer calves to the makeup ring, please.
Is it pretty much the same animals?
Well, as I expected, it'd get stronger as we go. Not only do we just continue to see good ones at the top end, but the quality through the class is beginning to deepen up some, and we're beginning to see more power, more and more power all the way through the class. I think, again, like the heifer we saw in the last class, this one gave me a really nice look as she came in and kind of just was ground grabbing as she came through there. A nice, soft, productive look through the center of her body. She's not as stout featured as this really aggressively boned female we've got below her, but I think her parts blend a little more nicely right through the front third. I think she ties a little neater and sharper right at the top of her neck. I like the way that she blends with maybe a notch more width right out her hip and pins, and maybe maintains a little more shape to her center of her quarter than maybe the heifer we find here in 2, but just an awfully nice female to start this particular strong class of April heifer calves. The heifer that comes next in second, as I mentioned, just tremendous in terms of structure and dimension of that bone. And, you know, they can get way too strong in that regard. You look at her paper, and she doesn't read like a real hard Kevin one, and she actually has some production as you study her maternal index. And so you think about what she offers in terms of durability and stoutness and strength through her center body. She softens up good through the middle rib of that area. She's also one that maintains really good width of base. I'd like to see a little more of the same shape that we see in the heifer that wins the class, and perhaps more flexion on her hock than we find here in this heifer in second, but an awfully good female, and I think she gets there a lot because she's the kind of heifer in terms of dimensionality through her forerib, through the center of her body, and through her flank is what the class winner is, but a lot because she's just got a little more strength at the ground than what we find here in our heifer in second. I like a lot of the shape that we find here in this heifer in the spotted female that comes 3. This heifer calf's going to always be one that has an advantage to either of those 2 heifers that are above her in terms of the rib shape she's got through the upper portion of that skeleton. She's always going to be one that has an expression shape advantage, especially through the center of her quarter. She's going to be a trim-made kind of a female, but never is she going to have that production look to the center of her body that those heifers have, I don't think, and I don't think that's all bad. That heifer's got a lot of value in terms of quality of balance and strength of top, straightness of lines, and expression that I really admire, and I think we'll be looking for at some point in time. The next 2 roan heifers are 2 really high birth heifers out here, and I'm not placing them here because they're high birth. I do think it's worth mentioning, and I think we have to focus, or we have to pay attention to it a little bit. And of the 2, the more flexible and the sounder of the 2 go here, that tend to be a little flatter made, a little narrower based heifers than the 3 that we have up the line. Maybe not quite as muscular, certainly, as the spotted heifer we've got in 2, but a nice pair of roan females that I think have a good productive look through their front third. A nice heifer that comes next that again is a little smaller statured, and doesn't bother me that she's smaller statured, but a little tighter made and tighter in the top of her hip. She doesn't reach as comfortably as the heifers that are up the line maybe wants to reach a little more rigidly out of her front end, but I think she's still sounder, maybe a little more comfortable in the way that she travels than the heifer we come here that rounds out our class. I think likewise it's worth mentioning our highest maternal indexing female is the female that comes out of the class next. You know, they can still have some issues and still be good in terms of their genetic values. This heifer is a little too straight in her hind leg for me and a little tight in her hock, and we'd like to tone down some of that coarseness about that, but a really good set of April heifer calves. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. Now comments in our Red Angus ring from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
This is an interesting class, and 4 heifers up on the top end that you all probably have your favorites, and I have mine. When it comes right down to it, and you ask yourself, which one of these heifers would you take home? It's this one right here. And I wish she had just a hair more frame to her, but this heifer is ultra complete and really hard to poke a hole in. I like her rib, I like her rib shape, I like her muscularity, and I especially like this heifer in terms of her soundness. Just a real smooth-made, good one that's pretty hard to poke a hole in. The heifer behind her is a bigger, stouter version of that for sure, and I agree with everybody that's going to say that that one's maybe a little too small. This one, you get it, a little extra frame, but I find some problems with this one, and I watch her stop a lot of times, and she wants to stand pretty wide up in her front end. I'd like to change that about her if I could, but a heifer that's certainly got some muscularity and some extra shape, and that's why she's going to go in the 2 hole for me today over the heifers here in 3 and 4. I like the look of this one a tremendous amount. I actually like her look, especially up in through her front end, perhaps better than the heifer that's there in 2. The problem with this one for me is she just doesn't have enough to her for me underneath. A heifer that just wants to flatten in through her lower quarter. She wants to get a little higher in her tail head as I compare to the other cattle as well. But a well-presented, nice made female there. Here's a big stout heifer that's next, and this is one that you can contemplate doing a number of things with. She just gave me some looks here today that didn't quite meet my needs, and when I got right in behind her, I studied this heifer through her lower quarter. She's a lot like the heifer that just left the ring. I'd like to see her have a little more shape to her, down low by nature if I could. But 4 really nice heifers that could go a number of ways. Here's a real smooth made one that's very correct in her top line. I like how she holds her top. I like how level she is from hooks to pins. She's just a female I'd like to free up on the go a bit off her hind leg if I could. She goes away from me a touch narrow gauged as well. I like the shapiness of this heifer that's coming next, and one that I really like for overall muscularity. And if you want one that's got some extra muscle, you're going to like this heifer from that standpoint. For me, she runs into some balance issues. She's not as good structured. I'd like to clean her up in her navel just a touch if I could. Here's a stout, big-boned one, big-footed heifer that's coming next. This is one of the bigger bone heifers in this class. Again, she just runs into some balance issues and structure problems for me here today, but I like the stoutness of that individual.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 17, Red Angus April Spring Yearling Heifers is entry 177. SLGN Sheba's Charlie 578C, shown by Jacob Tapley. Second, entry 172, CBCB Adela 3710C, shown by Camille Bloom. Third, entry 179, shown by Spencer Wangan. Fourth, entry 175, shown by Ethan Dickerson. Fifth, entry 300, shown by Laken Landry. Sixth, entry 176, shown by Brooke Ritchie. And seventh, entry 173, shown by Peyton Nagel. Placings in that class were 5, 2, 7, 4, 6, 1, and 3. In the ring now is Class 18 March Yearling Heifers. Class 18 March Yearling Heifers. Red Angus Heifers. Placings in Class 7 in our National Shorthorn Show, early spring heifer calves. First went to entry 48. Sol Max Rosa Knights 661, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 45. SS Max Rosa Rain, shown by Sammy Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Third, entry 44. Shown by Allie Muir, Jackson Center, Ohio. Fourth, entry 49, shown by Hahn Family Shorthorns, Mononk, Illinois. Fifth, entry 46, shown by Dawson Ward, New Paris, Ohio. Sixth, entry 51, shown by Cornerstone Farms, Winchester, Indiana. And seventh, entry 67, shown by Allison Utig, Grand Ridge, Illinois. Entering the ring now is Class 8, early spring Shorthorn heifer calves. Class 8. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need classes 9 and 10 to the makeup ring immediately. Classes 9 and 10 to the makeup ring immediately. Once again, for those of you that have family members at home that could not make it to the North American this year, they can log on and watch live at www.livestockexpo.org. That's www.livestockexpo.org. Thank you. Attention Red Angus exhibitors, we need all of your January and February yearling heifers to the makeup ring, please. January and February's, let's get those classes 19A, B, and class 20 to the makeup ring, please.
Well, I apologize for taking a little bit longer studying this set. As we get into these spring calves, and we've all heard about and seen some cattle through the fall that we knew were going to be really good, and here we go. We get into a set of cattle that come from genetics that offer different things, and certainly we see that out here. And I think we see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these heifers out here, and I'd venture to say that number 6 is a selection and the best one for somebody, because there's times when she needs to be in my top pair. But I think when we get down here and go to looking at the cattle and study them from the ground up, again, this one struck me incredibly well as she came at the gate. This heifer grabs a lot of surface in terms of width of base, in terms of covering her track well. She's one of the greenest in terms of conditioning of the heifers we have out here. There's actually a couple, 3 of these heifers that are more muscular in their build, and that's okay. I see a lot of production and potential in this heifer. I'd like to stretch her out a notch in her top line. I'll be the first to admit that, but I think she sets a nice tone in terms of correctness and what we look at in terms of the babies that are going to need to come to mature in a way that allows them to stay sound, that allows them to be maternal, and still allows them to have the kind of look that's going to capture folks' attention, whether they're Shorthorn breeders or what the case may be. Now, the next 3 heifers to me are an interesting group, and I get them ahead of a heifer there in 5 that really follows our class winner in terms of body, but I put these 3 heifers together and thought they had to stay together because of their kind. They're trim, clean-made heifers that are trim and clean through their lower third. They're muscular-topped heifers that are feminine up through their front end. They rank themselves based on their movement, and I think the heifer that ends up being second here, I think starts at the ground with the most substance of foot and bone. I think she manages that with the most integrity and comfort, and I like her in terms of a little extra body volume compared to the red heifer that's number 3. Third heifer is one that gets just a little tight for me at times, but I can't help but be impressed when I get behind this heifer, and if you'll study her as I have, from shoulder to hip and her progressive width from her hooks to her pins and up through the top of her skeleton and how she maintains that good width to her skeleton, there's a lot of value in that heifer and what she can do to generate others that have some dimensionality to them as well. So a heifer that really intrigues me is this one in 4. There's one that's got extra shape and extra power to her top line. I have a little trouble getting past a little more forearm and a little more prominence to the point of her shoulder, but she doesn't even show any kind of restriction, and she doesn't really give me any issue in terms of soundness to that shoulder. It just gets to be a little more bold than maybe I'm I think we're going to be willing to deal with here in this group of really, really good heifers. Just so much center body and shape to her center body and not a lot of waist to go along with that. I think an awfully good heifer calf. Heifer calf that I get a lot of different reads on here comes next. I guess as I get to seeing, looking at her from her muzzle up through her jaw, she gets a little flatter in that regard, and she gets a little narrower through the floor of her chest, but such a big centered, easy moving female that's loose in her makeup and the way that she reaches and travels. She's got so much rib and so much cage to her. I think there's obviously one that's going to be an impressive big bred. She's already impressive in that regard. And again, we mentioned this fancy white heifer that rounds out our group. She's the heifer that's the more conservative of the group out here in terms of build, and one that's extremely stout but handles it awfully well. This heifer gets a little out up front in terms of her toes, wants to swing those front feet a little bit, and as you go to nitpicking in a set of heifer calves that have the kind of potential value this one does, that begins to read on her just a little more prominently than I'd like for it to. Extremely good set of heifers. Again, I apologize for taking some time. Please thank them, if you would, with a nice round of applause.
Not a chance. Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 8 early spring heifer calves is entry 62, HF Margie's Beauty 610S, shown by Andrew Hammond, Lowell, Indiana. Second, entry 74, Steck Chelsea C611, shown by Abby Bratcher, Elizabeth, Indiana. Third, entry 77, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fourth, entry 75, shown by Sheridan Fox, Kanawha, Iowa. Fifth, entry 68, shown by Jacob Scheffler, Fortville, Indiana. Sixth, entry 70, shown by James Johnson, Nyack, Illinois. Placings from that class are first, fifth, entry 69 was out, and it was 6, 2, 4. Entry 76 was out, and 77 was third. In the ring now is Class 9 Shorthorn early spring heifer calves. Now comments from our judge in our Red Angus show from Kyle Collier.
We just turned up the heat in a serious way over here, and cruising along there, placing these classes. And if you happen to draw this class, you're unlucky, because this is one heck of a set of heifers. And I mean this in every sense of the word. This is probably the toughest class of cattle I've ever placed, because these things are good. I mean, that last place heifer is good. These things are nice. There's a lot of differences in here, and I guarantee you this thing could get placed so many different ways and I would agree with you. I can see these heifers down in 4, 5, and 6 being your favorites, and I wouldn't disagree. I'm not sure that you'd get it right either. I don't know that anybody's going to just nail this class and get it right, but I'll tell you what I saw in the two heifers that end up in the top end of this class. A lot of times you go throughout the day and you have to live with one that has this or have to live with one that has that. When this heifer that wins this class hit the ring, I liked her a lot, and I like her freshness. I like the look that she gives me. I like her correctness of top. I like the length that she has from her hooks to her pins, and just her overall freshness and the way that she puts everything together. Both these heifers, to me, are the freshest ones, and they've just got the most to them by nature that I see in this class. Now, of these two, when you're comparing them, there's very little difference in terms of their freshness and their condition and their overall muscle shape. The only difference that I saw in this is when we watch these cattle come at us, and this is getting awful nitpicky, this heifer here just maintains a truer stride as she comes at me. I like that about her. The heifer in second here today wants to get just a touch pigeon-toed as she comes at me, and that's just a subtle little difference in these two. And I hate to get nitpicky, but at this stage of the game, that's kind of what you have to do with these two heifers. But I like the correctness of condition that these two are in. They're heifers that got a lot of shape to them by nature, and I like that a tremendous amount. That's what probably gets these next 2 or 3 heifers into some trouble for me. Today they're just a little too ready, a little too overdone here. This is a really nice female. I love the head and the neck that this heifer has. I like the way that neck sets up on the top side of this heifer's shoulder. She wants to get a little too stiff for me. As I watch her go away from me, she's not as flexible as the two just ahead of her. But talk about a heifer that's got a lot of power and dimension and a really nice look. Here's a good looking heifer that comes next too, and one that's real correct in her lines, and I like that about her. I like her underline line. I like her top side. She moves. She keeps her skeleton all in place, and I really like that about her. This is a heifer to me, again, maybe a little too much condition on her, and as I read her at the ground, I don't see quite as much natural shape in that one as I do the cattle just above her. Here's a unique individual. This is one of the most unique heifers that you're going to find. And if you like this one to win the class, I'm not going to argue with you. Is she my kind? In ways, yes, because I love this bone. I love this foot. I just wish that she was a bit more feminine, and I'd like to trim her down just a touch in her condition if I could as well. She wants to come at me a touch wide and just gives me a look like that, and she wants to run downhill a little bit. But that's a good kind of heifer, and she's unique for this breed for sure, and I like that a tremendous amount. Two real good cow prospects coming here next, and these are heifers that I could see on down the line out in the pasture. These are cows right here. These are heifers that are very sound in their makeup. They just run into a really tough class of heifers that are have a little more balance and eye appeal. Here's a good looking little heifer right here. You know, she just doesn't have enough to her. There's just not enough cattle there today to compete any higher. Both those heifers are a lot alike in my eyes, but they're just not stout enough here today. And like I said, here's a heifer that's the last place in this class, and when you get her out here by herself, there's not much wrong with her. A heifer that's got some depth of rib and body. She just runs into some balance issues in a really tough class. But if you want to say that the Red Angus show wasn't tough, I'd like you to come back and evaluate those heifers again, because you could place those a number of ways in a really good class.
Thank you, Kyle. Placings in Class 18, Red Angus March Yearling Heifers. First goes to entry 184. WCR CETA 5098C, shown by Lind TLC Livestock Services, J6 Ranch in Nebraska, Blair's Ag Cattle Company in Saskatchewan, and JC Ranch in Arkansas. Second goes to entry 191, WEBR Worth It 560, shown by Dylan Enyart. Third, entry 187, shown by MC Livestock. Fourth, entry 192, shown by Zender Cattle. Fifth, entry 189, shown by Cowtrax Ranch. Sixth, entry 181, shown by Three Aces Cattle Company. Seventh, entry 183, shown by Annie Meyer. Eighth, entry 185, shown by McMurphy Farms. Ninth, entry 182, shown by Cooper Harris Rogers. And 10th, entry 194, shown by Kip Wallace. Placings in this class were 6, 9, 7, 1, 8, 3, 5, 2, 4, and 10. Now comments in our Shorthorn ring from our judge, Mr. Jeff Bedwell.
Well, just 4 days separate the age on these heifer calves, and boy, there's not much that separates them other than a few days of age. A really good set, but I think one that sets a nice tempo for the remainder of the class to measure up to with regards to soundness and dimensionality. A good fluid-moving female that's got the kind of length of body and spring and shape to her rib that I really like to see. Flexible on both ends and has a nice maternal look to her because of those things. I think a nice place to get a class winner out of in this heifer. The next two become a bit of the pair for me in 2 and 3. I read the second heifer to be a notch leaner and just a little more honest in her composition because of that. As you study her through the bottom third of her body, I don't think she's quite as far along, and certainly as we look back to her top and tail head, we don't see quite as much conditioning. And then as we evaluate these two as they travel out of the ring, I think some of that enables a little freer momentum and movement out of the heifer in second than we find in the third heifer. She certainly isn't as thoughtful about where she places her feet as that heifer in third. Heifer in third's the bigger hipped and more muscular of the two, but certainly thinks about where she places her feet a bit more, a little shorter in that stride. Heifer that comes next, as well as the heifer that ends, give up a lot of performance in terms of WDA. That heifer that ends, or that's fourth there in class, gets there because she's more correct than the heifer that rounds out our group and is, well, a little more stout in terms of bone work and foot size. A nice strong top female that rounds out this group. We just need to see a little more athletic kind of a design to her skeleton. Congratulations again to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 9, early spring heifer calves in our Shorthorn division is entry 79. Soul Bose Reward 6325D, shown by Carly Berkheimer, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Second, entry 88, CFV8 Mona Lisa Reward 660, shown by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. Third, entry 86, CF Dream Lady 663AV, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Fourth, entry 83, Jace, shown by Sarah Fry, entry 83 is shown by Jeepetta Cattle Company, Chickasha, Oklahoma. And fifth, entry 80, shown by Charlotte Jaeger, Piasaw, Illinois. Placings in this class were entry 78 was out, then 1 and 5, entry 82 is out, entry 83 was fourth, entry 84 was out, then 3, 2, and entry 89 was also a scratch. Entering the ring now is Class 10 Shorthorn Early Spring Heifer Calves, Class 10.
Go ahead and open one up, make sure it looks like it. Or is there a blue?
Steve.
Again, another really good class. This one is a little more placeable for me. When you get into the nuts and bolts of the deal, this heifer that wins this class just does so from a freshness standpoint. She's correct in her lines. She's good in her chest. She's laid in good at her shoulder. I love the correctness that this heifer travels with around the ring. She's a heifer that stays inside herself and tracks really true. If you're placing these cattle on the move, I think you got to use this heifer to win. At the same point in time, she's the freshest in terms of her condition. If you give this heifer a touch more bone and a tail, she'd be awful hard to beat anywhere. I think really nice female. But like I say, there's some heifers behind her that maybe have a touch more bone, like this one that's coming here in second. This female that comes in here in second did so again. I think she's just the second best traveling female in here. I like her bone. I like her foot size in relationship to the heifer just behind her. This is a really complete one. She just needs to be trimmed up just a hair and hardened up in terms of her condition. I'd like her just a touch better. Here's a heifer that is a little trimmer in terms of her condition, and one that I really like, honestly, from the standstill. And when you just glance at her at first, this is a heifer that's very, very nice. As I look at this one and I get right down to it, she's a heifer that's a little bit more unsound to me on her feet. This heifer wants to kind of travel on the outside of her toes and rolls out just a little bit. Her outside toes are just a touch short, and she wants to roll out just a hair. That's why she's there, to be honest with you, because I like the build, I like the makeup of that heifer. She's very nice. And then we come with a heifer here next, and again, I think these top four for me just got placed on the move. This is a heifer standing still. I like a tremendous amount. As I watch her go away from me, she just wants to travel outside of her skeleton, gets a hair wide for me here today, but a really nice heifer on the standstill that's got a lot of muscle and power. Then we come with a heifer next. It's a good moving one. She's long. She's just a heifer that gets a little too narrow base for me here today. As we come on down the line and look at this heifer, this next one's got some balance and femininity. I love the front end. I like the way this one's neck sets up on the top side of her shoulder. She just runs into some balance issues for me today. I'd like to fix her on her hind leg just a touch if I could. She's one that kind of has that permanent set to her hind leg. Doesn't really like to pick them up and flex them. Real well presented heifer that comes next, and one that's certainly striking and eye-catching from the side. I really like the way that this heifer comes to us in terms of presentation. I just wish this heifer had a little more to her for me. She just wants to get a little too flat and a little too plain as I view her from the side. Then we have a heifer that maybe has a little bit more muscularity, that runs into some balance issues. Same goes for the heifer that completes the class. I'd just like to see a little more structure underneath that heifer, touch more body and a touch more bone if I could.
On our Shorthorn side, working our way through these spring heifer calves, and again, I think we've got one that sets a nice standard for the rest of them to kind of measure up against, and then we've got a lot of parts to work with. And I made a comment yesterday as I was judging junior red Angus. If we look at this deal as a toolbox, and you think about finding a job that you want to do, and you're going to go after that tool chest and find the right tool that's going to do it the most efficiently for you and get the job done in the best fashion, I think that's kind of the way this class works for me. Because to me, you've got one that in this class winner offers some performance in weight per day of age. She offers a maternal look, and she offers a flexible skeleton. And I think she does that with a great deal of balance and a great deal of presence of femininity and a maternal look that I think we need to strive for. And then I think we go to looking at the rest of that toolbox and we see what they have to offer. So if we study them at the ground where they're going to have the most contact with nature, this heifer probably is the soundest of the remaining group. Now, she gives up some performance to several of the heifers in the class, and certainly to our class winner. But you study that heifer in regards to her rib shape and her trimness through her lower third, I think she's a pretty nice heifer all her life. She's one that balances good from shoulder to hip. She's one that's uniform in her lines, and I think she presents herself in terms of her stride with the most flexion and authority, and I think that's the reason that she goes number 2. Here's a really neat heifer here, and as I study her as she stands and you look at her genetic profile, she's pretty unique. One one of the highest maternal indexing females we have in class, and she couples that with one that's got some bone and some structure and some stoutness to her feature, but still yet not coarse at all in terms of her femininity. She reads bold and prominent at the edge of her loin as you study her down her top. She wants to get a little into herself in terms of base width as she follows out the ring and gets a little narrow behind, wants to ease up just a little in her loin as she goes out and travels. So I'd like to fix her there just a notch, but I like her strength and I like her width and I like her shape. Heifer that comes next, I guess if you're going to line them up in terms of pattern and balance comparable to the class winner, you'd come get this girl to be second. This is the other deep-ribbed, big-bodied heifer that we have out here. Not quite the athlete we find in our class winner, nor the heifer that goes second. A little like the heifer that we just discussed. It gets a little closer to her hock behind, parks that tail head a little higher up in her pins than maybe I'd like for her to, gets a little shorter coupled, and we've mentioned that even about some class winners being just a tickle shorter bodied. This is another nice muscular heifer that comes next, and one that you could kind of line up with the heifers that says second and third. This heifer to me doesn't have quite the ability to reach out of her front end. We find that the heifer that beats her doesn't certainly have the forerib or the softness we find with that heifer that beats her in third, but sure enough, a pretty nice heifer. Heifer that comes next, as would be several of these heifers, just get a little bit plainer. I might come back and switch these at times, the white heifer and this roan heifer that come next. This female gets a little straight in her shoulder, and I get pretty critical of that of her at times, and she's one of the higher conditioned ones. She's a little more correct in her structure out her hip and her hind leg than the white heifer that just exited the ring. The white heifer's trimness gets her ahead of her, and her freedom of movement up through that front third of her skeleton. Here's another heifer that's a nice maternal looking female. It's got nice length to her muscle, really strong down her top line, and you certainly like the uniformity of her lines, just a little straighter on both ends of her skeleton, less proportional, a little bigger for her frame relative to the width we find for her thickness. A little more conservative made heifer that we've got coming next and gives up quite a lot of performance to the other heifers. Again, there are parts of the country this heifer fits nicely. She's a shapely heifer that gets progressively thicker out her hip and certainly has some body shape to her. Heifer on the profile that rounds out our group gives up some pattern to the rest of the cattle in the class, actually covers her track very nicely and can do so even over to the advantage of some of the other cattle. Just gives up some pattern, thickness, and some doability, I think, to some of those other cattle in this particular group. Congratulations again to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 10 is entry 115, CF Demi 650 SOL, shown by Jake Nickel, McPherson, Kansas. Second, entry 95, BONL Ruby Rose 606D, shown by Brady Tracy, Marome, Indiana. Third, entry 91, shown by Kate's Farms, Modoc, Indiana. Fourth, entry 96, shown by Xavier Ferris, Whiteland, Indiana. Fifth, entry 92, shown by Shady Brook Farm Limited, West Brome, Quebec, Canada. Sixth, entry 111, shown by Zach Fanning, Chestnut, Illinois. Seventh, entry 105, shown by Respite Farm Incorporated, Paris, Kentucky. Eighth, entry 101, shown by Ty Harden, Sibley, Illinois. Ninth, entry 108, shown by Addison Holstein, Plainville, Indiana. And 10th, entry 103, shown by Cody Hooks, Ashland City, Tennessee. Placings in this class were 3, 5, 2, 4, 8, 10, 7, 9, 6, and 1. We now will be selecting our early spring heifer calf champion and reserve calf champion. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need classes 13, 14, 15 to the makeup ring immediately. Classes junior heifer calves, classes 13, 14, and 15 to the makeup ring immediately.
Okay, so they've got lunches back there. Yes, it looks like we've got enough.
To get you caught back up on our Red Angus ring, results from Class 19A. First goes to entry 195. Red 6 Mile Miss Cresta 250C, shown by Kelsey Stimston. Second, entry 203. 1EN Endorse C58, shown by Nelson Red Angus. Third, entry 214, shown by Bryce Zepp. Fourth, entry 197, shown by Autumn Hellerud. Fifth, entry 196, shown by McMurphy Farms. Sixth, entry 202, shown by Lind TLC Livestock Services. Seventh, entry 200, shown by Regan Riggin Stewart, 8th entry 198, shown by Reba Prather, and 9th entry 199, shown by Keaton Walters. Placings in this class were 1, 5, 3, 4, 8, 9, 7, 6, and 2. In our Red Angus ring now is Class 19B, February yearling heifers. Class 19B is in the ring.
Heifer that wins this class just does so from a maternal standpoint. I like the head and the neck on this female. And again, when it comes right down to it and you ask yourself which one of these heifers would you take home of this group, this is her for me. I realize maybe there's some other heifers that are maybe a little more prototypical show heifers in this class for sure, but I like the femininity, the maternal aspects of this heifer. She looks like she's going to have a beautiful udder. I like the structure that she has in relationship to the heifers behind her. I like her foot size and the correctness that she has there as well. The next heifer coming up in line is one that I like to just fit with this other heifer. I see her as being the next one that I like the best up into her shoulder, her neck, and her head. And I realize that she comes with a few problems. If I was to change her a little bit, I'd like to see her have a little more shape to her. I'd like to see her travel away with a touch more base width. That's what you get in this heifer in 3. Now you talk about a soggy bodied one that's got a lot of depth of rib and volume. She's got everything going for her from her shoulders back in an extreme way. This is a heifer though that up in her head and her neck, I don't like the design and the maternal look that she gives in relationship to the two heifers that just left the ring. Then we come with another heifer here that kind of runs into the same issues. I saw this as being kind of a two-pair deal where 2 more maternal heifers and then 2 heifers that maybe have a bit more to them here. I like this heifer quite a lot. When I really study her out of her hip, she wants to drop her pins just a bit. And perhaps what gets her in the most trouble for me is her foot size. I'd like to change her inside front toes just a little bit if I could, and that'd maybe move her up a hair higher in the class. Nice maid heifer here that comes next, and you know, you might be saying, well, as far as front ends and maternal, this one here would fit your top 2 just a little bit better, and she does. But she runs into some trouble for me in terms of balance, and then when I put her on the move, I don't like her watch her walk away from me quite as much. She wants to hawk in. She's a little coarser in her underline and teat structure as well, and that's why she's there. pretty good looking one here that's going to come next, and you like her balance and her overall eye appeal. I'd just like to see more cattle there if I could today. She just gives up some weight per day of age, quite a bit of performance there. Get a little bit more performance in this next heifer coming up, and she's a good looking one. Just a heifer that I'd like to change up around her tail head if I could. She's a heifer that you want to read as being kind of green, but she's really not. If you look up in her top, she's got plenty of condition on her. I'd just like to change the way that heifer's made a touch if I could around her hip and tail head. Then we come with the heifer here next, a couple of females that just don't have quite the balance and overall look that we see in the cattle just above them. I like the smoothness of that heifer that's going away. What places her down here is just structure. Same way with this female that completes the class. I'd like to just change her in the way that she goes off her hind two if I could.
Real quickly on our Shorthorn side, and we'll keep our comments relatively brief for this group. I think a guy could sure dig himself a hole if you go to talking a whole lot about this great set of calves. This is always a great division to watch in our breed. These spring heifer calves are always a great group. It's a big time in terms of a lot of numbers being born in our breed as others. Just a great set of cattle, and a lot of people put a lot of effort into generating cattle at this age, so you know the good ones are going to shake out here. So if you agree or disagree, and there's probably more disagreement with me than there would be agreement, and that's okay, but I tell you, I think pretty strongly that I've identified out of each of these classes some heifers that are modern with regard to their build and their flexibility, and I think mostly complemented by some numbers that kind of give them some value additional to just looking the part. And I think it is important to use all the tools we have in that toolbox, including that. You know, these heifers, as we started with our first class and saw the dimensionality in her and kept coming through those divisions, those heifers that surfaced were those females that were flexible on both ends, that have some substance and some cavity to that center rib, some heifers that also have the flexibility and the length of muscle and the spread to their top that gives them the doability to be good cows. And I would sure think that there's some nice ones in here. We've seen some good heifers go back that, given the right management and the right set of circumstances, they'll give them a run for their money, but they're maybe not quite there today. And I think we've recognized, or I feel pretty strongly, again, recognizing those that are kind of in the mix today for this particular division. Again, if you would, congratulate our heifers and our exhibitors with a nice round of applause as we make a champion and reserve selection here.
Selected as your early spring heifer calf champion is entry 48. Sol Max Rosa Knight 661. ET shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa.
79.
And your reserve champion in this division is entry 79. Entry 79 is Sol Bowes Reward 6325. Shown by Carly Berkheimer, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Congratulations to both Sarah and to Carly. Entering the ring now is Class 13 Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves. Class 13 Junior Heifer Calves. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need classes 14, 15, and 16. To the makeup ring, please. Shorthorn exhibitors, we need classes 14, 15, and 16 to the makeup ring. To get caught back up in our Red Angus ring, results from Class 19B. Winning Class 19B is entry 208. L83 Calamity Jane 6C, shown by Ed Spencer. Second, entry 204, Red Rainbow Lark 17C, shown by Renee Locke. Third, entry 207, shown by Luke Pladston. Fourth, entry 213, shown by Kip Wallace. Fifth, entry 212, shown by Jacob Shutter. Sixth, entry 206, shown by Cassie Jones. Seventh, entry 205, shown by Justin Slaybaugh. Eighth, entry 209, shown by Madison Adams. And ninth, entry 210, shown by Peyton Nagel. Placings in this class were 2, 7, 6, 3, 1, 8, 9, 5, and 4. In our Red Angus ring now is Class 20, January yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion junior and reserve junior female.
Nice group in this first set of Februarys we get to work through, and a nice female to begin this class with. I think she combines some performance and correctness with a little more dimension in terms of foot size, a little more structure in that heifer in terms of skeletal dimension. Just a female that I think does a nice job combining the things that some of these other females do individually with separate traits, but she does more of them more uniformly. Red heifer that comes next, I think really is a striking female, beautifully presented. presented when we see her out here, a little more restricted in her movement, just not quite as comfortable reaching off that hind leg. She gets quite a bit of flex down at the ground in her pastern, and I mentioned earlier in another show that we judged here in the week, I'm not necessarily buying into a lot of softness in that pastern. I think they still need to have good heel depth, and the flex needs to be at the hock. That's really where we get the longevity from hind leg and the right kind of shape and flexion support from their hip. The heifer that comes next is a heifer that really has tremendous body and performance, a lot like our class winner in that regard. She's not as comfortable out of her front end and probably has a little bit of the same issue, but sets up on her pastern better, and I give that to her as an advantage over the heifer that beats her, but still yet just a little tighter in that hock and not flexing and reaching as comfortably as the heifer needs to. Here's a heifer that's a little problematic for me, and I can put her as high as second, but I'm giving her quite a benefit of the doubt in regards to having enough to her. She's pretty green and a little ultra lean out here in this particular group, and I understand and appreciate kind of managing cattle in that way, but she reads just a little narrower at the top of her blade as she comes into her top. She gets just a little narrow underneath for me, so I'm a little bit concerned we just aren't going to get there with that heifer, but if she does, she's a dandy, and she'll give those heifers above her a big run for their money. She moves better and she's sounder. Heifer that comes next just gives up a little bit of freedom and mobility to those heifers above. Big topped heifer that's got some shape to her rib, not quite the pattern that we find in maybe the heifers above her in class as well. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jeff. Now comments in our Red Angus ring from our judge, Kyle Collier.
Well, this is a tough class. It's sort of tough to piece together on the top end, and I didn't find exactly what I was looking for in this class. However, there's a lot of quality in these top 3 or 4 heifers, and this becomes a scenario where you'd like to put them all together, and I think you'd have a real nice one. This one that comes to the top for me just does so because she has the least amount of fault. She's got some depth of rib, she's got some muscle. Structurally, she's nice. The heifer that I want to use is the heifer in second, and this is one that I just kept looking and looking and looking at her to decide, is there enough to her? And I decided there's not. This is a heifer that's just a little frailer in her bone work, and when I get right behind this one, I just don't see enough natural shape to run her to the top. And I realize that this heifer is very, very green in terms of her condition, and I like that about her. To tell you the truth, she may have better days still left ahead of her if you put a little bit more on that one. Problem with it is, for me today, I just don't see enough natural shape in that one from behind to run her up any higher. You get a little bit more shape, you get a little bit more bone in this one that's going to come next. However, you're going to sacrifice quite a bit of look if you want to use this one up above that one. And so I like the extra balance and look that the heifer in second gives me, and go ahead and place those top 3 that way. This is a nice made heifer actually that's coming in here next, and one that's real medium in terms of her framework. I like her depth of rib and body. She's probably got the most condition on her in the top 4, and the reason that she ended up being 4th today is just the way that she travels. I'd like to free her up on her hind end just a little bit and give her a little more flexibility. Here's a big stout cow that's coming next, and one that's got a lot of bone and foot size. She's one that I'd like to give a little bit more balance and correct her if I could, and she's just getting a little coarse in her underline and coarse in her udder structure for me here today. Then we come with a heifer that's got some balance and some look, potentially more balance than the heifer that just left the ring. She's one that just gets into trouble, just a little too short coupled for me here today to place any higher. Same goes for this heifer. Here's a real smooth made one that you can call maybe problem free, but to me she just doesn't have enough to her. This is a heifer that's got plenty of condition. She just doesn't have not enough cattle there. I'd like to stretch her out if I could. Actually, you'll get some more length in this one that completes the class versus the one that just left. The differences here to me are, this is a heifer that's starting to get some bones around her tailhead, just throws her off in terms of her balance. She does have some bone and some foot though, and I do like that about her.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in class 20, January junior yearling females is entry 215, SLGN Persuasion's Cookie 505, shown by Solution Genetics. Second, entry 219, VF Prime C315 0140, shown by VF Red Angus. Third, entry 217, shown by Lind Hans. Fourth, entry 220, shown by Emma Kate Foster. Fifth, entry 218, shown by Bow Creek Farm and Cattle Company. Sixth, entry 222, shown by Samuel Souter. Seventh, entry 221, shown by Jacob Presnell, and 8th is entry 216, shown by Jacob Shutter. Placings in this class were 1, 8, 3, 5, 2, 4, 7, and 6. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior yearling female in our Red Angus show, in our national Red Angus show. Going back into our Shorthorn ring, getting you caught back up on results from Class 13, junior heifer calves. First went to entry 121. AF Mirage 1604, shown by Tyler Alden, Hamilton, Missouri. Second, entry 124. CFJBC Caroline 645 HC, shown by Cole Wisman, Illinois City, Illinois. Third, entry 127, shown by Sarah Fry, Roachdale, Indiana. Fourth, entry 123, shown by Anna Parnell, Stanton, Alabama. And fifth, entry 133, shown by Dustin Pitcock, Athens, Tennessee. Placings in that Shorthorn class were 1, 4, 2, 3. Entry 130 was out, and entry 133 was fifth. In the ring now, Class 14 Shorthorn Junior Heifer Calves. Class 14 is in the ring. Shorthorn exhibitors, I need classes 15, 16, and 17 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 15, 16, and 17 to the makeup ring, please. Attention Red Angus exhibitors, we need classes 24 and 5. 2-year-old females with a calf and mature cow calves. We need you to the makeup ring immediately. This is going to fly after this division, so let's get those mature cows up to the ring. Thank you.
Well, this has been a tough division and a lot of really good cattle in here that we had to sort through. And when it comes right down to it for me, This division was just tough. It was all the way through. And I remember this second class in this division, like we talked about before. That was probably the toughest class of cattle that I've ever seen, that I've had to place anyway. And that just goes to show you the depth and quality that we were able to work through here. As you get these cattle back out here and look at them and evaluate these cattle, for me, there's two heifers that come to the top in this division. And I'm talking about the heifer that's directly in front of me here and the heifer just behind her. And there's differences in these cattle. And I think that depending on which angle you look at these cattle is how you're going to place them. And when you look at this female here that won that second class, and like I said before, she came out of a really, really tough division of cattle. And the heifer that was second in class to her was extremely good as well. And I still like that one too. So when it comes right down to it and you're evaluating these two cattle, I like them both. I like the freshness. I like the condition that they're in. I like the way that this heifer has her lower rib and her rib shape that she has. I like her levelness. If she stands there for a while, you can see her get a little lazy in her top, but then when you put her back on the move, she picks it right back up and goes, and I like that about her. Structurally, I like her very well. I like her foot size. I like her added bone that she has in relationship to the heifer just behind her. Now, the heifer behind her, if you want, I really, truly read this heifer as having more muscle by nature to her. Up in her top, and as I study her right behind her shoulders and back into her hip, you know, this heifer is funny because what you see is what you get with this one. She doesn't have a lot of extra hair. She doesn't have a tail. This is her. And I can see this heifer on down the line. This one's awful fault-free. She's really good, and she comes to you in about as natural of way as you could possibly put one, and then honestly comes to you very fault-free. Like I said before, when you compare the two, I can see a touch more bone, a touch more foot in this one. I can see a touch more natural shape in this one. I prefer the head and the neck on this one just a hair better. I prefer this one's down low in her chest just a little better than I do this heifer just in front of her. So it's a give and take deal. And when it comes right down to it, the one that I like to win this division is this heifer right here. She'll win this division today. And I do want to see the second in this class because I remember that being a really tough class. We're going to look at them and we're going to decide which one to make reserve.
Real quickly over on the Shorthorn side, as he makes that decision on reserve over there, we're going to talk about an incredibly powerful set of heifers that offer a lot to our breed as it looks to me. I don't know what they are in terms of pedigree, but you can see by their numbers that they offer some strength there. And you get back, and then the phenotype and skeletal integrity of these cattle are incredibly, incredibly good. A lot of basics taken care of, and then just special with regards to how they blend their parts and all the pieces that come with an animal like this to give them some doability, some femininity, and a maternal look. Class winner sets a really fast tempo with these heifers in this class. This female is massive through the center of her body, still yet maintains a great proportion to her with regards to her length of muscle, her feminine design to her front third, and the way that she ties. And she's not problem-free in that regard, rolls plenty of shoulder up there on top, but her neck rests comfortably at the top of that shoulder. It blends uniformly into a big sweeping rib. Awfully hard to turn one as dimensional as that with that kind of look and balance around. This heifer that I come second is one that I just love from a pattern and conditioning standpoint. She's going to challenge her really, really hard as she continues even through this spring because she's been managed very, very well. She's trimmer in her lower body. She is uniquely, for the amount of body that she has, trimmer through the top of her shoulder, and the way that her neck ties into the top of that shoulder, she still sweeps and opens with a tremendous amount of top shape and flexibility on both ends of her skeleton. That heifer calf has got lots of good days ahead of her. Here's the greenest one in the group, and I'll tell you, you start at the ground and there is no doubt she is a favorite of mine with regards to her foot size and shape. She's got as much true skeletal width and compositional integrity of any of the heifers we've got out here. That heifer spreads as big a top line as any as you study her from shoulder to hip. She has as good a dimension through the center of her body. She doesn't sweep all that lower belly. Maybe that waist in their lower third isn't necessary, and if you think so, that that heifer would be a favorite of yours. That heifer really does a nice job giving herself an opportunity to be a great cow. The heifer that she beats in fourth is a super female as well, a tremendously long-bodied, shapely heifer, has upper rib shape that you really admire and appreciate, gets a little more up in her tail head as she travels, wants to get just down in her shoulder. Her neck comes a little lower out of her shoulder. She becomes a little rougher at the top of that shoulder as she gets out and works that blade. Heifer that comes next is just drawn into four pretty scorpion types, I think. This heifer from a distance has got to be impressive in terms of her dimensionality and her width from shoulder to hip. She progressively thickens to her hip with the most dimension of any female we've got in this group. She gets a little less flexible off both ends of her skeleton, wants to hesitate a bit, and doesn't maybe have quite that shape or dimension to her lower rib we'd maybe like to see. Again, a really nice female that rounds out our group, one that balances pretty good from the side, just gets into an awful hornet's nest here in terms of performing females that have just a little more look and a little more of a fancy appearance to them than what she's got. Congratulations again to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. Selected as our champion junior Red Angus female is entry 184, WCR CETA 1598C, shown by Lind TLC Livestock Services, J6 Farm in Nebraska, Blair's Ag Cattle Company in Saskatchewan, and JC Ranch in Arkansas. Our reserve junior champion female is entry 195, Red 6 Mile Miss Cresta 250C, shown by Kelsey Stimson. Congratulations to both these firms. In our Red Angus show right now, we're in class 23 senior yearling females. Results from Shorthorn class 14. First went to entry 143, Soul Red Knight Rose 6452, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second entry 141, CF Dream Lady 635 RB, shown by Cornerstone Farms, Winchester, Indiana. Third entry 138, shown by Braden Hahn, Minonk, Illinois. Fourth entry 139, shown by Bailey Seacrest, Farina, Illinois. Fifth entry 140, shown by Jaden Compton, Tipton, Iowa. And sixth is entry 126, shown by Kyle Scheffler, Fortville, Indiana. Placings in this class were 3, 4, 5, 2, 6, and 1. In our Shorthorn ring now is class 15, junior heifer calves. Class 15 is in the ring. Shorthorn exhibitors, I need classes 16 and 17 to the makeup ring immediately. Kyle?
We got a nice one to win this class, a heifer that does a good job at combining muscle and balance and structure, heifer that's shaped extremely well. I like the way she comes up behind her shoulders, has some shape out of her hip. At the same point in time, this heifer's got a lot of bone and power underneath. I like her foot size and extra bone that she gives you. The heifer here in second just runs into one that's just got more power here today and more look. This heifer does have some dimension to her as well. She's one that when you study her, she's got some shape up over her top. She's just a heifer, again, to me, that just doesn't have the balance and look that we find in our class winner.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in class 23, Red Angus senior yearling females is entry 228, KJHT Hot Mess, shown by Hannah Taylor. And second is entry 226, AGFS Miss Major Lightning, shown by Hickory Hills Red Angus. Coming into the ring now is class 24. Class 24 are 2-year-old females with calf at side. We have one entry. Red Angus exhibitors, we have one class following this, and we move into our senior championship and then our grand and reserve grand female. Would you please bring all of your division winners and reserves back to the makeup ring? All Red Angus division winners and reserves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you. We will be selecting our national champion Red Angus female shortly. Once again, Red Angus exhibitors, We will be, after our female show's over, we will be showing open bulls, then our junior bred and owned bulls, and then our group classes.
This is a nice feminine fronted, well-made cow here. It's really good in terms of her structure. I love her over her top line, her long level hip that she has. She just paints a real nice picture for you here. Neck sets up on the top side of that shoulder. Just a real good looking cow. I like that a lot. This is a really nice calf. I like this little heifer a tremendous amount. She's added some bone and some power. You talk about one that's got some look, and I really think a big future in this little heifer calf right here.
Selected as our class winner in class 24 is entry 231 ORAR Topeka RB25, shown by TC Reds. And for our final class of the day is class 25. Coming into our ring right now in our National Red Angus Show is class 25 mature cow-calf pairs. We have 4 entries.
Again, I think a female we can find in this group that offers a lot of balance and a lot of completeness with regards to the positive things she offers, and resting at the ground the most comfortably and taking a nice stride off either end of that skeleton would rank among those things that I think are her better attributes. A bigger volumed heifer than maybe the 2 heifers behind her further along, and I'll admit we've got more conditioning here than we find with the 2 that immediately follow her. I really like the second heifer. I think she's actually probably bigger featured in terms of bone work. I think a female that as we study her and she gets out and travels wants to at times get just a little more tight up in that hip, and her hock doesn't flex quite as good as what we find with our class winner. If you want to find one that's big and open behind their blade and has extra contour and shape to that upper rib, certainly this girl's going to give you that look. Toes out a little bit from time to time up front, but her volume and her dimensionality and that thickness gets us to a place where we can find her a second spot in this particular lineup. Heifer that comes next is a little like our third heifer in the last class. She's ultra green in this group, a female that I think still has plenty of natural depth to her rib. She's not unlike that heifer that was third in the class previous in regard to the strength in terms of foot size and bone work. She has pretty flexible on either end. I'm not sure I read quite as much true width or width of base with this heifer as I did the third heifer in the class previous, but I still think she rivals the 2 heifers that we've got in this class with regards to her balance. This heifer is a little unique. If you study the first glance at this heifer, you think, well, there's one that's awfully bold and expressive. She's got the roundest shape to her muscle. Let's study her numbers and see what she tells us. You know, there's the highest maternal indexing female we have in our group with the highest milk. So potentially there's a lot of value with her in terms of the muscularity that she offers, and also giving us a shot at some number evaluation there that gives her a bit of an advantage. Oftentimes we call her terminal. Boy, I'd be afraid to do that with that kind of number support. Heifer that comes next gets a little coarse in her reed for me, and I like the softness and the looseness of makeup of that heifer, but as I get to studying that shoulder blade laid and how it's working up there today. Young lady's having a little trouble keeping her head cranked up, and that's a little bit of that soft nature in that heifer, and that's great, but it is a little bit to her disadvantage in that she opens a bit to her shoulder and gets a little coarser up through the top of her front end. Heifer that comes next is a nice alert fronted female, a little shallower bodied, but a muscular heifer, not unlike we found in the heifer that's number 4, but not quite to that extent. A female that just gets a little tighter at her hip and not quite as flexible to the ground as we'd like to have her. And again, a heifer that gives up a little WDA to the heifers up at the line in front of her. Certainly a heifer that's got some angularity and femininity and some length to her hip. I think as she matures, she develops into a pretty nice cow, but she's a distance from that at this point, and certainly got some contemporaries in this group that nudge her out pretty soundly. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors. How about we give these guys a round of applause again? Let's wake you up a little bit. This has been a good show.
Thank you, Jeff. Now comments in our mature cow-calf division over here in our Red Angus show from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
Over here we got a class of cow-calf pairs, and I'm just going to go with the cow that see the calves. When you judge the calves, this heifer calf's just so much stouter than anything in the rest of the class. I really like the way she looks. I like the extra bone that she has in terms of just overall stoutness and the way that these two cattle are constructed. I'll be the first one to admit I'd like to change the udder structure on this cow just a hair and spread her teats out just a little bit if I could. But as you compare her to the heifer, the cow that's here in second, I just see so much more ability to transmit more stoutness to her offspring, and you can see that in these two pairs. I do like the udder structure and a little shorter teat that you find in this heifer in second, and a really feminine made sort of female. She's one that's a little greener in terms of her condition here, and I just don't see quite as much ability to transmit power like I do in the first place pair here today. But I think a really nice pair of cattle that are she's a very feminine cow and a real nice calf. When it comes right down to it in this particular class, the calves placed it for me, and I realize that there's some differences in ages with these calves for sure, but I just see some cattle up on the top end of that class that are able to transmit some more power to their offspring. The heifer that completes the class, I really do like the udder structure that she has, just unfortunately runs into some cattle with a little more power here today.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in our mature cow-calf division in our National Red Angus show is entry 232, WRMS Holly 3042, shown by Ben Spencer. Second, entry 235, A1 Firefly 3023, shown by Ty Montgomery. Third, entry 236, shown by Hickory Hills Red Angus. And fourth, entry 234, shown by Mackenzie Walters. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion senior female in our National Red Angus show, followed by the selection of our grand and reserve grand champion female. Let's bring those senior champions in, please. On our Shorthorn side of our National Shorthorn show, placings in Class 15, Junior Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 153. CF Dream Lady 626 AV, shown by Paige Wickard, Wilkinson, Indiana. Second, entry 146. Berg's Cherry Picture PE, showed by Peyton Hitchings, Tipton, Indiana. Third, entry 148, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. Fourth, entry 150, shown by Shady Brook Farm Limited, West Brome, Quebec, Canada. Fifth, entry 149, shown by Fulton Kennedy, Seaman, Ohio. Sixth, entry 152, shown by Gavin Moore, Castalia, Ohio. And seventh is entry 155, shown by Jacqueline Marco, Sandwich, Illinois. Placings in that Shorthorn class were 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 1, and 7. In our Shorthorn ring now is Class 16 Junior Heifer Calves.
In this final division, you run into some questions and some decisions you have to make because these cattle are at different stages of their life and different stages of the game, and there's a lot of age difference in these cattle too. So when it comes right down to it and you're sorting things, and like I said before in class, this heifer here is stout. I mean, this one's got some power and dimension to her. Yeah, young lady said she's going to calve in January, and I have no reason to believe that wouldn't be true as far as looking at her and where she is right now. I sure enough would buy that. This heifer's getting pretty far along in calf. I really like the added shape that this one has, and she's unique in that regard, up over her hip, and just the added shape that she has down low. She's a real nice animal. This pair that won that next class, here's a good one. They're a good pair, nice cow. She's already doing it, so kind of, you know, the guesswork sort of out of it. You know what kind of udder she has. You know she has a nice calf. And again, you know, when you're seeing these cattle, who knows what this heifer would look like if she was melted down with a calf on her. Maybe she wouldn't be as shapy, because this cow right here does have quite a bit of shape to her. However, when it comes right down to it for me, I really like this female that's standing in front of me, and I'm going to roll the dice and take a chance on this one, laying down and having a real nice calf too when it's all said and done. I like her to win this division, and you guys will be reserved. Congratulations.
Hey, Jeff, can you hold on just a second? Let me announce this. Thank you. Selected as your senior champion Red Angus female is entry 228, KJHT Hot Mess, shown by Hannah Taylor. And your reserve senior champion female is entry 231, ORAR Topeka RB25, shown by TC Reds. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion, National Red Angus female. Now Jeff Bedwell in our Shorthorn class.
So still working through some of these February heifer calves, and I guess we've got one here that in 1 and 3, both those two heifers could be just a nickel trimmer for me, but I think still as we evaluate what we're working with out here in terms of integrity at the ground, dimensionality, a little more substance, this heifer sure surfaces to me as one that offers a lot of those things. And still yet, as we see her stand there, one that blends pretty nicely at the top of her neck and shoulder, again beginning to get a little more looseness to her lower third and middle that I think might attribute to extra conditioning and not so much natural composition. Heifer that I really like in terms of her flexibility and freshness is number 2. This heifer gets a little flatter in her jaw and maybe a little narrower through the floor of her chest. I don't see quite the natural shape to her width in terms of hip that I find in either our class winner or the heifer that even stands behind her, but an awfully good heifer that gives us a nice silhouette. She complements that with good outward turn and shape to her forerib. I think good flexibility that keeps her in the top end, and that flexibility is what allows her to get ahead of a heifer that I think probably outdimensions her with regards to width at the ground, probably width to the center of her body and top. We would certainly like to see this heifer go just a little more athletically. I think toning her down just a notch in terms of conditioning improves that, and I'm certainly going to give her the benefit of the doubt in that regard. Heifer that comes next is similar to our heifer in second, and if you see those two heifers and you're wondering why we split those, I think you do that in regards to the fact that this heifer is not only needing a little more width of base, but she also probably needs some more flexibility relative to what we find in the two heifers that are above her in second and third. This heifer, however, does bring a nice bit of shape to the upper rib and top. The upper width that she shows us at her hip is exceptionally good. Again, we've got a heifer that's not unlike a heifer we saw earlier in class, in another class, a little more open through the top of her shoulder, just a looser made heifer up through her front end. I like that looseness though. It gives us some flexibility, it gives us a maternal look, but as we put her into some cattle that have got a little more fancy to their front third, a little more trimness, perhaps it gets ahead of her and maybe works to her disadvantage. Our roan heifer that comes next gets into this position because, again, she needs to be just a little more flexible or pliable on either end. She gets just a little bit narrower as we look at her down to the floor of her chest. A big topped heifer that's got some muscularity and some shape in that regard. Her comfort level and the width at her hip get her ahead of the heifer that we conclude with. A really attractive female that comes next that's up through the top of her front end very, very well. A neat made heifer that's probably as correctly conditioned as any of those heifers in class. I get a little critical of the way that she comes out of her hip and on her hind leg. We'd like to flex her and give her more mobility in that regard. Excellent set of heifers. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. As our Red Angus judge is evaluating our females for our National Red Angus Champion Female, placings in our Class 16 Junior Heifer Calves in our Shorthorn ring. First goes to entry 166. Soul Miss 6073D, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, entry 162, Boy Cumberland Q605, shown by Brandy Painter, Hebron, Ohio. Third, entry 167, shown by Brian and Sally Caverly, Clinton, Maine. Fourth, entry 164, shown by Alan Mingus and family, Cedar Grove, Indiana. Fifth, entry 165, shown by Cole Spencer, Jerseyville, Illinois. Sixth, entry 161, shown by Haley Jester, Moreland, Indiana. And seventh, entry 160, shown by Emily Dossie, Thurman, Ohio. Placings in that class were 7, 6, 2, 4, 5, 1, and 3. Entering our ring now in our Shorthorn National Shorthorn Show is Class 17, Junior Heifer Calves, Class 17. Junior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior and Reserve Junior Calf Champion.
As we come down to the end of the day and picking our champion heifer in here, if you guys would give these folks a round of applause, I think we've seen a really nice set of cattle here today. I realize this is your national show, and I realize that all the good ones are probably here, and some cattle are probably getting targeted for another show and whatnot, but as I see them here today and I sit here and look up and down this lineup, I'm really happy with the cattle that we have. And to be honest with you, as a judge, when you go into a show, you wonder what to expect and what you're going to get. And I will say one thing, that we saw a lot of quality all the way through this deal today. And I'll always remember that one class that we ended up having to place. And I did not know which heifer I was going to put last. And that's a compliment to you guys, because when you got 12 cattle out there and a judge is sitting there walking around the ring and doesn't know which one to put last, that's a good thing for you, trust me. So I think that this is a breed that's gained a lot of steam lately, and rightfully so. You guys got a lot going for you. These are structurally sound cattle. They're nice cattle in terms of what they can do for calving ease and different things that they can do in the industry. And then when you get them out here and you look at them, they can be show cattle too, and they can combine some things from a maternal aspect, and yet they're cattle that can have some look and cattle that you can go out and have fun showing too. So that's a really good thing. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, as breeders, I wish that I could have found some cattle today, honestly, that had a little bit more muscle shape in them. And I'm a Hereford breeder, and at one time we were that way too, and probably still are to a certain degree. So if I'm going to challenge you in any way, I think you got a lot of good things going on for you, but I would have liked to have used some cattle at times that had a little bit more shape to them. Unfortunately, they didn't have everything else to go along with them. And these cattle that are out here were the ones that were the most complete. They had enough to them to go ahead and win their classes. The other thing is I think we see a lot of differences in condition, and you can't necessarily feed it on all the time and get them to be shapy. Sometimes you just got to start with them that way. And these cattle out here I like in terms of their condition. You can see them all the way from the calf all the way down to the other end. These cattle are right in terms of their trimness and the way that they're made. So with that, I don't think there's any need to go through and pick these cattle apart, and we've talked about them time and time again. You know how I feel about them. I like every one of these heifers, I really do. And I'm telling you that, that's just the honest to God truth. Every one of these heifers I'd take home and have no problem doing it. Lots of good reserves over here as well. It's been a privilege of mine to be here with you today. I'll go show you the ones that I like for your champion in reserve. Congratulations to all you guys, and a nice set of cattle.
Once again, let's put your hands together for Mr. Kyle Collier, Bruno, Idaho, selecting your national champion Red Angus female. Selected as your national champion, Red Angus female, is entry 184, WCR CETA 1598C, shown by Lind TLC Livestock Services, J6 Farm in Nebraska, Blair's Ag Cattle Company in Saskatchewan, and JC Ranch in Arkansas. Congratulations. Hey, Jeff. Just a second, 1 second. And selected as your reserve national champion female, entry 195, 6 mile Miss Cresta 250C, shown by Kelsey Stimson. Congratulations. Jeff, thank you for waiting.
You bet. And here's a nice set of Januaries we round out this junior calf division with, and look forward to seeing a bunch of those back out here in a minute. But let's talk about a really good pair up here on top, a spotted heifer that I think is pretty unique, and I like a lot of things in regards to the shape and conformation that she gives us. I like the way that she manages her top line as she gets out and travels. I like the length to her muscle system, a little coarser right up through the top of her neck, and the second heifer has that advantage. In addition, the second heifer perhaps just a little bit trimmer through her lower third. I don't know that she has quite the width of chest, and I'm not sure that she's quite as truly placed on her front foot as what we find the heifer that comes out of as our class winner. Both those are fairly close in that call, but I think an awfully nice pair. I like the trimness and freshness we find in our second heifer. Certainly want to recognize her for that. The next heifers get a little more trade-offs involved. I think we've got a big featured heifer in terms of foot size and skeleton, and the heifer that comes in 3. She gets just a little looser in her shoulder, maybe kind of goes along with that extra build in her structure, but she's a dimensional heifer in terms of width and spread to her top, the shape and expression she's got through the center of her quarter and stifle. The heifer that comes next gets just a little plainer as we look at her from the side. This heifer, though, does bring to the table a good degree of expression and thickness as we study her from where I see her here. A big backed heifer that's also wide-based, and she maintains good center body. You know, as we look at a heifer like that, and I can see in her udder, a lot of them are covered up, good refinement to her teat structure, and we sure like that about her as well. I kind of pulled these two heifers over because they were on opposite ends of the ring there. The heifer that goes ahead is going to go ahead and I see to be the sounder footed of the pair. I think she's truer in that foot placement and not quite as deep bodied, and I think as we get them and look at them from the side, she gives up a little because she isn't as deep in her forerib and flank, but as we study the roan heifer, just not enough advantage into the ground to go ahead and get ahead of the red heifer that beats her in 5. Just a good pair there to wrap up that class with. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you waiting on us for that national champion Red Angus. Placing first in Class 17, junior heifer calves in our National Shorthorn Show is entry 169, CSF Margie 611HC, shown by Mark Inskeep, Lafayette, Indiana. Second, entry 178, OLSN Crystalline 01D, shown by Matthew Wallace, Williamstown, Kentucky. Third, entry 172, shown by Madison Daniel, Morgantown, Indiana. Fourth, entry 179, shown by Madeline Barker, Brownstown, Illinois. Fifth, entry 168, shown by Isabel Bunning, Emmington, Illinois. And sixth is entry 180, shown by Madeline Barker, Brownstown, Illinois. Placings in that class were 5, 1, 3. Entry 177 was out, 2, 4, and 6. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior calf champion in our National Shorthorn Show. Attention in the Red Angus barn, please be bringing classes 30, 31, 32 to the makeup ring, please. Red Angus bull calves at classes 30, 31, and 32. Let's be bringing those bull calves to the makeup ring, please. Attention in the barn, Charlet exhibitors. Charlet exhibitors, we are looking at a 2 p.m. start for you. Charlet exhibitors, we will try to get your Charlet show started at 2 o'clock. So let's aim for a 2 o'clock start in our Charlet show.
Not unlike our early spring heifer calf division, this junior calf division is incredibly powerful and has been throughout the show. There's been a tremendous amount of quality at depth in these classes. As I mentioned earlier, we get a lot of our cattle born that time of year. Everybody kind of gears up for that. Certainly we make pretty wise choices as we select those cattle that we're going to put our name on and promote those programs with. And certainly I think we see that out here with our class winners, and of course folks have made a commitment as they purchased heifers through the fall, and I think they've made some nice choices as we look out here at this first and second place lineup. Just a tremendous set of brood cows as we look at the potential to do that. You know, that as they get out and travel, it tells the tale to their soundness, and there's a couple of these heifers do an incredibly good job of that. There's a couple of heifers in here I'd sure shave a little condition off of, and I think we're getting to a point of maturity as we get into the progression selection of these older heifers. I'll become more and more critical of that. I think it doesn't help productivity in terms of what we see to prolong longevity, and I certainly think it hurts fertility and getting the heifers off to a good start. So just get ready for it. We'll probably see that discussed a little more as we go. But for now, let's be very complimentary of the cattle we've got. We started with a tremendously well-balanced heifer. We come to a tremendously stout and bold-made, flexible heifer. We follow up with 3 females that are so deep and so powerful through the center of their body and still maintain good athleticism. I think we need to recognize that all of these cattle in this ring are really, really nice. They have great potential as both cows and show heifers. Let's give them a good round of applause. I'll select your champion in reserve.
Selected as your junior heifer calf champion is entry 143. Okay, where is it? Where is she? I don't see it. I don't. Where's my 143 at? Well, I know, but no, that's not. That's the wrong number. Okay, why don't I have it? I don't either. I don't even have it. Entry 143 is your junior champion female, Soul Red Knight Rose, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Who was reserved? And selected as your reserve female is entry 141, CF Dream Lady 635 RB, shown by Cornerstone Farms, Winchester, Indiana. Congratulations to both those firms. Entering the ring now on our Jack C. Ragsdale National Shorthorn Show is Class 20 winner heifer calves. Let's bring those winner heifer calves. Oh, Judge took a break. Okay. Pump the brakes, Jakey. Pump the brakes. Okay. Onward. Entering the ring now is Class 20 winner Shorthorn heifer calves. Class 20 Shorthorn winner heifer calves. Shorthorn exhibitors, let's bring classes 21 and 22 senior heifer calves, and 23. Let's bring them up too. Classes 21, 22, and 23 senior Shorthorn heifer calves to the makeup ring. In our Red Angus show, we're starting our owned bull show with Class 30. These are May bull calves. May bull calves.
Got a couple calves to begin this show with, and some differences in terms of just maturity and pattern. The bull that wins this class does so for me fairly handily, just from a phenotypic standpoint. This is a bull that's got some power, some dimension, some depth of rib and body, just overwhelming in terms of the way his hind leg sets and his extra bone and stoutness that he offers you here today. The bull in second has some advantages, and his main advantages are in his sheath and his underline. I like how tight he is there. At the same point in time, he combines a higher herd builder number here, and he gives you a touch more marbling, just a little bit better EPD profile than the bull in first, but a lot more phenotype in the cattle that wins this class.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 30 May Red Angus bull calves is entry 241. KJHT Top Hand, shown by Hannah Taylor. And second was entry 239 WCS Crackers 650, shown by Cunda Farms. Entering the ring now is Class 31 April Red Angus bull calves. Class 31 April Red Angus bull calves. I don't think they ever opened it.
Yeah, it was open.
What was?
interesting group of winter heifer calves, and I think we begin to see where complementing that maturity, a little of that freshness is going to pay off. This heifer that starts our class, incredibly good at the ground. That female, you can watch her travel out of here. She's as comfortable in her skeletal makeup as any that we have in our lineup. True in her top line as she comes out of her shoulder and hip and maintains good expression. She's not as starchy fronted as some of these, and by that I guess I mean that she's maybe not quite as chiseled to her shoulder and neck. I don't guess that hurts my feelings any in a production female that's got the center body and soundness I find with this one, and the freshness. She's been managed very, very well. Here's one that's got a little crisper look to her, one that comes out pretty aggressively up through her front end. She wants to wad up in her top, and we get into a set of heifers here, and there's a good many of these heifers in this particular group that I don't really find the stride and flexibility that I like, but I do like the balance and shape that we've got in this heifer. I like the muscle pattern we've got in her, but I'd just like to see her go more comfortably as she gets out and travels. The red heifer that comes next becomes a part of this top trio because of her balance and her profile. She gets a little flatter through the center of her quarter and narrows up a bit as she goes away from me, but still yet a heifer that I think maintains some freshness advantage. We just see her hesitating a bit there as she travels. Here's my hard head. This is the heifer that I have trouble putting together in this group. We can run her all the way up in behind the heifer that's second, but I just don't know that she's got quite enough gas to go ahead of those two heifers ahead of her with regards to true dimensional width, and I'm not sure that she's appreciably sounder than those two heifers, but she is really pretty good at the ground up front, and she's got some rib shape to her. I think there's some value in this heifer. It's just a little challenging to get the right read on her at times. Again, here she wants to pull that top up, and again, I don't know that she's just sound enough to get ahead of those two heifers that are a little sharper and a little crisper up through their front third, maybe a little taller at the top of their shoulder. Here's a pretty nice female. It's very attractive from the side. A good-bodied heifer, but again, beginning to push a little condition right in behind her shoulder that leads me to believe she's hitting that point of maturity where she's going to lay it on pretty easily. This heifer probably actually travels better and is more comfortable from shoulder to hip as we watch her travel. I don't necessarily care for that tailhead positioning as she gets out and goes, but I think a pretty good one nonetheless. Here's a heifer that's been managed right, a heifer that's got some shape to her rib, and she's a heifer that I think is trimmed through the lower third of her body. I don't know that we've got quite enough dimension as we get under her skeleton and we try to open her up just a little bit there to complement what we see up high in that skeleton, but I do like the way she's been managed and her freshness. I like her muscle expression. I just don't know that there's quite enough heifer. Here's the big dimensioned heifer we've got in the group, and there's no doubt if you're going to just measure heart girth and pounds per day of age, this girl's got to be in the top 2 or 3. She gets just a little choppier in her stride, and we see extra conditioning there that's working to her disadvantage, pushes her shoulder forward a little more because of it, gets a little rougher as we look at her right at her hip. Next couple of heifers just not quite as fluid in their movement, get a little plainer in their design and makeup. Really a nice class though, and again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. Now comments in our Red Angus ring from our judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
Here's an interesting class of bulls that are a lot of differences in, and they're contrasting in terms of their type and kind, and depending on where you put your priorities is where you're going to align these bulls and how you like them. I'm going to go with the bull that has the most WDA, the most performance. I see the most length of body in this calf and a little bit extra, just like I say, pounds and performance right here. And that's not to take anything away from these bulls that are in 2 and 3. These are a little more medium-sized kind of bulls. They got some depth of rib and some volume and some look. Just run into one today with a little extra length of body and extension. I like the shape of this calf right here. I like his testicular development as well. Like I say, we come in with a calf that's really well balanced and got some eye appeal. I'd like to see just a little bit more shape right behind his shoulder if I could today, but a nice calf as well. Then we round out the class with a calf that's probably got an advantage in terms of extension and length of body. He just doesn't have as much substance and power in the 2 cattle that we see above him.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 31, Red Angus April Bull Calves is entry 242, GCC Road Warrior 1628, shown by Greystone Cattle Company. Second entry 244, Bar S Shark 6695, shown by Ethan Dickerson. Third entry 246, shown by J6 Incorporated. And fourth entry 245, shown by Glues Performance Cattle. Entering our Red Angus ring now is Class 32, March Bull Calves. Class 32, march bull calves into the ring. On our Shorthorn side, results from Class 20. First was entry 184, MFK H. Darla Josie, 325K, shown by West Courthouse, Smithfield, Kentucky. Second, entry 189, MM Darlene, MSC, 158C, shown by Clayton Poppy, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third, entry 190, shown by James Johnson, Niantic, Illinois. Fourth, entry 183, shown by Kyle Pisconi, Burbank, Ohio. Fifth, entry 186, shown by Ben Warfield, Marriottsville, Maryland. Sixth, entry 188, shown by Hannah Smith, Sherman, Texas. Seventh, entry 185, shown by Kendall Nelson, Seneca, Illinois. Eighth, entry 192, shown by Zach Fanning, Chestnut, Illinois. And ninth, entry 191, shown by Lehman Stock Farm, Hoopston, Illinois. In the ring now is Class 21 Shorthorn Senior Heifer Calves. Attention Red Angus exhibitors, please bring classes 35, 36, 35, and 36 to the makeup ring, please. Red Angus exhibitors, we need February and January bull calves to the makeup ring immediately. Thank you.
I think a really nice set of October heifers on our Shorthorn side. I like this sock-footed heifer for her freshness and her athleticism. I think as you look at this female, she combines a lot of dimensionality. I think she combines good circumference to her heart. She still yet remains relatively trim in her lower third, and especially through her front third. I think we see a bit more crispness there than we do maybe in the two white heifers. Those two white heifers are just different in their kind. They're not as extended females, and they're a little bolder built, and no doubt about that. That center body and all that boldness is an advantage to a lot of cattle a lot of times. I think as they run against our class winner, I don't see the ability to reach quite as comfortably off either end. I don't think they're quite as fresh in their overall presence as we find that heifer to be. I do certainly appreciate the width of base that they come to us with, the center body that they come to us with, like the shape to their hip that they have. Really hard to split those two. I'm just guessing here, but I'm thinking they're pretty closely related. I like the advantage the second one has over the heifer in 3 in the shape to her front end, in the flatness to her shoulder, and her ability to maybe reach more comfortably. Those two heifers still yet remain trimmer, I think, than what we find our red and white legged heifer that comes in 4. This heifer is probably pushing the most of any that we have in the class, and still yet give her that advantage of doability over a heifer that I think could probably just add more substance as we get to the heifer in 5. This heifer certainly has good lines to her as we see her parked, as we get her in motion. With that extra condition, we don't see quite the comfort in her top line, and we don't see quite the freedom in her movement. A nice red female that's got some femininity to her, but we need to see just a little more girth to her heart. We probably need to see just a little more width of base as she travels away from us. Excellent class of Octobers, and again, congratulations.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 21 Senior Heifer Calves is entry 202 CF Countess TP 5130, shown by Emily Honey, Elizabethtown, Indiana. Second is entry 194 DKSN MUHL Mirage 1027T, shown by Brittany Mulekamp, Salina, Ohio. Third, entry 195, shown by Brittany Mulekamp, Salina, Ohio. Fourth, entry 196, shown by Lizzie Schoenline, Portland, Indiana. And fifth, entry 200, shown by Chase Meisner, Jerseyville, Illinois. Placings in that class were 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1. Entering the ring now is Class 22 Senior Heifer Calves. Class 22 Senior Heifer Calves are in the ring.
Over here in the Red Angus show, the most comfortable decision by far is to start with this bull. This is the easiest decision in this class, and after that it gets pretty challenging and dicey, and depending on where you want to put your priorities, you can line them up a number of ways, but this bull wins this class for me by a pretty good margin. Here's a bull that's got some length of body and extension, some added shape, and I also read him as being one of the soundest bulls, and combining all those things into one package, he does so really very well. Then there's some major decisions to make, and I'm going to go ahead and use this bull that comes in second, and I realize I'm going to give up a pile of performance to some of the bulls behind him. I just read this bull as having the more future to him, if you will. He's the next soundest in terms of his structure. I like his general makeup, and I realize that he's given up a lot of pounds and performance to the bull just behind him. But this calf's got some look, and I just read him as being a whole lot sounder, especially up on his front end, that I do the bull here in third. The bull in third's got a lot of do-it-ability. He's real deep and soft in that regard. He's a bull that's got some testicular development as well. I just watch that bull and project him on down the line. I just don't read him as being sound enough up in his front end to go much farther for me here today. But a nice bull that's got some good things to offer. The pounds and the performance and the weight per day of age comes in this bull next. And if you want one with some added length of body, you're going to like this bull a lot. For me, he gets into trouble in some areas in terms of his structure. I'd like to give him a little more depth of rib if I could as well. Then the bull that completes the class is a nice complete sort of calf. He again is going to give up quite a bit of pounds of performance. He's a bit behind in terms of his testicular development as you read him in relationship to the rest of the cattle as well.
Nice trio of September heifers on our Shorthorn side, and just lending myself to a degree of more femininity here with our class winner. I think this heifer probably remains a bit trimmer in her lower third as well, although she's carrying some condition, no doubt about it. She's not anywhere near as stout featured as the heifer we have that's going to be second, but I actually think to an advantage that is to her. Just a little more extension to her front end, a little nicer turn up over the top of her shoulder as it leads into her neck, a nice productive look through the center of her body cavity. I actually like the way her tail head rests down in her pin set, and I think it adds to her flexibility as she gets out and travels. Now, roan heifer, without a doubt, to come second, is the strong featured animal in this particular group. She's really bold at the ground, and no doubt she's bold a lot of places, including muscle. She gets a little coarser for me, and I'd like to tone that down a bit. She's kind of our high birth weight heifer that we have amongst the two heifers either side of her that lend more calving ease, and certainly those are advantages that I think we can pay attention to. Heifer in 3 is actually one of our high indexing females again in terms of her maternal value. Gets a little bit less attractive as the two heifers up the line in regards to her pattern and balance, but a pretty correct made female. As you watch her place her feet, they land right where they're supposed to, and they do it pretty accurately. We need more extension, and we need a little more presence in that heifer in terms of balance. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 22 Senior Heifer Calves is entry 207, CF BCL Lucky Charm 5129, shown by McCall Show Cattle, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Second, entry 193, Fox Caroline 515, shown by Sheridan Fox, Kanawha, Iowa. And third is entry 206, shown by Stetson Kleiss, New London, Missouri. Entering the ring now is Class 23 Senior Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our senior and reserve senior calf champion. Placings from our Red Angus Class 32. First is entry 253, Shady's Major League D125, shown by Shady Bottom Red Angus. Second, entry 254, Country Acres Spider 507, shown by Country Acres Farm. Third, entry 249, PSSS GCC Leverboy 1606, shown by Private Stock Semen Sales and Greystone Cattle Company. Fourth, entry 248, shown by Glues Performance Cattle. And fifth, entry 247, shown by Ty Montgomery. Placings in that last class were 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Our judge, Kyle Collier, is now selecting our spring champion and reserve champion bull calf.
As we come down to the end of this division, I think we got three really nice individuals to evaluate out here. The bull that won that first class, there's a real smooth-made one from end to end. You like the way that this bull looks, and as you kind of project him out and what he's going to look like in the future, I wouldn't be surprised if he has the most future, honestly, in terms of just look and what he's going to have to offer as far as smoothness and structural correctness. I like that bull quite a lot. If I was to change him any, I'd like to tighten him up in his sheath just a little bit. He's awful young to have that much skin hanging down there. And as far as testicular development goes, yeah, he's obviously behind these other bulls, but he's only a May, nearly a June, so I don't think he's behind in that regard at all, really. I just like the smoothness. I like the structural correctness of that one quite a lot. Then we come in with a bull here that won that second class, and he was the high-performing bull in that class, the one that had the most length of body, WDA somewhere over 4, so he's pretty impressive in that regard. Bull that, like I say, he's got a lot of extra length of body and performance. When you get him back out here and you evaluate him next to the other two bulls, I like to change him just a hair if I could in terms of his structure, maybe the way he's made up in his front end, front knee, and that area. A bull that just kind of wants to fall apart at times, but I certainly enjoy looking at the extra performance that he could give you. Then you come in with the bull that won that last class, and he did so just because he was so complete. He's a good combination, honestly, of just muscle, balance, structure. Bull that's got some natural muscle shape to him, and you can see that up over his top and his rib and loin, and just the extra shape that he gives you through his hip. So for me, it's kind of a difficult decision, to tell you the truth, because I'm not so sure on down the line that this could get flip-flopped a lot. You're talking about cattle at the same point in time that haven't been in the ring a lot, and so a little May calf has a hard time showing sometimes. But I'm going to go with the bull that I just see a lot of muscle shape in today. I like the structure of this bull. He's going to be your division champion. I'm going to make this young calf your reserve today, and both really good cattle. Congratulations.
Hey, Kyle. Selected as your spring bull calf champion is your entry 253 from class 32 is Shady's Major League D125, shown by Shady Bottom Red Angus. And your reserve spring bull calf Red Angus bull champion is entry 241 KJHT Top Hand, shown by Hannah Taylor. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is class 35, Red Angus February bull calves, class 35. Red Angus exhibitors, let's bring classes 36 and 40 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 36 and 40. And go ahead and bring 43A. These classes are going to start flying, so let's get 36, 39, 40 and 43A to the makeup ring, please. Once again, Charlet exhibitors, we will begin the Charlet show at 2 o'clock. Charlet exhibitors, we will begin the Charlet show at 2 o'clock.
But I think we have to believe what we see when we watch them walk. And I thought I was seeing some things there as we moved them and as they came in the ring and as we moved them the first time, and I just kind of validated what I thought we were seeing. And I think the two heifers excel, this group that win this particular class. There's a lot of variation in this set of cattle, maybe as much as we've had, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that, but it makes it a little more challenging to fit the pieces together as we kind of work through our priorities. And my main priority is production and freshness and femininity as well as soundness. And so I think we got to kind of work those things together. This heifer at times, as she stands, I wouldn't expect her to read as comfortably in the move as she does out of her shoulder and front end. We kick her in motion and we ask her to go, and she reaches pretty good out of her knee, and she has pretty good comfort in that regard. I'd like to park her tail head down just a bit and change the shape of that hip, but actually she still flexes fairly good, and she gets out and reaches her stride pretty well. And so I think we still need to kind of evaluate the real positive she has to offer and kind of keep her in the mix of these heifers here on the top end. Her femininity and her broodiness kind of get her ahead of this heifer that's next. This heifer's just not quite as attractive headed as the heifer that comes up ahead of her. Her birth weight's just a little bit higher, but I do like this heifer when she gets out and travels. And as a matter of fact, she's probably the best athlete we have in the group. She's the most truly placed at her foot. She maintains the most width to her base. Her shoulder works a little looser at the edge of her body cavity. She complements that with extra width to her hip, extra shape to her top. A more moderate sized heifer. If you like one that's a little more sensible in terms of mature size, you might be a pretty good fan of that one, and I do like that heifer pretty well. This heifer is another one that I like extremely well. I think a heifer that's pretty honest compositionally. I think a heifer that's got tremendous shape to her top and good width down through the center of her quarter. She gets just a little harder landing on her hind leg, and as I study her up front, she's maybe just a little straighter through her shoulder. She gives up a little depth of body as we step back and look at her from a balance standpoint to those heifers around her. She makes up for it in terms of shape and dimension through the outer portion of that rib. The young lady's heifer that comes next is one that's higher conditioned than she really needs to be. That heifer still maintains good levelness to her lines. She's not quite as stout featured as a couple of those other heifers up the line, but I do like her femininity, and I think that actually works to her advantage because she's got some extension to her front end, just a little plainer as we look at her in terms of her muscle shape. A really nice female that comes next in terms of top shape and rib shape. She just hesitates and gets a little shorter in her stride as she gets out and travels. Faster she goes, the narrower underneath she wants to be. A little like the heifer we round out the class with, wants to taper just a bit at her pins, but a pretty straight line female that's got some femininity to her as well. Again, congratulations to our senior division, or our senior heifer class winners. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 23, Senior Heifer Calves, is entry 215, RHS Dream Girl 975, shown by Alexis Hansen, DeKalb, Illinois. Second, entry 212, WHR SRVM Cecilia 5919, shown by Kyle Jones, Bleeberville, Texas. Third, entry 210, shown by West Courthouse, Smithfield, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 214, shown by Molly Williams, Gamaliel, Kentucky. 5th entry 211, shown by Cole Spencer, Jerseyville, Illinois, and 6th entry 209, shown by Clayton Miller, Beecher City, Illinois. Placings in this class were 6, 3, 5, 2. Entry 213 was out, 4, and 1. We now will be selecting our Shorthorn Senior and Reserve Senior Calf Champion.
Good class of bulls here, and the easiest thing for me to do here is just start with this bull. You talk about one that's got some mass and power and dimension and foot and bone and all that rib that he's got, a big old huge hip on him, lots of testicular development. There's just a lot of bull here, and I think one that overpowers this class by quite a bit. Now, you are going to have to live with a little more shoulder in this one, but you always do if you want one with a little more power. I don't rate him to be really, really bad shouldered. I think he's a bull that has a lot of usefulness here and a bull that's got a tremendous amount of power and shape to him. The next one in line is along those same lines. He just doesn't have quite the balance and look that we find in the class winner. He is a little smoother at the front part of his shoulder, right at the point of his shoulders, but he also gets a little straighter in his shoulder too as you compare him to the class winner. But here's the next one that's got the most turn and the most shape and the most muscle to him, just this next stouter bull that I can find here. We come with a couple real good looking ones here in 3 and 4. These bulls have a tremendous amount of balance and look and eye appeal. As I study both of those calves, the reason they're here in relationship to being in 2 or first is they just don't have quite enough shape for me here today to run up there with those other 2 bulls in terms of their muscularity. Then we come with a bull that's got some length and extension, some more growth and power and performance. I just don't read him as being quite good looking enough from a profile and a structure standpoint as I compare him to the 2 bulls above him. Here's another stretchy long bull with a lot of performance, one of the heavier weight bulls in this class. I believe he's the second heaviest weight bull in comparison to the bull that won the class. Lots of length and lots of performance here, just not quite the look and balance that I find in the other cattle. Real medium-sized sort of bull here that blends pretty smooth from end to end. I like that about him. Just doesn't have enough growth to him here today, not quite enough muscularity to place him any higher. Here's a more muscular bull that's coming out next. I'd just like to free him up in terms of his structure just a little bit, especially off his rear end. Then we come with a bull that's balanced up fairly nice and presents a nice profile for you. I just don't see near enough muscularity in that bull today.
Okay, Jeff.
Well, real quickly, we'll talk just a little bit about these cattle and congratulate again our exhibitors for bringing us a nice set of these senior calves, winter heifer calves in that fall age group. Really a nice group in regard to the conditioning we find in the top end of this. We still are able to bring that with some skeletal correctness and length of body and a productive look through the center of that body, a pretty high degree of femininity. Obviously, I actually think there's been more variation in this group of cattle. Maybe they've been a little more challenging to work through the trade-offs as we evaluate them, but we're going to make that commitment today and live with it, and I certainly do like what we find out here for our class winners that we've worked up into the top of the line. The red heifer that started that winter heifer calf class did so because of an incredible amount of correctness. I challenge you to find one that does a better job handling her feet and legs. She's not maybe quite as striking up through her front third as maybe some of the other cattle are. That brisket doesn't bother me whatsoever. It adds to the doable look that I think she has in regards to the rib shape that she has. You look up underneath her udder and she doesn't have all the wool that some of these guys have put back into those flanks, and you can actually see the refinement and the quality there. I think that makes her, it enhances her femininity as we study her out here today. The red and white heifer that comes next I think is a power heifer, but a powerful athlete as well. She flexes incredibly well at her knees and her joints, and I think she remains one of the leaner heifers even yet of the 4 class winners we have out here, exception being the winter heifer calf we just talked. Really a nice female in that white-legged heifer. Heifer that's next in this group, female that I think has a nice feminine productive look to her as well, refinement to her udder, but a bit maybe too much, maybe not quite stout enough in her feature. When we line her up against this group of peers, she could probably be just a little bigger at the ground and a little more uniform in terms of her rear foot size, maybe have just a little more more outward shape to her hip as we study her from behind. White heifer's still kind of intriguing to look at, but still yet a little problematic in some areas. She gets a little bit flatter in her jaw, a little looser behind her shoulder even as she goes. I'd like to just change the design of that hip. She just gives me so many different looks as she goes. I'm just not real comfortable tying into her today, but a really nice set of cattle. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'm going to congratulate your champion in reserve in your senior division.
Selected as your senior calf champion is entry 202, CF Countess TP 5130, shown by Emily Hone from Elizabethtown, Indiana. Congratulations, Emily. And your reserve is entry 184, which came out of our first class. That is MFK H. Darla Josie 325K, shown by West Courthouse, Smithfield, Kentucky. Congratulations. Kyle?
Thank you, announcer boy. In this class right here, we have some bulls that are pretty similar, honestly, in my eyes. They're both bulls with a lot of length of body and performance. I read these bulls as being very, very similar in terms of their movement and structure. What places this for me is this bull's just made a little better up in his spine to me. I like his levelness out of his hip. I like how he keeps his pins up just a hair more on the move and on the standstill than the bull does in second. And at the same point in time, he's got more muscle shape to him. The bull in second here, again, I think structure is very similar here. This bull that's here in second runs into some trouble for me from his hooks to his pins. He wants to kind of drop his pins when he's on the move and stopped, and he just doesn't have quite as much muscle shape as the other bull. But he does have a lot of length of body, and he does have a lot of performance. Both really nice bulls.
Thank you, I think. I'm going to go back and catch you up on class 35 on our Red Angus February bull calves. Placing first in that class was entry 266, KJHT Candyman, shown by Hannah Taylor. Second was entry 268, 1EN endorsed D625, shown by Nelson Red Angus. Third, entry 257, shown by Camille Bloom. Fourth, entry 267, shown by C-Bar Ranch. Fifth, entry 255, shown by Greystone Cattle Company. Sixth, entry 265, shown by Chase Pladson. Seventh, entry 91, shown by Bow Creek Farm and Ranch. Eighth, entry 259, shown by Glue Performance Cattle. And ninth, entry 264, shown by JK Red Angus. Placings again in that class were 5, 3, 8, 9, 7, 6, 1, 4, and 2. Placing in class 36, first went to entry 270, DBOR BKE Charlie D12, shown by DBOR Cattle. And second was entry 269, Diamond P Double Knot, shown by Double P Cattle Company. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior bull calf champion in our National Red Angus Show. In our Shorthorn Show, Class 26 summer yearling females are in the ring. Class 26 summer yearling females are in the ring. Shorthorn exhibitors, I need class 27, 28, and 29 to be making your way to the makeup ring, please. Shorthorn classes 27, 28, and 29 to the makeup ring, please.
Picking this division over here in the Red Angus Show, this bull that won that first class, this is a difference maker. This is a different kind of bull. We just haven't seen one of his type and kind in the ring yet today, and we may see some like him later on, but But this bull's different. He's a changer. He's one that I really like. I like his extra bone. I like his power. I like his dimension. I like his extra foot size that he gives with so much balance and look at the same point in time. I realize he's not perfect in terms of his structure, but he's pretty good, especially for how much he's got to him. This bull actually travels around the ring fairly good. You could pick on him in certain little areas a little bit, but if you get real critical on his structure, I think you'd be reaching, because I think he does have a lot of good things to offer, especially for the power that he's got in him. This bull's really unique in my eyes. Then you come with a bull here that won that next class, a real long-bodied one like we talked about before. He won because he was a little more correct up in his top line. As you compare him to the bull that won his class up there, not near as much dimension to him and as much power. So for me, this decision is very easy. I like this bull right here to win this division. I think a really unique, good individual. And then as we come in to pick the reserve here, and you bring this is the second place bull to him in that class, I see him as being the next best in terms of his muscle shape and dimension and power. He's also a long-bodied bull in relationship to the other two cattle. I like this one to be the reserve in this class too. Congratulations.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, real quickly, before he announces those winners, these July heifers over here are an interesting group of females. I think femininity and freshness really gets this heifer into the top of this particular group. She doesn't dimension with another heifer or two in here in regards to width, but she is able to cover her track a lot more freely. Still gets up in her top a little more than I'd like, but I do like the fact that she does cover that step. She does do it with a productive look in terms of her freshness and the femininity we see through the front third of her body. Here's a bigger backed heifer that is actually wider based, and probably to a little bit of a fault. She wants to at times get outside of that skeleton when she goes, as does the other two heifers. Give us some issue with that movement, and in that way, we'd like to trim all three of these heifers up a notch, maybe 2 notches, possibly 3, with regards to peeling some of the condition on them to add a little bit more of a productive potential to them. But I think a really nice group of heifers that have got the ability to generate something for these young people if they manage them maybe just a little differently. Congratulations again to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. Back in our Red Angus show, our junior bull calf champion was entry 266, KJHT Candyman, shown by Hannah Taylor, and our reserve junior bull calf champion was entry 268, 1EN Endorse D624, shown by Nelson Red Angus. We have a single entry in this class, class 39. Kyle?
This is a real smooth blending bull from end to end. You like the way this one blends in his shoulder. He's structured nearly perfect up there. I like the way that bull blends from end to end. Ultra smooth, really good top, real sound in terms of his structure. Just a nice single entry bull.
Once again, a single entry, 271, BHC Changing Time, shown by Rocky Hill Farms. Entering the ring now is Class 40. Red Angus Senior Bull Calves, Class 40 is in the ring, coming in the ring. Back in our Shorthorn ring, results from Class 26, Summer Yearling Females. First goes to entry 218, MM Belly Dancer, MSC 514C, shown by Clayton Poppy, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second, entry 220, Lorenz's Mona Lisa 15, shown by Grace Rinker, Strasburg, Illinois. Third, entry 217, shown by Allison Udig, Grand Ridge, Illinois. And fourth, entry 219, shown by Charlotte Yeager, Piasaw, Illinois. Entering the ring now in our Shorthorn show is Class 27, Late Spring Yearling Females. Class 27 is in the ring.
find the best combination of muscle and balance and structure in this entry 275 bull. Here's one that's got some length of body and extension at the same point in time. I really like the added shape and dimension that this bull has, the extra turn that he has over his top and over his rib and loin, back in through his hip. Luckily, the most muscular bull in this class is him, and he is the best in terms of his structure, and everything just kind of fits up with this bull. Fairly easy place for me to start here. Then we come with a bull here in second that's just got the next most power. He's a long-bodied one. He's got a lot of shape up over his top and back in through his hip. I like that about him. I just like the extra muscularity that I find in this bull versus the one in three. The bull in third is a real smooth blending sort of bull from end to end, and you like that about him. He's a structurally correct sort of bull, and you like him over his top line. For me, this is a bull that just gets too flat, a little more shapeless as I view him from behind. I think a bull that's got some extra condition on him. I'd just like to see some more muscle expression and power if I could in that one. Then we come with a couple bulls here that are very contrasting in type and kind. You could flip-flop them either way. I'm going to go with one that I just see a little more usefulness on down the line. I think a bull that has a little more rear rib and flank in him. A bull that's a little bit softer in his midsection, if you will, in relationship to the bull that completes the class. If you want one a little bit longer, you're going to like the bull that's rounding out this class as compared to the other one. For me today, he just doesn't have enough rear rib and flank. I'd like to free that bull up, if I could, just a bit in terms of his structure as well.
Okay, Jeff.
Over on our other side here with our Shorthorn females, really a female that begins our class that does it in several ways. Actually, I like this heifer really well. When she came into the ring, I thought she had a striking presence about her in terms of her feminine front, the depth and sweep to her rib that she possesses. Be the first to admit we could trim her up a little bit. You see that around her tail set, a little bit up through her front end. Good, easy doing heifer, and I guess I like the progression we're making these cattle a lot easier doing. They just don't need to see so much corn, and certainly it's nice to be able to turn those kind of cows out and still have something when there's left, and I think that's the case with this heifer. You look at her genetic profile, she's got a nice spread of numbers that get her from birth to weaning with the most spread. She's got a nice milk number to go along with that, and one of the higher maternal indexes to go along with that. So I think she makes a pretty cool place to start. Our roan heifer fits her pattern and design with regards to flexibility, femininity, and sweep to her rib. Not as much dimension to that heifer. She doesn't have quite the outward turn to her upper rib, nor does she maintain quite the strength right through the center of her quarter. It's a pretty interesting female we have coming next. Now this heifer looks a little plainer up through her front end. She's a little chuffier made in terms of being a little shorter bodied, and she's certainly one of the higher conditioned ones we got out here. That heifer's a beef animal, and I guarantee you a big top, big rack in that heifer that's got all kinds of rib, wants to work outside of her skeleton a little bit, and I don't think she would if she wasn't quite as conditioned up as she is. I think trimming her down would help her some, and her refinement, just the smoothness to her shoulder, gets her ahead of a heifer that I just read an awfully big one into. This heifer's big at the ground, and in her feature, just don't have any numbers to work with, but you know, she's awfully strong built, and let's just leave it at that. Heifer that comes next is just giving up some correctness to the heifers that are ahead of her in the lineup. We need to get her more relaxed in her top line and see her go more comfortably off both ends of her skeleton. Let's give them a nice round of applause if you would, please.
Okay, to get you caught back up in our Red Angus Class 40 on our senior bull calves. Placing first in Class 40 is entry 275. C-Bar Blake's Bonanza 180C, shown by C-Bar Ranch. Second, entry 277. CSPF Cooper 25C, shown by Chase Pladson. Third, entry 278, shown by Ty Craig. Fourth, entry 276, shown by Reba Prather, and fifth entry 279, shown by Joseph Grace. Class placings were 1, 4, 2, 3, and 5. We now will be selecting our champion and reserve champion fall bull calf.
Nice division of cattle, and as you can see, we got some differences in terms of type and kind out here of our class winner, and there's a big difference in weight per day of age and gain. This is a nice pattern bull, and like we talked about him before, he's real smooth from end to end. I like the smoothness of shoulder. If all the bulls would be made like that up in through their front shoulder, you'd have something. Unfortunately for him, he just runs into a powerhouse right behind him, and a bull that I really enjoy. I like him more now than I did just before. I think this bull is really impressive. He got a lot of shape to him. Structure's nice on him. He'll be your division champion here today, and a really nice calf. As we come in and we talk about reserve, these two bulls were in the same class. I like your entry 277 bull to be reserve here today. They came out of the same class, and we'll make it easy on the guy behind the microphone up there.
Anything you can do to help there, Kyle. Selected as your fall bull calf champion is entry 275, C-Bar Blake's Bonanza 180C, shown by C-Bar Ranch, and your reserve in that division is entry 277, CSPF Cooper 25C, shown by Chase Pladson. Congratulations. Entering the ring now is Class 43A, single entry late summer yearling bulls. In our Shorthorn ring, I'll get you caught up here on results from Class 27, late spring yearling females. Winning that class is entry 224, Sol Mary's Roses 5763C, shown by Carly Kirkpatrick of Villa, Indiana. Second, entry 230, WEIK Wildest Dreams ET, shown by George Cazantoro from Hilmer, California. Third, entry 223, shown by Riola Shorthorn Farms, Washington Island, Wisconsin. Fourth, entry 228, shown by Heather Berry, Brown City, Michigan. And fifth, entry 226, shown by Danny Powell, New London, Missouri. Now comments from our Red Angus judge, Mr. Kyle Collier.
Nice bull out here in the ring. It's got some look and some power. Here's a bull with a lot of stoutness and muscularity, and I like that about him. At the same point in time, this is a bull that offers you about as much yearling weight and spread in his numbers as you can find here today. So if your herd's in need of some growth and some power, I think this is the kind of bull that could do it for you for sure.
Yeah, we will.
First in Class 43A and our Red Angus late summer yearling bulls is entry 280, HCC Cowboy Up 530C, shown by Hine Cattle Company. Entering the ring now is Class 43B, summer yearling bulls.
Really a good individual, I think, to begin this class. And again, kind of back to some of that dimensionality we've seen before, and she carries plenty of conditioning back through her lower third. Certainly could trim her up a notch, but let's not misevaluate what's here. That heifer's still pretty crisp at the top of her shoulder. She still spreads big and wide over her top and loin. You still like the muscle design and pattern that she has. As that heifer goes away from me, she's as true as you can ask one to be, steps her track nicely. I think a pretty strong kind of a cow prospect as we get her going out of the ring. We see a tremendous amount of forcefulness and authority as she gets out and drives. This heifer that comes next perhaps has a little more feminine feature to her front third. I like her head, I like her neck, and I like the way that it blends into her shoulder. Now as I get to the ground, I notice that she toes in, and then as she goes away, she really does that on the move. And so we'd like to change that about her. She still opens up good with a great rib through the center of her body, and I like the feminine design to her muscle pattern that complements the front end that I find in that heifer. I like the way that she travels on her hind leg. Just don't see quite the dimensionality we have with that really powerful female that wins this class, nor is she quite as true as we get those toes to the ground. Heifer that comes next in 3 just kind of gives up some dimensions and also probably some soundness to those 2 heifers above her. I don't catch her moving with quite the freedom of or length of stride off off either end of her skeleton that I find in those two heifers up the line. But I like this heifer a lot. She's a very attractive heifer when you look at her from the side, and one that opens up with good center body. She wants to park her tail head a little higher than I'd like for her to, and I think that's part of the reason we see some of those angles on that hawk a little bit different than we'd like for them to be. Young man's heifer that comes next has got some bone to her, and she's got some volume. She's certainly got some depth to her rib. Now, as we slip around and notice, she's a little bloated here today, and so she's not wanting to work very good for him. He's done a great job. How about we recognize him with a nice round of applause? We wouldn't have had very many any younger than him in here today. Let's give him a good round of applause.
This class here, I just find a touch more usefulness in the bigger bull here today, longer sided kind of bull with some more WDA and performance at the same point in time. When you compare him to the bull in second, I just see a little more look and added extension that you find in this bull. The bull that comes in second, if you want one that's a little more moderate in terms of frame size, you're going to like him. He's got some muscle shape. I'd just like to change him in terms of his skeleton, jack him up just a bit more and give him a touch more framework if I could.
Placing first in Class 43B, Red Angus Summer Yearling Bulls is entry 282, SWCR Mama's Boy, DO45, shown by Swan Creek Red Angus, and second entry 283, MLW Red Rover, shown by Mackenzie Walters. We now will be selecting our intermediate and reserve intermediate Red Angus Bull. Class placings in Class 28 in our National Shorthorn Show and our late spring yearling females. First goes to entry 235, Steck 10 Queen C506, shown by Tyler DeGroot, Edgerton, Minnesota. Second, entry 239, CFJBC Caroline 5108 HC, shown by Nikki Nichols, Sullivan, Indiana. Third, entry 231, shown by Robert Rogers, Kendallville, Indiana. And fourth, entry 232, shown by Braden Powell, New London, Missouri. In the ring now is Class 29 late spring yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our intermediate and intermediate champion Shorthorn female.
In this division, the entry 280 came out, and he was a single entry in that class. You get him back out here and evaluate him. I still like him quite a lot, even with competition. He's a bull that's got some shape and muscularity to him, and I like that about him. He's the big yearling bull, one of the bigger yearling weights that you'll be able to look at today. And at the same point in time, he's a good one. He's got some stuff to him, a lot of muscle shape, a lot of power. I like him at his hip and the way that he goes around the ring. The length of body and the maybe extra performance might go to the bull that's just behind him. Here's a bull that's real good to look at from the side in terms of his smoothness. I don't see quite as much muscle shape in this one though, and so it becomes fairly easy for me in this division to go ahead and use the big yearling stout made bull. He'll be your division champ here today, and you'll be reserve here with your first place in the other class, entry 282 as reserve.
Selected as your champion intermediate bull this year in our National Red Angus Show is entry 280 HCC Cowboy Up 530C, shown by Hine Cattle Company. And your reserve intermediate bull champion will be entry 282 SWCR Mama's Boy DO45, shown by Swan Creek Red Angus. Entering the ring now will be Class 47 March Yearling Bulls. Class 47 March Yearling Bulls.
Really a nice set of late spring females as we round out the last class of this division, and I think we do so in really strong fashion and form. Saw a good heifer, a pair of heifers in that last class. Again, see 3 heifers in this class that I'm drawn to with regards to a broody maternal look that have some femininity to them, and then one that surfaces of those 3 that to me just has more dimensionality and more center body. I think still yet ties herself together pretty good up over the top of her shoulder and into that top of her neck. I think all 3 of these heifers, again, could probably be leaned up a notch, but as we compare them all to about the same in terms of conditioning, she has the advantage in being able to get out of here pretty comfortably, manages her top line pretty good as she gets out and reaches that track and travels. I think her strength off her hind legs particularly gets her ahead of this heifer that I like in second. This is a really soft-made, very pretty heifer that we've got here in second through the front 2/3 of her body. I really like the femininity we read through her face and head. I like the way that she ties to her shoulder. I like also the refinement that we find back into her teats and udder. I'd just like to see a little more width and true stoutness, or maybe just true width, rather, back through the center of her hip and down into her stifle. I still think she's an awfully nice cow and will make a really nice piece for this young man to work with in terms of breeding value. Heifer that comes next has got more strength in regards to her hip and top than the heifer that beats you today. Heifer just doesn't go quite as comfortably and wants to work her top up. Sometimes we get just a little more of a read of being too strong up through her shoulder or being too straight up through that shoulder area compared to the heifer that is second ahead of him today. And I think we see more flexion in the roan heifer that stands second over that heifer in third. Heifer that comes next is one of the really attractive fronted heifers. This heifer cranks her head up, and you've got to notice that she's very feminine through her front end and very strong in her lines. Wants to rest her tail head a little higher out of that pin set than I'd like, and I'd like to see a little more just substance to the center part of her body, keep those hind legs back into the skeletal dimensions that she should have there as we watch her go out. Again, an excellent set of late spring females. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 29 late spring yearling females is entry 244, Soul Dream Lady 5445C, shown by Kinley Christ, Adamsville, Ohio. Second, entry 247, CLAP Infinities Beyond, shown by Elaine Harden, Sibley, Illinois. Third entry 242, shown by Kendall Nelson, Seneca, Illinois. And fourth entry 246, shown by Molly Williams, Gamelia, Kentucky. Placings in that class again was 3, 1, 4, and 2. We now will be selecting our Shorthorn Intermediate and Reserve Intermediate Champion female. Kyle?
Here's a class of bulls that are definitely contrasting in terms of their type and kind. There's just too much bull here in this first place one to go to switch these. I mean, you got a lot of difference in terms of weight per day and age and performance, a lot more length of body and extension. At the same point in time, this bull's sound. He moves extremely well, especially off his hind leg. I really like that about him. This bull in second's got some look, and he's got some muscle shape. When you really study this bull, he's got a lot of shape up over his top, and especially back in through his hip. Problem for me is he just gives up too much length and performance, and when you watch this bull go, and as he stopped, he wants to drop his pins just a little too much and get a little too round out his hip as you compare him to your class winner.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 47 is entry 284, GCC Bon Jovi 1510, shown by Greystone Cattle Company. And second is entry 286, J6 Mr. 9 Mill C550, shown by Shutter Family Cattle Company. Entering the ring now is Class 48, February Red Angus Yearling Bulls. Class 48. Did I read these already? I did. I read those already. What the hell is going on here? I'm going to stick it under there, Tim.
Come back over to the Red Angus Bull Show and check out a couple here that we have and a decision to make. Honestly, this is a really good pair of bulls. Both bulls with a lot of muscle shape and definition to them. I like that about them. When you really study these bulls and you get off on the side view profile, the simple fact of the matter is this bull just has more depth of rib and body. And I realize he has more condition on him, but I think he's that way by nature. He's just an easy-doing, soft-made kind of bull, but he's got some muscle shape and power. Gives you a nice look from the side. Both these bulls travel well. I probably prefer the bull in first as he goes away from me just a touch better than the bull in second. I see him walking inside of himself just a bit better. This bull wants to get just a little out there on the move. Not bad, because this is a nice bull. I like the condition he's in, the freshness that he comes to you with, and at the same point in time, I like the muscle shape and natural ability to have some muscle expression up over his top. Nice pair of bulls here.
Over on our Shorthorn side, real quickly, we'll talk about make a few comments rather with regards to this intermediate division. Oftentimes we don't have a lot of cattle born that time of year, but certainly have seen a great set. And on the top end of this, I think set that are going to be very, very competitive for a lot of different reasons. They make great cows, and I think they have the potential to do that. I think there's 4 heifers out here that complement breeding programs in different ways. Don't know that I need to go back and talk each one of them, but generally speaking, I think we know that heifer that leads this group has sure got all the strength she needs in terms of bone and footwork, and plenty trim. We've got a heifer that comes next that's very complete and very balanced. We've got a really strong female out of that 3rd class that I might have read a little fatter than she really is. As I got up on top of those, I might just step back a little bit from that comment I made earlier. As you study her blade as she travels, she leans up nice. She's lean through her lower third. She carries a lot of looseness back into her flank. I might have misinterpreted that for extra condition, but whatever the case, that heifer probably leaner than I called her earlier. Big, strong female that rounds out this group that kind of ties some things together, but maybe isn't quite as flexible or quite the athlete, but sure is a big centered heifer that's just got massive amounts of width of base. Every once in a while wants to throw that hind leg out, kind of pulls against the halter, and the worse she does it, the more she throws that hind leg away from her. Really a good set of heifers. If you would please congratulate our exhibitors of the intermediate division. Let's make a nice a showing of that applause.
Selected as your champion intermediate female is entry 235, excuse me. First mistake of the day. Steck 10 Queen C506, shown by Tyler DeGroot, Edgerton, Minnesota. Congratulations, Tyler.
First and won't be the last. Here we have a really nice set of bulls here. I really like the way that this lineup comes together for you here. And when you compare these 2 bulls, I like the added length of body and extension of the bull that won that 1st class. That's what he ended up placing over the other bull in that class, just because of that, to tell you the truth. I really like this bull that won that next class. Here's one that I think puts a lot of good things together, and you can talk about structural soundness. I like the added bone and dimension and foot size that this one has. I really like his depth of rib and volume as you compare him to the bull just ahead of him, his extra muscle shape as well. At the same point in time, this bull puts together a real nice set of numbers for you in terms of a spread between birth and yearling. Wish he had a little bit more rib IEPD, but that's kind of hard to find for sure. Bull that's going to have everything. I really like this one. He's going to be your division winner here today. Nice bull. We'll bring in the reserve and compare them.
And selected as our reserve intermediate champion female in our Shorthorn show was entry 224, Soul Mary's Roses 5763C, shown by Carly Kirkpatrick, Avila, Indiana. Congratulations to Tyler and to Carly. Selected as our champion junior bull in our National Red Angus show is entry 290, Damar Trump, C512, his name has been changed to Damar Trump. I wonder why. And he's shown by Rust Mountain View, Blair's Ag and Sea-Bar Ranch, Thomas Ranch of South Dakota, and Yackley Ranches of South Dakota. And your reserve champion junior bull is entry 289, WEBR Flexibility 587 or 547, shown by Weber Cattle Company and Harmony Hill. Congratulations. We now will have our Class 53 senior yearling bulls for our Red Angus show coming into the ring. Class 53 is in the ring now.
Wrong class. There we go. That's the wrong team.
Entering the ring now on our Shorthorn show and our National Shorthorn show is Class 32 early spring yearling females. Shorthorn exhibitors, I need classes 33, 34, and 35 to the makeup ring, please. Classes 33, 34, and 35 to the makeup ring. Thank you.
This is one of those instances where you wish, and we've talked about it before, that you could put these two bulls together. I think you'd have one heck of a beast because they both complement each other so well. They're so different in terms of their type and their kind, and depending on where you want to put your priorities and what you need is the bull that you're going to use here. I like this bull for his look and his extra extension and the shape that he comes to us in here today. He's real honest and a bit more green in terms of his condition, but a bull that's got some look to him and some added performance and length of body and just overall stretch. I wish he had just a little bit more muscularity, especially down in his lower quarter. As you read these two bulls on their numbers as well, ironically enough, this is one of those instances where they actually match up to meet the cattle. You see a lot more yearling weight in this bull and a lot more ribeye in this bull back here. So that's the trade-offs, and depending on where you put your priorities, that's where you're going to place this class. I just like the extra look that we see. This is a good medium-sized bull. It's got some depth of rib and body and doability, perhaps an advantage in terms of muscularity, especially in his lower quarter. I just like to stretch him out and make him a little more like the other bull in terms of balance and eye appeal if I could.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, as we begin our early spring yearling division, a nice set of April females, late Aprils that we're working into, and actually a pair. If you want to go ahead and pull that second heifer, I think those two heifers really come together quite nicely, and I give the advantage of trimness and femininity to our class winner. I think she also is at the ground a little more, just a little better shaped in terms of her foot size, and she maintains excellent skeletal integrity in terms of dimension of that structure and skeleton. I could open her up a bit in her heart and see a little more forerib shape there, but I still yet appreciate the way that she's being managed in terms of her trimness. Still think she's got plenty of depth back into her rear rib and flank. I like the way that she keeps that hind leg back into the structure and integrity of the skeletal design that she has. This heifer wants to get her hind legs outside of that skeleton ever so slightly from time to time, and so I'd like to correct that about her. She's a more muscular female. She is a bigger hearted heifer than the heifer that wins the class. I think those two make a really nice pair there in the top end, and if you wanted to switch them and make this stouter win the class winner, wouldn't argue that a lot, but I sure do think we need to be thinking about how they're landing on those feet, and I think that's a little bit of an issue here in two. Heifer that comes next with our roan female is really an attractive heifer, and he gets her parked out here and from the side, a very balanced heifer, one that's deep in her body work and one that's got some center to that center rib. She's actually pretty correct on her feet and legs, but gets to be one of the three higher conditioned heifers we've got out here, so I'm a little more critical of her conditioning, and we tone that down a notch. This girl runs right in the middle of those heifers that we just discussed in 1 and 2. Heifer that comes next is a female that gives up some performance to cattle around her, but she's one of the really attractive heifers we have out here. The young lady does a nice job getting her shown, and she's done a nice job managing her. She's one that I think could get a little heavier in her condition if she needed to be, and you get up on top of her, she's got a lot of natural shape, and her composition's pretty honest. I like her width through the center of her stifle. I like her correctness as she goes. Heifer that comes next is the next female behind her, get just a little more conditioned up through the front portions of their body. This heifer's the freer moving of the two, and actually one of the freest moving females of the group. She steps incredibly long and free as she gets out and goes, whereas the heifer we round out her class with gets a little wide and prominent in her blade, gets outside of her skeleton up front. I really like the heifer ahead of her, just need to tone her down a notch in terms of her conditioning. Again, congratulations.
Placing first in Class 53 Senior Yearling Bulls in our Red Angus show was entry 295 RRA Power Eye 508, shown by JK Red Angus and Rich Red Angus. Second was entry 293 WDZ CF No Doubt 450, shown by Zender Cattle and Presley Farms. Go ahead, Kyle.
Here's a class that comes to you kind of like the last one, only these bulls aren't quite as much different. I'm going to go ahead and use a bull that's just a bit smoother blending from end to end. I like him just a bit better behind his shoulders, and I realize that this bull has a lot more condition on him than the bull does in second, and that's why he probably does blend together so much better. But I like his added bone. I like his squareness on his hind feet. As you compare these two bulls, one of the bigger things too that made this bull go ahead and place a little higher is I like the way this bull's designed underneath in terms of his sheath just a bit better than I do the bull in second. The bull in second, here's a long-bodied, real freewheeling kind of bull that comes to us real honest in terms of his condition. If you're looking for a big ribeye bull, this bull probably has one of the highest values that you'll be able to find at a 0.51, and you can see that up in this bull's top. He's got a lot of muscle expression up over his rib and loin and carries that back into his hip. Two really nice bulls there.
Thank you, Kyle. Placing first in Class 54 2-year-old bulls is entry 299 SLGN Bojangles 479B, shown by Glues Performance Cattle and Solution Genetics. Second, entry 297 RRA Conquest 124 495, shown by Greystone Cattle Company. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion bull in our National Red Angus show. Class placings in our National Shorthorn show, Class 32, early spring yearling females. First was entry 256, GCC Turner's Margie 542 ET, shown by Gavin Sender, Mahomet, Illinois. Second, entry 250, Colt K Lady Force 1121, shown by Erica Harrell, Roseville, Illinois. Third, entry 251, Rachel Clark, Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth, entry 254, shown by Addison Holstein, Plainville, Indiana. Fifth, entry 252, shown by Riola Shorthorn Farms, Washington Island, Wisconsin. And sixth is entry 253, shown by Bart and Megan Dirks, Morrison, Illinois. Placings in that last class were 2, 3, 5, 6, 4, and 1. In our Shorthorn ring now is Class 33 Early Spring Yearling Females. Class 33 Early Spring Yearling Females. Shorthorn exhibitors, please bring classes 34 and 35 to the makeup ring. Classes 34 and 35 to the makeup ring, please. Following the selection of our senior champion bull in our Red Angus show, we will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion bull. Junior bred and known bulls, let's get those bulls up to the ring, please. Yeah.
Again, as we get into these early spring yearlings on these Shorthorn females, I think we've got a pair that are pretty interesting to evaluate. And I think in these top four, really, I think sensibly sized animals as we project them to maturity. I think good feminine kind of females that project a good productive look to them. Some differences in condition and movement. I'm not sure that second might actually move just a little neater at times than what our class winner does, but certainly you can't deny the dimension and the functionality that we find in that class winner in terms of rib shape. Very, very bloomy in terms of how she's presented here today. Steps her track like a nice athlete should. I think she does a nice job kind of handling the competition she finds in this class. Tremendous numbers on this heifer again. This young man's exhibited several of these that come in here with tremendous values in terms of maternal indexes, and I appreciate that about him. This heifer is not unlike some of the others we've seen him show. Feet and legs are right out on the corners and correctly designed in terms of muscle system. I think you read good maternal strengths in this female as well as you study her back at her vulva and back in to where we read that udder quality to begin to develop. Heifer that comes next is really an attractive one in the group, one that's very long in her top line, and her neck and shoulder sets really good and appropriate as we see her stand there. As we get her in motion, she's a little tighter up in her hip, and it causes her to be just a little bit more restricted or a little tighter at her hock, but I still like her cleanliness down through her lower third compared to some of the other heifers we've got in this group. She just needs to be freed up a notch and go with a little more authority on that hind leg. I do like her strength of lines and her strength of top as she gets out and travels relative to this dark roan heifer that comes in 4. This heifer loosens up just a little right down there in her top line. She wants to get in at her toes just a little bit up front, and we could melt a little of that condition off, but still yet a good productive broody female that's got a tremendous amount of mass and capacity intensity to her. Even if you melt the condition off of her, you see a lot of refinement to the teat placement of that heifer as well. It's kind of a bigger, stouter heifer that we've got coming next, and appreciably stronger in terms of her features compared to some of the other females in the class. Just gets a little coarser in her makeup for me and rolls at a little more prominence to the point of her shoulder. We just see a little more rugged build in that cow that we'd like to tone down a notch to read more maternal look and more femininity into her. Her substance and dimension gets her ahead of these heifers that are below her in class. This is really an attractive female that comes next, and the young lady's done a great job keeping her condition right. She wants to rest her tail head a little high up out of her spine, and I see her just being a little shallower through her forerib. Big volumed heifer that rounds out this group, and a heifer that's got tremendous length at top line as well. You get in on top of this heifer, she opens up really big through the center of her top and through the center of her rib. She's just one that's not quite as attractive as we find her up through her front third. Maybe wants to work that hind leg outside of her skeleton ever so slightly. Excellent class of early spring yearlings. Again, congratulations.
This is a tough pair of bulls to evaluate because they're so much different in terms of their type and kind and the condition that they're in. You could argue a case for either one of these bulls. When you watch them on the go, I like the bull up here just a hair better. I think he's a little leaner in terms of it. Well, I know he's a lot leaner in terms of his condition. I like the angles that he has through his shoulder as he travels, but then as you really evaluate him, he wants to break behind his shoulders quite a bit. He sinks in there in that heart, wants to open up at the point of his shoulders. I like the way he travels up in his front end, and just the overall look and added extension and trimness that he gives you. Then you come with a bull here on the other end of the spectrum that's ready for a show in every sense. I mean, he's deep-bodied. He's got a lot on him. Bull that's got some shape and dimension, and when you view him from the side, he's obviously got more depth of rib. He's obviously got more heart behind his shoulder. There's no question. How much of that is due to condition? I don't know. I mean, that's a tough call. I like the bull in the lead on the move a hair better. I like this one on the standstill a bit better. Y'all make your own decisions how you like these two bulls. Today I'm going to go ahead and use this bull here to win this division, and you're going to be reserve and both good cattle. Make your decisions on which ones you like the best in the crowd.
Selected as your senior champion bull for the Red Angus National Show is entry 299, SLGN Bojangles 479B. Shown by Glues Performance Cattle and Solution Genetics. Your reserve senior champion bull is entry 295, RRA Power Eye 508, shown by JK Red Angus and Rich Red Angus. Congratulations. We now will be selecting our grand and reserve grand champion Red Angus bull for the 2016 National Red Angus Show. Nope, I didn't. Get you caught back up on placings for Class 33, early spring yearling females. Winning that class is entry 260, Colt Marble LaRue 11, shown by Kate Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Second, entry 257, Shady Brook Juanita 97C, shown by Shady Brook Farm Limited, West Brome, Quebec, Canada. Third, entry 262, shown by Craig Bratcher, Elizabeth, Indiana. Fourth, entry 266, shown by Allie Muir, Jackson Center, Ohio. Fifth, entry 259, shown by Carly Baumeister, Deckerville, Michigan. Sixth, entry 261, shown by Keisha Burgess, Charlotte, Michigan. Seventh, entry 263, shown by Maya Lenke Hetrick, Fremont, Ohio. Placings in that class were 2, 5, 1, 6, 3, 7, and 4. In the ring now are Shorthorn Class 34 early spring yearling females. Hey, Kyle, hold on just a second. Jeff, go ahead.
I think these three, actually these top four females, this is a really good group, and I think there's some trade-offs in them as we watch them move and watch how they become athletes as they get out and travel. This one, to me, does a nice job of that. I think all three, and all these cattle are probably practical size, but I think the proportional ones are 1, 2, and 3. The one that has the refinement to her udder, the one that has the elegance in her motion as she gets out and travels, controls her top with a better kind of flexion all the way from shoulder to hip. I like the setback to her knee and the fact that she's able to reach comfortably off both ends. I think it's just hard to deny her the place to start, and then I think we start working on those next 2 or 3. This heifer to me is just massive through the center of her body and rib. I catch some different looks out of her at times. She wants to pull her head down into her shoulder and it opens her blade, and at times I'm a little bit concerned about her coarseness. As I pull those 2 heifers over there, she's appreciably leaner than the white heifer is. We need to keep her in the top 2 of this class and keep her with that red heifer that begins. White heifer that comes next is a lot like them in terms of her stature and presentation. Heifer that just really doesn't need probably, and I'm not going to critique anybody on how they fit them, but she's so dimensional. I don't know that she needs a lot of that extra push or extra fin down there underneath her flank, but a really sound made female and a female that just gets extra condition on her. I think we just need to melt a little of that down. This heifer's the heifer that's a little bit challenging at times to get to find the right spot for, and it just kind of ends up being in the 4th position. She's a big, strong, high-performing female, wants to get outside of herself a little bit as she gets off that hind leg. A big-barreled, big-volumed heifer that sure got some functionability about her, a little larger statured kind of cow than those 3 we have in 1, 2, and 3. Heifer that comes next wants to toe in a little bit as she gets out and goes, and likewise just a little hesitant as she gets off that hind leg. Like to see her spread just a little more of that dimension through the center of her quarter and stifle that she has through that rib, but a nice female nonetheless. And again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. And before our judge makes his final comments in our National Red Angus Show, let's put our hands together one more time for Mr. Kyle Collier from Bruno, Idaho.
Thank you, Kent, and it's been a privilege for me to be here and judge this Red Angus show, and I realize it's your national show, and what an honor it is to do it. I couldn't be more humbled than to be out here amongst you all and placing your cattle, and I've enjoyed it an extreme amount. This has been a great experience and a good show, and I hope you all have enjoyed watching it just like I have placing it. As we go out throughout these bulls and look at what we're going to do and some decision-making time, there's a couple bulls that stand out to me that I like a tremendous amount, and I could see this going a number of ways. But as we go out throughout the line and talk about these bulls, you got a real smooth-made one here. This calf that won that second division, I feel that we need to talk about him just a little bit here, because I find him to be real unique in this breed of cattle, and I see a lot of bone and a lot of power and a lot of substance in this calf, and I think that he's a bull that could be used a lot in a lot of different herds and a lot of different regards. He could propel this breed to another level in my eyes. So that's a pretty bold statement, but I really believe that. I think this calf's got a big future. If I'm a Red Angus breeder and he doesn't have another owner, a bunch of people partnered up on him, I'm in on that one. I think that he's pretty darn nice and something that could do a lot. When we come down and study these other bulls, you see some smoothness in this bull, maybe not quite the dimension that you see in the others. Real muscular bull here, and then you come down to a bull that's a real comfortable place right here in this bull. That's not a lot wrong with this one, just real good all over. Here's a bull that's got some depth of rib and some body, some muscularity. He's very sound on the go. I like that about him a tremendous amount, and so he's obviously in contention as well. Then the big bull that won that last division, we talked about how much power and substance that this one has, real deep-bodied, of course. I'd like to trim him up in his condition, and as you watch him walk around the ring, he could probably go with a little more freedom and ease, and that could be due to a little extra condition, but he's a high-quality bull. I'm not taking anything away from him because he is a really high-quality individual. So when it comes right down to it, it's a tough decision. It's been a fun time judging your show. I appreciate the Red Angus Association for asking me. It's always fun to come to Louisville. I enjoy the people that are up there on that stand. Every time I come, they're always so welcoming, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here once again with you. Let's put your hands together for these exhibitors. I'll go find you a champion in reserve.
What's up, Floyd? He is important, I feel, really.
Selected as your national grand champion bull is entry 290, Damar Trump, C512, shown by Russ Mountain Farm, or Russ Mountain View, Blair's Ag and Seabar Ranch, Thomas Ranch in South Dakota, and Yackley Ranches of also South Dakota. And your reserve national champion bull is entry 266, KJHT Candyman, shown by Hannah Taylor. Congratulations. Collier, Trump won again. How could you beat him? We're ready. Junior bred known red Angus. Let's bring those bulls in. Do we have another program for me? Oh, it's in here. It's in here. Okay. All right. Class 1.
We're kind of winding down on a spring yearling division and an awfully strong set of cattle to end up that class or that division of cattle. Here's a class winner that, no secret about it. She's got a pretty good reputation, and there's no reason to deny that to her. That female is tremendously flexible, tremendously fresh in her presentation and dimensional. It takes a pretty good one to run at her. Just an awfully powerful kind of cow. Heifer that comes next is a female that challenges her a bit in terms of length of body. If I could just make this one have a little different integrity as she goes, I would sure like her a bunch. I like her length of body and her length of top line. I like that extension to her front end. She gets ahead of the heifer that's sounder in 3 because this heifer's trimmer. I'd sure like to see this heifer come a little better out of her hip and on her hind leg as she goes out of here. This heifer just needs to be freshened up a notch in her conditioning, and she begins to labor a bit as she goes out here. But as she first came in and she was pretty crisp and fresh, she goes really, really good in terms of length of stride and flexibility on both ends of her skeleton. We just need to tone her up just a notch. Heifer that comes next is a female that's not too much different really in kind than the top 2. She's one of those big outlined heifers that's got some upper rib in her, and she sure got some strength in regards to her muscularity. She's trimmer than the heifer in 3rd, but not as fresh or not as crisp rather in her movement and the action we see in that skeleton. Likewise, the 2 heifers that we round out the class with just need to go with a little more structural integrity and soundness. Flexibility would be a big improvement here on these 2, but both of these heifers really feminine up through their front end, probably truer in their conditioning, more honest in their composition. Good set of cattle, and again, congratulations.
Get you caught back up in our Shorthorn show. Class 34 results. First went to entry 275, Soul Bose Margaret 5007, shown by Donnell Smith and the Heinzig family from Prague, Oklahoma, and Little Cedar Cattle Company, Beaverton, Michigan. Second entry 271, CSF Margie 575 HC, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Third entry 274, shown by Reed Utterback, Elmwood, Indiana. Fourth entry 268, shown by Allison Dragstrom, Amboy, Indiana. Fifth entry 501, shown by Cody Hollinsworth, Lebanon, Indiana. Placings in last class, class 35. First goes to entry 287, Soul Dream On 5158, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second entry 288, Soul Dream Lady 5376, shown by Aaron Lay, Madisonville, Tennessee. Third entry 278, Soul Rosemary 5362, shown by Jessica Millenbaugh, Crestline, Ohio. Fourth, entry 283, shown by Xavier Ferris, Whiteland, Indiana. Fifth, entry 277, shown by Davin Sherman, Cardington, Ohio. And sixth, entry 285, shown by Wyatt Osborne, Lynchburg, Ohio. Placings in that last class were 5, 3, 4, 6, 1, and 2. We now will be selecting our junior and reserve junior champion female in our Jack C. Ragsdale National Shorthorn Show. Folks, for those of you that have never been into the Saddle and Sirloin Club, which is directly behind me on the top deck of Freedom Hall, that has changed this year. That Saddle and Sirloin is now open to the public. You do not have to be a Saddle and Sirloin Club member to go into that. They have lunch and dinner every day. So if you have not experienced the Saddle and Sirloin Club, I strongly encourage you to do so. It is a great dining experience. It's a great experience to meet friends and family up there. Feel free to go up and enjoy the Saddle and Sirloin Club here at the North American while you're here. In our Red Angus Junior Own Show, we're doing the entire division. We're bringing our single entries back in along with our Class 3 2 entries for that class.
These guys weren't able to have their bred and owned bulls with their heifers the other day, so we're going to look at them now. And really nice division of cattle out here. These bulls, if we'd have brought them all out individually, would have been class winners. And so what we're doing right now is selecting your division winner. And for me, when it comes right down to it, it's a good class of bulls. Lots of structural integrity in these bulls. They're all very, very sound, and that's very impressive, especially in a junior program like this. I like this bull right here to win this division. He's a bull that's got some power and some performance and extra length of body and extension. I like the smoothness of this calf right up here. He'll be your reserve here today. Congratulations to both of you guys. They're a nice pair of bulls.
Selected as your Spring Bull Calf Champion is entry, is it 241? Oh, excuse me, 244 is your champion, and 241 is your reserve. 244 exhibited by Ethan Dickerson on Bar S Shark, 66.95. 241 is KJHT Top Hand, shown by Hannah Taylor. Let's bring Class 6 February Bull Calves into the ring, please. Class 6 February Bull Calves into the ring. This will also be our junior and reserve junior bull calf champion. Jeff?
Yeah, I was afraid you were going to call on me, Jake. Thought I might just sneak by and slap them and call it good. Really a powerful division. This is kind of a hallmark division of cattle that we find here in Louisville every year, and just a tremendous age and maturity that we see these cattle to be in, and you know, they're just close enough to being cows and far enough along you can really read what their genetic potential is and what they have to offer. There's just an awful lot here with the 4 heifers we have as class winners. There's an awful lot of value in that cattle we have standing in second. There's a lot of good cattle that are that stood 3rd, 4th, maybe even 5th in some of the classes that we saw as we change their management regime and we see what they can do at different levels or at different times. So I'm not going to talk these heifers. I guarantee you I'll dig a hole I can't get out of. So we're just going to select your champion, but I would greatly appreciate a big round of applause if we go ahead and congratulate our exhibitors. This is quite an elite set of females. Congratulations.
Okay. Selected as your junior champion female is entry 287, Soul Dream On 5158, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations, Sarah. And selected as your reserve champion in that division is entry 260, Colt Marble the Roo 11, shown by Kane Agater, Seward, Nebraska. Kyle?
This is a class and also a division over here in your bred and owned bull show, and heck, this bull was just your reserve national champion bull and happens to be owned by a junior or bred and owned. That's quite a project right there she's got going on. Real stout one, and I like him a lot to win this division. Then we come into a couple bulls that are a bit different in terms of their type and kind. I'm going to go with the bull for your reserve division. I just see it a little bit more look in this one here, a little more smoothness from end to end. A real nice pair of cattle, nice bull here as well.
Selected as your junior champion bull in our junior bred known show is entry 266 KJHT Candyman, shown by Hannah Taylor, and 257 CBCB Backdraft 242D, shown by Camille Blome, is going to be your reserve junior champion. Let's bring your senior bull calves in. Senior bull calves. Class 11.
Well, I think as we come to this February class of junior yearling females, we find a combination of freshness and athleticism that really is pleasing to look at. The young man and his family have done a great job managing the condition on the heifer, and I think it's complemented, and you see why it works so well when she gets out and flexes on both ends athletically and hits the ground so true in regards to her feet and leg placement. A big-bodied heifer that looks like she's got some gestation length coming there with the development that we see behind and in her udder. Certainly appreciate those things to go along with her production potential. Heifer that comes next is a female that I just like in terms of the sensible size that I think I see read into where we project these two to be as we get them into production. Certainly this female is really strong and correct in her lines. I like from shoulder to hip the levelness we see there. Likewise, I find refinement to her udder and the development of some gestation length there as we study her as she goes, and I think appreciably trimmer than we find the heifer that it comes out of here in 3. Just a little more lower body, a lower third in this heifer that's third. A big stout heifer here, big outline kind of heifer that's massive in terms of her build and width. Just need to tone her down a notch for me in our part of the country in terms of frame size, maybe tone her down just a notch in terms of her conditioning. Excellent, excellent set of February females. Congratulations.
In our Red Angus Junior Bred Known Show, Class 11, first was entry 277, CSPF Cooper 25C, shown by Chase Pladson. Second was entry 278, TC Perfect Storm C002 by Ty Craig. Third went to entry 279, Joseph Grace. And fourth, entry 276, shown by Reba Prather. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Bred Known Bull. We had single entries in our summer division. Entry 283, MLW Red Rover, shown by Mackenzie Walters. And our only senior division bull, shown by Sydney Zender, is WDZ-CF No Doubt 450, entry 293. So let's bring all of those division winners in. We will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Junior Bred Known Bull. In our Shorthorn show, Class 38, junior yearling females, placings were as follows. First went to entry 292, Soul Edgy Dream Lady, shown by John Gellerman, Petersburg, Illinois. Second, entry 299, CF Cumberland 535 Soul, shown by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. And third, entry 294, Soul Cherry Moon 5993C, shown by Kathy Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. Entering the ring now in our National Shorthorn Show is Class 39, Junior Yearling Females. Class 39, Junior Yearling Females. Attention Shorthorn exhibitors, Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. Let's get those Shorthorn Plus bulls down to the makeup area, please. Shorthorn Plus bulls, let's get those bulls down to the makeup ring, please. Attention in the Red Angus barn. We're missing entry 293 from Sydney Zender. Sydney Zender, entry 293. If you'd like to show in the champion drive, we need your bull in here immediately. This is a final call. Red Angus exhibitors, group classes. Final call, Red Angus exhibitors for group classes.
I don't see a lot of sense in going through and individually talking about these bulls. We've already done that, but I do want to mention the fact that these are bred and owned bulls, and quite an impressive lineup, I think, for a group of juniors to assemble out here today, and y'all should be real proud of what you have out here to offer. Some really nice cattle for sure. So if you would, put these exhibitors, give them a big round of applause. A nice set of cattle. I've enjoyed sorting through them, and I'll go find you a champion.
Selected as your champion junior bred known bull is entry 266, KJHT Candyman, shown by Hannah Taylor. Congratulations, Hannah. And your reserve champion junior bred known bull is entry 257, CB Backdraft 242D, shown by Camille Bloom. Congratulations. Red Angus exhibitors, let's bring your group classes in, please. Group classes.
Excellent set of early Februaries that we've got out here, and just a tremendous tempo that these top three set for the others to kind of measure up to. This female's just fabulous in the way that she's presented out here, I think, in terms of freshness. Yeah, there's some bigger featured cattle at the ground, and in terms of their bone work, we still got lots of ability to use cattle that look like her, in my mind, that's got some center body and have got some rib and got some balance and just float like a dream when they get out and travel. I like her pretty well, as you can tell. Heifer that comes next is a heifer that's just got a little more dimension to her. Now let's just talk about those next two the same way. Big dimensional, big powerful females that have got center body and authority as they get out and travel. Heifer in two can challenge our winner at the ground. She's bigger footed and stronger in terms of her bone work. If you like her and would like to switch them two because of that, certainly I can agree with that. But as you study her at the top of her neck and at the top of her shoulder, and as you read her coming down her top line, I don't know that you see quite that feminine look up through that front third. I don't know that you see any more sweep to the rib. I don't know that you see any more athleticism there in 2 over 3. This is a big stout female we've got here in 3. This female is incredibly smooth. As wide-based as she is, she handles herself really, really well. She gets a little more open at the top of her shoulder like our heifer in second does. Maybe not quite as athletic on her hock as the heifer in second is, but an awfully big, strong female. And again, those two in second and third just tremendously powerful in the way that they're built, and certainly nothing wrong with that as well. The next heifer that comes out follows along as a heifer that I see with more femininity, a heifer that I think actually has some advantages out here in regards to her smoothness to her shoulder and the way that her neck lays up on top of her shoulder. I like the productive look that she has as we get in behind her and study back into her udder and find some refinement in that regard. Spotted heifer that comes next is a lot like her. Maybe at times I catch different reads on these two heifers. I guess I thought this heifer maybe didn't travel quite as well. I think it's probably too close to call, but she does get up in her top some. Don't think she's quite as far along as the heifer ahead of her, and we certainly don't see that in the udder development that the heifer ahead of her has. Maybe not quite the refinement in that regard either. Here's another big-bodied heifer that would be a lot like 2 and 3 in this lineup. Tremendously bold in the barrel that she has and the weight and the shape and spread to her top. She hits the ground with a big foot. She comes into a big skeleton. There'll be some value to be had in that cow as she generates some offspring for those folks. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
Okay, in our Red Angus side, we have one senior get a sire. This is shown by Greystone Cattle Company. Let's bring in all your junior get a sires. Final call, Red Angus Junior get a sire, please. Final call, Junior get a sire, Red Angus. No more. Greystone Cattle Company, congratulations. Produce and Am now, Red Angus. Produce and Am. Bring in your Produce and Am, please. Group class, Produce and Am, Red Angus. Class placings in Class 39, Junior Yearling Shorthorn Females. First goes to entry 307, CFV8 Mona Lisa Smile 528, shown by John Reeser, Wildwood, Georgia. Second entry 308, CYT DSC Max Rosa, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Third entry 306, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Fourth entry 302, shown by Tucker Pearson, Portland, Indiana. Fifth entry 304, shown by Stetson Kleiss, New London, Missouri. And sixth entry 301, shown by Brian Jordan of Washington Island, Wisconsin. Placings in that last class were 6, 4, 5, 3, 1, and 2. In the ring now is Class 40 Junior Yearling Females. Your champion produce dam in our national Red Angus show is shown by Hannah Taylor on SRA Paint Bucket. Congratulations, Hannah. Your premier breeder is DeMar Farms from Wisconsin, and your premier exhibitor is Greystone Cattle Company. Congratulations. That concludes our Red Angus show. Thank you, one and all. Stick right around. We are going to begin our Charlet show, our national ROE show, as soon as our judge can get down. Oh, he is there. For those of you keeping score over here on the Shorthorn side, we have an added entry in this class, Class 40 Junior Yearling Females, entry 324. She's a January 3rd, 2015 female. Her name is BOY Cumberland Love 501. She is shown by Brandy Painter from Hebron, Ohio. Entry 324.
Again, a really strong set of junior yearling females, and beginning to get a little more sluggish. All of them are. I guess it's the time of the day, and it's probably the progression in maturity, and a lot of them are pretty heavy bred, so obviously they're not wanting to participate quite as much. But as we watch this heifer and the flexion she has on both ends of her skeleton, we have to appreciate some things in that regard that combines also the extra dimensionality that she shows out here in this particular group, and a balanced look, a proportional look relative to some of the other cattle that we have out here, and I think she makes a nice place to start. Now this stock and legged heifer that comes next really runs at her pretty quickly. I think she actually covers her track with more athleticism, but I don't know that she comes with quite the balanced presence as we find in the heifer that wins the class. She wants to roll a bit through the top of her shoulder. She is and has been managed incredibly well. I think she's actually one of the leaner heifers that we've got in this particular group. I like the sensibility of both of these two heifers in terms of mature size as we project them to that point. Just an excellent pair here on top to begin to work with. The next two heifers begin to struggle a bit more in terms of their athleticism and flexibility, and of the pair of roan heifers we've got coming next, I like the smoothness that we find here in the shoulder shape and the top of her neck on the heifer that's third. She's a little more coarsely made down through her udder and teats. We'd like to clean that up just a little bit, and she wants to pull that hind leg up under her ever so slightly. This heifer works a pretty big blade out on the edge of her body cavity that comes next in 4, gets just a little less organized. I think she's just one of the heavier bred ones we have out here, but it's important to see why we need more flexibility and stability in that skeleton and as they get into that stage of production, certainly you would like to see her float a little more comfortably. This red heifer, probably the least farthest along in terms of productivity or in terms of gestation, and that hurts her a little for me. She reads a little more masculine through her front end. We'd like to tone her down a notch there. Heifer that comes next is more feminine fronted than the preceding heifer. She's bigger boned and she's probably bigger footed than a number of these heifers in class, but just a little sluggish off a back leg. We'd like to see her a little more athletic in that regard. Maybe add some dimensionality to that heifer as well. Again, congratulations.
Placings from Class 40 junior yearling Shorthorn females. First goes to our added entry 324. That's BOY Cumberland Love 501, shown by Brandy Painter, Hebron, Ohio. Second is entry 312, shown by Sheridan Fox, Kanawha, Iowa, on CYT Myrtle Bow MX. Third, entry 314, shown by Trent Borman, Camden, Ohio. Fourth, entry 320, shown by Maddie Williams, Gamaliel, Kentucky. Fifth, entry 311, shown by Alex Stady, Prior Lake, Minnesota. And sixth, entry 310, shown by Josh Lorenz, Grant Park, Illinois. Placings in that class were 6, 5, 2, 3, 4, and entry 324 was first. Into the ring now is our senior yearling females. Class 41 senior yearling females. Following this class, we will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion female. Let's be bringing our 3- and 4-year-old cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring, please. Class 45 cow-calf pairs to the makeup ring, please.
You know, I think I'll just leave these heifers stand as they are, and you can see them a little better in their lineup. You know, this female that starts the class, to me, does so with a great deal of integrity at the ground. She's one of the better footed females we've seen in our group of cattle we've seen today, and we've seen some awfully nice cattle. Structurally, you know, this heifer's right in terms of her knee, and her shoulder slope is really good. She's not as blown apart as some of the cattle we've seen in some of the earlier classes, but I think if you'll watch her move and watch her travel, she's as true in her skeletal width and design as a good many of them are, and that freshness and appropriateness of conditioning, I think, needs to be acknowledged as we watch her get out of this particular group and lineup. I like the refinement and the balance that we find in her udder as it begins to develop down there compared to the heifer immediately behind her. I think just an awfully good female to start this class. I really, really love the extension we find in the heifer that follows her in second, not only up through the front third of her body, but also down her top line. That heifer is one of the longer bodied, cleaner made heifers we've seen in our group here. Just to appreciate the value that we have in her and the way that she's been managed. She's set up to do a pretty good job as we get her into production, having a calf and trim enough in her condition that hopefully she doesn't get into trouble doing so. Heifer that we round out our group with needs to be a little farther along as we get her into calf. We need to see a little more development there compared to the two heifers above. We probably would like to tone her down a notch as she gets closer to that point where she's going to be having that first calf, but a big wide-statured calf, heifer that certainly has a lot of dimension to her rib. A little of that's maybe an extra condition that we don't need on her. Congratulations again to our exhibitors.
Placings from Class 41, senior yearling females. First went to entry 326, Han Leading Lady P4C, shown by Han Family Shorthorns, Mononk, Illinois. Second, entry 329, WHR CRVM Cecilia 4N02, shown by Cameron Fallon, Tom Bean, Texas. And third, entry 335, shown by Danielle Wood Seddon from Bad Axe, Michigan. Placings in that class again were 1, 2, and 3. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior champion female in our National Shorthorn Show. Entering the ring now is Class 1A in our ROE Charlet show. Class 1A, these will be our spring heifer calves, Class 1A. It is my pleasure to introduce our judge for today. Judging our National ROE Charlet show here at the North American, it is Mr. Brandon Callis from Minco, Oklahoma. Brandon serves as the livestock judging coach at Redlands Community College in El Reno, Oklahoma. Brandon is originally from Needville, Texas, where he was raised on a cow-calf operation with his family. Received his Bachelor of Science degree at A&M, and then got really smart and went to Kansas State and got his master's. Brandon and his wife and family live in Minco, and it is my pleasure. Let's put our hands together and welcome my dear friend, Mr. Brandon Callis, Minco, Oklahoma, to judge your Charlet ROE show today.
Well, we're drawing to the conclusion of our heifer show on our Shorthorn side, and it's been a tremendous heifer show. And I always, when we used to coach the judging team kids, we'd tell them to start strong and end strong. And you guys have have ended it with tremendous strength at the top end of this set of cattle. They're just class winners, and other cattle standing here to represent second places in line for a reserve division potential that are just awfully good brood cows as we study the value that they have in terms of their structural and skeletal integrity, as we study the different features that they have in terms of maybe changing things a little bit in a breeding program with extension or muscularity or any of those kinds of things. I think we've just got some awfully good tools to work with as we wrap up with this particular division of cattle. Again, I think I'm going to get in trouble if I start talking them very much, so I better get out here and just make one of them a champion and another one reserve. I'd like you to put your hands together and congratulate our exhibitors. I think they've really put on a nice show. They've done a tremendous job managing this set of cattle.
Selected as your senior champion female is entry 307 CFV8 Mona Lisa Smile 526, shown by John Reeser, Wildwood, Georgia. Congratulations, John. And selected as your reserve senior champion female comes out of the same class, entry 308 CYT DSC Max Rosa, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations to both John and to Sarah. Let's bring our Class 45 cow-calf pairs into the ring, please.
I'm planning on it. I'm not sure I have to check the See you, Daddy. Take care. Yep. We'll catch up with you next year. Did you see if there's any sheep back there? The only two people that tried to replace you.
Attention in the Shorthorn makeup ring. If you'll please hold our Grand Champion Drive females back there. We have a small presentation to make before we bring those females in, please. Just hold the females back there while we make our presentation, please.
Well, I think we've got three really good cow-calf pairs, and of course there's some difference in the way they've been managed a little bit. One of the younger females we've got in here coming first, you know, we put these cattle out on grass and we take a little of the attention away from them, and this is what we really have. And these cows, this one in particular, really, really strong at the ground. I like her structural integrity and correctness. I like the way we see some femininity to her. She's not as maybe sharp and refined about her teats on her udder as you'd like for her to be, but you see some of the transmission of consistency that you get out of that cow in terms of correctness exemplified by a nice Red Bull calf at side, a calf that I think certainly has some quality and some value to him. So we've managed this cow a little different. We went ahead and weaned the calf off of her. The cow is a little harder to read udder structure on, and I don't think there's a problem necessarily, but I think it's a little bit of a disadvantage, and she's had a little time to condition herself back for the next calf, and so that's just a little bit of a challenge to read there. I think as you study the calf and the cow both, I don't think you see quite the freedom of movement, not that there's a huge problem on the cow, but the calf certainly gets a little more restricted in that regard. I really like this cow that we have coming next, and I don't really think there's any issue except she maybe is getting a tickle of foot rot here on this rear foot, but it really throws her off at times. I actually like her udder suspension and support awfully well, and a nice calf that she drives with as she comes out of the ring, a female at side that's got some performance to her as well, and again some correctness and some dimension. I think those are three really nice females. Congratulate them if you would with a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in our cow-calf pairs, class 45 of our National Shorthorn Show is entry 338. Sutherland Cherry 187A, shown by David Ragsdale, Prospect, Kentucky. Second, entry 337, Waymar VT Red Sable 01, shown by Allison Udig, Grand Ridge, Illinois. And third, entry 339, shown by Respite Farm, Inc., Paris, Kentucky. 338 will serve as our champion cow-calf pair, and entry 337 will serve as our reserve. Brandon, can you hold on just a second for me, my friend? It is my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Gene and Marilyn Byers. Gene was born in 1927. Gene grew up on a dairy farm near Loudonville, Ohio, and attended Ohio State University, taking pre-vet classes before entering the United States Navy. He served in the Philippines during World War II, and after duty returned to college to finish classes. Graduated from vet school and opened his veterinary practice in his hometown. Dr. Myers met Marilyn when she brought her Cocker Spaniel into the vet clinic one summer day in 1952. Did you get married that day, Gene? He called her later that day asking her for a date. 1 year later, they were married. In 1956, kids and cattle worked their way into Gene and Marilyn's lives. Jeff and Jennifer and Jill and John grew up showing a string of cattle at local, county, and state levels, and being members of the Ohio and American Junior Shorthorn Associations. Jennifer and Jill were Ohio Shorthorn Lassie Queens in their youth. Jeff and John remained actively engaged in the farm enterprise and have raised their own families around the tradition of cattle shows and steer sales. Gene originally was a Berkshire man, but after developing an allergy related to hogs, he brought his first Shorthorn cow-calf pair in 1956, founding Byland Polled Shorthorn Farm. Gene selected the Shorthorn breed for the breed's good nature, milking ability, and maternal instincts. He was ahead of his time in his focus on what Shorthorn should contribute to the commercial sector. Byland started by having an emphasis on producing bulls and females for performance for the commercial operator. Gene stuck to his plan as the Byland program expanded during the 1980s when he held production sales. Gene and his sons focused on performance, carcass traits, and other traits relevant to the commercial industry. Gene became involved in the Shorthorn Association and served as an ASA Board of Director, President, and USA Delegate to the World Shorthorn Conference in Australia. He also served as director of the Ohio Cattlemen's Association, president of the Ohio Beef Marketing Board, and as a 4-H judge of swine and beef cattle in area fairs. In addition to numerous roles on local and statewide boards, he was elected to the Ohio House of Representatives, where he served 4 terms from 1986 to 1994. Gene's favorite campaign fundraisers were pit barbecues held at Byron when hundreds flocked to the farm where Shorthorn beef roasts had baked overnight on underground hot coals and were finally unearthed and carved for the eager beef eaters. Gene was honored with the Distinguished Alumni Award of the Ohio State University College of Veterinary Medicine and the Ohio Veterinary Medicine Alumni Meritorious Award in 1990 and 1995. In 1997, Gene lost a 2-month battle with acute leukemia. The next summer, he was inducted posthumously into the Ohio Agriculture Hall of Fame during the Ohio State Fair. Like Gene, Marilyn was personally invested as well over the years. She served as president of the Ohio Shorthorn Lassies and the Ohio Cattle Women's Association and chaired the Ohio Beef Cook-Off. Beyond raising their 4 children and balancing the farm and veterinarian businesses, Marilyn excelled in a career of her own. In 1978, she became the first female county commissioner in the history of Ashland County, Ohio, one of the first 2 Republican women commissioners in the state. When she retired in 2009, she was the longest tenured female county commissioner in the state, having served 7 terms and 28 years. Among numerous leadership and community service roles, Marilyn has served as president of the National Council of Republican County Officials and has been recognized by Country Woman magazine as one of the top 10 American notable farm women and has been named to the Ohio Women's Hall of Fame for government service. Jeff and John have continued what Gene and Marilyn started by still raising cattle that are commercially relevant to the market with excellence in performance and a breeding program focused upon quality. They raise most of their own cattle but add to the genetic pool when necessary. As members of the ASA, they work to produce the best EPDs they can. Byron has consistently been a member of the Century Club, having had membership in the ASA for over 50 years. Over the years, Byron Farms has received numerous honors, including the 1973 American Shorthorn Association Builder of the Breeder Award, the 1986 Ohio Beef Excellence Award, and the 2004 Ohio Beef Improvement Federation Seed Stock Producer of the Year Award. The Byers family was also named Ohio's Great American Family, a declaration signed by then First Lady Nancy Reagan. Join me in congratulating the Byers family of Byron Farms, Loudonville, Ohio, for being selected as this year's show honoree. I'd like to now introduce Mr. Mark Gordon. Mr. Mark Gordon, president of the American Shorthorn Association, and making the presentation. Mark?
On behalf of the American Shorthorn Association, it is my honor and privilege to present this award to the Byers family, Marilyn, Jeff, and John. Thank you for your years of service, promotion, dedication to the Shorthorn breed. Thank you very much.
Once again, the Byers family from Loudonville, Ohio, this year's honorees. Congratulations. Okay, thank you, Brandon.
Not a problem. Really a neat class here to start off with, and if you'd have told me it was going to be this deep, this fast, I'd have said you're lying. Definitely not a dog out here amongst this group. Heifer we're going to start off with, really impressed with. Just love that one's symmetry and her lines. Like the way that one comes down in terms of her body. Get behind her, you're still impressed in terms of squareness. Sets down an extremely attractive rear leg set and can go there. She's not the heaviest bone or biggest footed one of this crew. I just think she fits together quite well. Got a lot of positives to her. Gets a little more complicated from then on, but the heifer run here in second. I just love her running gear. This one sets down with some cushion and comfort, especially to her lower joints. I like her upper rib cage and the boldness she has there. She's a little greener yet. Maybe wants to be just a touch more tucked up in terms of her body. Look just a little leggy there, but boy, I love her skeleton and the way she works and gets and goes. Heifer that comes here next in third, she's one of those you could float down a few spots and say she's too moderate. I'm a fan of big-legged cattle with big feet, and that's what this one has. Really soft in terms of her side there as well. I still think she's balanced and very broody. Get down to it, not quite enough of her to run with those top two we have in that class, but I think one that puts some special things together there as well. Heifer that comes here in fourth, love her length, love her growth, her boldness and stoutness. Maybe at the standstill, she belongs up there with those top two. Of these top four, she's the one I want to change the most structurally. Wants to get just a little tighter there on her rear joints. Want to see her set down more comfortably as you get her on the go. Another heifer here that's got some look about her, very good out through her hip and's got some shape, a little forward in her shoulder, a little more upright in terms of her blade and her knee there. Heifer that comes out next here, another one that's very smooth. She's got some growth, heavy bone there as well. Gets a little piecey and tighter, maybe about her heart and her forerib. Want to open her up there in terms of that and maybe level her out of her hip. Moderate frame one's got a lot of body to her. I think she still sets down pretty flexible. Just gets a little quicker pattern for my liking. I like to set her a little square, more correct as she goes away from you. Soft-sided one here, presented very nicely. You start to read her underneath that presentation. Maybe wants to come apart in terms of her balance. We can relax maybe the joints, particularly up front on the heifer we have here next. We can find a different hole for her. Do love her dimension and her power. Stout-made, muscular heifer here that closes our class. Just doesn't have that same kind of balance, doesn't have the same kind of hip and hind leg structure we find in some of those cattle ahead. Heck of a way to start our Charolais show.
Shorthorn exhibitors, let's bring our grand champion drive into the ring, please. Results from Class 1A in our Charolais show. First goes to entry 15, RJB PZC Stella's Sable, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Second, entry 6, CC Take a Picture 6376, shown by Kim Kudrin, Monticello, Minnesota. Third, entry 12, shown by Kim Kudrin, Monticello, Minnesota. Fourth, entry 14, shown by Callie Ann Knott, Leoto, Indiana. Fifth, entry 4, shown by Aaron Thompson, White Cottage, Ohio. Sixth, entry 2, shown by Matthew Bowerland from Hampstead, Maryland. Seventh, entry 9, shown by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. Eighth, entry 8, shown by R&R Charolais and family, Fowler, Indiana. Ninth, entry 3, shown by Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia. And 10th, entry 11, shown by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. Placings in that class were 6, 5, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 3, 4, and 1. Entering the ring now is Class 1B Spring Heifer Calves. Following this class, we will be selecting our spring calf and reserve calf champion.
Another awesome class, Charolais cattle here, and all four of them are really, really good. And so again, it does get very nitpicky on them, but I think when you get this one parked and you get her from the profile there, so overwhelming in terms of the depth and sweep to her rib cage, the maternal look and presence that she puts off within this class. To me, she's the one out here she's muscular and wide, but yet it's applied to her skeleton in a very feminine and maternal way. Head and neck set's really good there as well. Nice female there. I think there is some trade-off between the two. Maybe you've got a wider pin set, a little heavier bone, or just more hair on the one that comes here next. She's really, really sweet and neat about her head and her neck. The deciding factor for me is I'm not quite sure. I don't like her there in terms of her shoulder and her forerib and the way she attaches there. Probably doesn't help things. She's wanting to fight it and not be as comfortable on the move, but a nice heifer. There's some big league pieces to this heifer right here, and he gets her parked right there. She belongs on the top end of this class in terms of just stoutness and body. We get her on the go, that heifer kind of falls apart and gets weaker behind her shoulder, wants to duck out of her pins ever so slightly. Just wish she looked the same moving as she does on the standstill there, but a neat kind of heifer. Heifer that comes here in fourth, unfortunately, just kind of the green skinny one of this crew. Better days are ahead of her. I think she's sound enough in terms of her skeleton. She's got enough width to her, just gets overpowered in my estimation when you compare to those three ahead of her, but outstanding class of heifers.
Thank you, Brandon. Before he makes these final comments for our grand champion Shorthorn Drive, folks, let's put our hands together for a great Shorthorn breeder from a great Shorthorn family, Mr. Jeff Bedwell from Isabella, Oklahoma. Jeff.
Well, it's certainly been a pleasure to get to evaluate and work with a great set of breeders and get to be invited to do something that not everybody gets to do, and it's really pretty special. And there's no doubt when you get to do a national show of any breed, there's a certain level of kind of ego building that goes along with that, and I've certainly been looking forward to doing this for quite some time. And when you get to this point, it's more about humility than anything, because you guys have brought some pieces to me to work with as an evaluator of these cattle that I am overwhelmed with in regards to how much more consistent we've become as a breed, how much more dimension we've put in our cattle, how much more sensible we've made them to fit a lot of venues within where these cattle end up commercially, and where we are, what we can do with the pieces, the practical pieces that we've got represented out here in this set of cattle. There's just been a tremendous set when we started with those baby calves, and they're just off the cows. All the way through, we saw a progression of strength, and we saw cattle that, to me, just get stronger in terms of what they have to offer our industry in regards to performance and maternal strengths. You know, we're getting close, guys, to a point when we think about putting cattle in the West, and we get to talking about, to my producers that I work with, and they talk about their British cows, and they talk about those British cows having multiple breeds in them other than just Angus. We're getting close to a point where they're going to start recognizing the values that we have. I challenge many of our breeds to find the integrity at the ground we find with the set that we have out here. I challenge many of our breeds to find some of the performance and practical fundamental soundness that we find with these cattle and some of the cattle we turn to the barn. So you guys have done a great job representing us as a breed, and it's been a humbling experience to get to be a part of that. Thank you to the North American for the opportunity to do that. Those guys down here that allowed me to do so from the American Shorthorn Association. It's been truly a pleasure and an honor. Let's put our hands together and congratulate our exhibitors. That's really what it's all about, and you folks as breeders.
Selected as your grand champion, Shorthorn female, entry 287, Soul Dream On 5158, shown by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations, Sarah. And your reserve champion female is entry 307, CFV8 Mona Lisa Smile 526, shown by John Reeser, Wildwood, Georgia. Congratulations to John. Okay, Shorthorn exhibitors, as in tradition here at the North American, we now will present the George Garvin Brown Memorial Cup, which is the supreme champion between the bull and the female. So if Sullivan Farms would please bring their national champion bull in here. We'll have a little father-daughter competition. You Shorthorn Plus exhibitors, give us just a few minutes here. Here comes our bull, and we'll be into our Shorthorn Plus bull calf classes momentarily.
I think another good class of heifers here. And heifer we're going to start off with, again, nicely presented, but I think when you really get to studying her, just at a quality advantage out here in terms of feet and legs and structure, the way she puts herself together there, got some squareness of hip and pin, really neat bodied one as well. Not free from criticism. You like to open that one up still. She gets just a touch narrow chested as she comes right at you. I like to see just a little more base width in her, but still good livestock. Cowie one here, stout and powerful, got a big hip in her. For as powerful as she is, she still sets her foot down in a comfortable manner. She's just a little coarser about her point of her shoulder, deeper in her chest floor, and just doesn't maybe balance up quite as nicely as you'd like her to, but still a neat kind of female. Heifer run here in third. She's got some length. She's probably got the advantage there up front versus the heifer we put right ahead of her. For me personally, though, I like to elevate her out of her pins, soften her in her body just a touch as well. Big middle, the stout and broody one that comes here next. Love how opened up she is in her rib cage. Length of stride is good. I still change the foot shape on that female. I like to lengthen her up out of her hip and set her tail head down into her a little differently, make her go a little differently off of her rear skeleton. If this one's deep enough for you and big enough footed for you, you can roll her up. Done a nice job putting her together. For me, she gets just a little round, a little harder there in terms of her body. Want to set her down a little more comfortably as well. A long-sided one that's pretty deep in her center body, gets a little piecey and flat about her forerib. She too gets a little aggressive in her tail head set. Then the heifer ends up closing our class. She's got some boldness to her ribs, some shape to her muscle, just not quite enough performance and width and pizzazz there to her to run her up any higher in the class.
Jeff?
Well, this is one of the really great pleasures that we get to do here in our Shorthorn breed and kind of compare or recognize those national champions of our male and female purebred show. And gosh, what an incredible pair of cattle that represent their sex very well. A female we just selected that just waded through a tremendous high quality set of females, and a bull that rose to the top of a show that wasn't great in number but powerful with regards to the dimension those bulls have and the fundamental soundness that they offer our business and our industry. Just an awfully good pair of cattle. I tell you what today, and I know that a lot of times the female wins the battle, but today it's going to be a battle of the boys, and he's going to win it. I like his masculinity, I like his strength, and I like his power. I like what he does for our business in terms of sensible, mature size and soundness and power in terms of having a beef animal look. I like our bull for your supreme champion. Let's give him a great round of applause if you would, please.
Where is he? Selected as our George Garvin Brown Memorial Cup winner is entry 395, Sol RGLC Legacy 525, shown by Sullivan Farms, Dunlap, Iowa, and Rockin' G Polled Shorthorns, Middletown, Illinois. Congratulations. Now to get you caught up on our Charlet ROE National Show. Placings from Class 1B, Spring Heifer Calves. First went to CC Deja Vu, shown by Kim Kudrin, Monticello, Minnesota. Second, entry 16, Boy BSMT Montella Marie, 623, shown by Jamie Moore, Piesaw, Illinois. Third, entry 25, shown by Carter Hodge, Good Hope, Illinois. And fourth, entry 18, shown by Wright Charlet, Richmond, Missouri. Class 1C, class placings were, first was entry 30, ECCC 619, shown by Macy Chamberlain, Winchester, Indiana. Second, entry 28, HFLH Miss Kennedy 1630, shown by Jenna Harrod, Frankfort, Kentucky. Third, entry 29, shown by Jacob Harrod, Frankfort, Kentucky. Fourth, entry 31, shown by Kinsley Harris, Hepler, Kansas. Fifth, entry 27, shown by Taylor Geralds, Tompkinsville, Kentucky. Sixth, entry 33, shown by Laurel Clark, Fowler, Indiana. And seventh, entry 32, shown by Micah Malone, Cynthiana, Kentucky. Once again, placings in that class were 5, 2, 3, 1, 4, 7, and 6. We now will be selecting our spring calf and reserve calf champion female.
Again, really an impressive division. I typically don't talk divisions, but we're going to dive into this one. I think it deserves just a little more justification as we get out here. Our first class winner, I think, again, at the standstill, at the initial approach when they come in, you can get to liking this one really well. I love just the body shape and angularity of this female. I like the way she's designed her head and neck. Still comes and opens up with some width. Again, probably has the most attractive hind leg of the crew as you watch her there as well. You start to nitpick on that heifer a little bit. You'd like to maybe lay her back in her shoulder ever so slightly. She doesn't just reach as freely as you'd want her to out there, and that's being ultra critical of her. But boy, she puts together a nice fresh look, nicely presented, a neat heifer calf here. Heifer that came out of that next class, again, that was a cool pair within that class. I called her maternal then. I think she's still the maternal one out here in terms of just her body, the way she transitions from shoulder back into her forerib, opens up in terms of her center body, and still has some width and some stoutness when you get behind her. I think what's impressive about this heifer is, for as bold as she is, she still keeps herself cornered and square as you get her out there on the go. She sets down with some flexibility. She's not as neat and tight through her chest floor and the base of her neck as what maybe heifers on either side of her is, but I think from her shoulder back, a neat kind of a heifer that puts a lot of positives together. Obviously, the different one out here is the heifer here on the end of the line. I think that's one of those deals, you either use her or you don't. I love her squareness of her hip. She's got the big legs that you like. She sets down good on her feet. You just have to draw that line or make that decision that underneath all that good presentation, is there enough bovine there in terms of just chest width and sheer open up? That's the one way I critique her, is when she comes at you, she wants to get in at her knee and be just a little more base and arrow. Personally, and I'd like her to be, considering how stout she looks from the outside, but boy, that one's put together neat. She's kind of an outlier out here, so it's kind of you do or you don't. Again, probably the one out here that I just call the one that puts the most together. Still stout, still powerful like I like them, still maternal. Heifer out of our second class is going to be the champion here in this division. Bring the second in that class in again. She had some bone, she had some stoutness and some feature to the lineup. I do love the way she's designed there up front as you study her. Again, I think the question is she going to remain soft enough in her forerib? I'm not sure about that. Does she get just a little tighter on the go? Maybe, but boy, that one does look good, presented extremely well. It's still a dogfight out here amongst these three and kind of where you want to set on things. Probably one of them still hit me just a touch harder. I think she matches up very well with the heifer we use in winter division. Heifer here out of the first class. She'll be reserved here in our calf division.
Selected as your spring heifer calf champion in our Charlet show is entry 20, CC Deja Vu 6088, shown by Kim Kudrin, Monticello, Minnesota. And your reserve spring heifer calf champion is entry 15, RJB PZC Stella's Sable, shown by David Smith, Boulder, Colorado. Congratulations to both Kim and to David. Entering the ring now in our Charlet ROE National Show is Class 4A, Junior Heifer Calves. We have two entries. Entry 42 was scratched. Once again, for those of you that would be interested in ordering pictures for use exhibitors or anyone that has ownership in any of these cattle and would like to purchase some pictures, you can do so with Lindy Livestock. You can go to her website at www.lindyslivestockphotos.com. That's LINDES livestockphotos.com, and order your photos online.
Interesting. A neat pair of heifers here. We're going to talk about each one of them, and then I'll quit procrastinating and pick one. The heifer here to my left, if you're going to compare them directly, this is the good-footed, good-looking, really neat hind leg, long level hip one of the pair that really gets around and goes. You like her whether she's moving or whether she's standing. She's just got a real neatness about her and an attractiveness about her that kind of draws you in. The question on her for me personally, maybe it's easy for you. I like to open that one up in her forerib seal just a touch for me personally. She's not overpowering in terms of stoutness from behind, but probably still has enough. Could use just a shade more. The heifer here, she's the better bodied one of these two. I love how soft and pliable and opened up in her body and rib cage as she is, and still to be as broody made as she is. I like the attractiveness of that heifer there up front. Where am I going to change her? She's good enough in terms of her stride. Her foot shape still for me. I like to set her a little better there. I like to maybe elevate those pins ever so slightly when she gets on the move. Maybe again she's fighting it and hadn't relaxed yet. Not sure, but you look at her foot shape, you still would like to change that. So give and take between the two. Again, I like to go with soundness when I can. Going to use the heifer here to the left to win this class. Heifer here will be second. But that's a cool pair of females.
Placing first in Class 4A, Junior Heifer Calves is entry 39, DSUL McKenzie 2D, shown by Austin Reitzenstein, Kersey, Colorado. Second, entry 41, BOY BSMT Montella 616, shown by Boyert Show Cattle, Seville, Ohio. Entering the ring now is Class 4B Junior Heifer Calves. We have two scratches in this class. Entries 52 and 57 are both scratched. Following this class, we will be selecting our junior and reserve junior heifer calf champion. Okay. Shorthorn Plus exhibitors, let's bring in that first class. Class 1, late spring bull calves. Single entry, Judge.
Well, our single entry on our Shorthorn Plus show, May Baby, that's really got quite a bit of stuff to him. Very dimensional as you study him out of his shoulder back into his hip. Now, he maybe is a little straighter in his structure up front than we'd maybe term ideal, but this calf really does have a nice shape to his foot. I really like the muscle and the squareness that we've got to that upper rib. We already see the right kind of testicle shape coming in this calf. We wish her the best of luck and congratulations.
Selected as our class winner in Class 1, late spring bull calves is entry 82, GJD Smokin' Bandit ET, shown by GJD Farms and Cattle, Hamilton, Ohio. This calf will also serve as our late spring bull calf champion. Entering the ring now is Class 4. Class 4, early spring bull calves, single entry.
So maybe a little different twist on how we've used Shorthorn genetics to develop a plus program, Shorthorn over Hereford. In my part of the country, my dad and grandpa made a living doing that for a long time. There's a lot of Hereford cows west of us that used white or light roan Shorthorn bulls, and they just loved those females. Those guys always raved about the maternal strength that they had, and still yet had the vigor that you would expect out of that kind of a deal. This bull calf, I think, exemplifies a lot of that. A great performing kind of a calf that's got some body to him, calf that's got some width to his hip. I could maybe see him just a little more comfortable as he comes off his shoulder and front end there just a little bit, but I think a good kind of a bull has sure got a lot of the right pieces and parts in terms of volume and performance. Again, congratulations.
Again, our single entry in Class 4, entry 21, RC Proud Freckles 602, shown by RC Show Cattle, Eaton, Ohio. This calf will also serve as our early spring bull calf champion. Entering the ring now is Class 7 Junior Bull Calves. Well, folks, I've made my second mistake for the day. One more and I'm out of here. But Class 4A, I announced that placing wrong. First went to entry 41, BOYBSMT Montella 616, shown by Boyert Show Cattle, and second was entry 39, D Soul McKenzie 2D, shown by Austin Reisenstein, Kersey, Colorado. I apologize.
We all make mistakes. You're forgiven, Jakey. Neat class here. I like this one. This one's kind of fun. This one, in terms of just body shape and stoutness and look and soundness, she puts a lot of that good stuff together. Still good out of her hip, still neat to look at. Good bovine here that wins this class. Heifer run here in second. Love the softness of her body. Again, just a big broody maternal one in this class. Just runs into a buzzsaw here. Doesn't have quite the foot, doesn't have the pin width or the look we find in the heifer that leads off ahead of the class. Heifer that comes here next, again, big square and out of her hip. Very bold in terms of her center body there as well. Maybe one for me. It gets just a touch plainer there up front. Maybe not quite as level and good in terms of where her tail head sits into her, but still a nice heifer. A bowl-made heifer here that comes next. It's got some shape to her. Just want to change her there at the ground, make her a little more athletic in terms of her feet. Stout, powerful female we have here next. Again, just gets a little more uncoordinated in the way she handles her rear structure. Heifer here, she's deep and soft enough for you. You can sure move her ahead. For me, she gets just a touch longer bodied and taller and leggier than she needs to be. Like to soften her up quite a bit, but nice class of heifers. Neat heifer there up top.
Jeff, are you ready?
Real quickly, we'll make a couple of brief comments about our plus bulls on the other side. This bull calf and I'm going to leave them as they line up, primarily because of soundness. I know our bull in second, feature-wise, is stronger of the two. He's bigger at the ground in terms of foot size. He shows us a little more testicle. No better presentation to his testicle than we find with our blue roan bull or black bull that we've got sitting ahead of him. I think the reason that they need to be placed as they stand is primarily due to soundness, and I still think we've got an awful valuable calf here in our class winner with regards to the smoothness that he shows us, the calving ease potential that he shows us, and already developing some masculinity. I like the placement of his testicle and the way that he presents himself in that regard. Red calf that comes second, again, maybe just need to see him sounder as he handles his hind leg and gets out and travels. Again, a really big testicle bull that's got excellent length of body, really good top shape as we study him in that regard, and a big strong kind of a calf in regards to skeletal dimension. Congratulations again to our exhibitors.
Placings in Class 7 Junior Bull Calves in our Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. First goes to entry 84, DTR Buzz 612D, shown by DTR Cattle Company, Raymond, Kansas. That bull will serve as our Junior Bull Calf champion. Second, and our Reserve Bull Calf champion is entry 85, BFC Can't Touch This 114, shown by Brandywine Cattle Company, Carthage, Indiana. Entering the ring now is Class 10 Senior Bull Calves, single entry. Class placings in our 4B Junior Heifer Calf class in our Charlet ROE show. First goes to entry 48, CRG Miss Canada 15D, shown by Nash Hensley, Markleville, Indiana. Second goes to entry 56, WIAMS Sugar Fire PLD, shown by Gary Wayne Geralds, Tompkinsville, Kentucky. Third goes to entry 51, shown by Leroy and Heather Schaefer, Reisterstown, Maryland. Fourth goes to entry 55, shown by Nathan Alexander, Bremen, Alabama. Fifth goes to entry 44, shown by Cole Harris, Hepler, Kansas. And sixth goes to entry 50, shown by Laurel Clark, Fowler, Indiana. Class placings in that class were 5, 1, 6, 3, 4, and 2. Brandon?
Here in this division, again, two nice heifers. Again, like that first class, that was a tough pair. We get them back out here. I am glad I made a decision I did. I think she fits the heifer here right behind her in terms of just foot and flexibility and has some look. But you make that one stouter and bolder in her forerib and bolder in her hip, and you get the one that wins the second class. Heifer who wins second class is going to be our champion here in this division. Heifer out of the first class will be reserved.
Okay, boy.
On our Shorthorn Plus side, just a single entry in this senior bull calf class, but one that could sure handle, I think, some contemporary competition. I think as we study him at the ground, a calf that's pretty correct in that regard, and it enables him to be a pretty good performing kind of calf as well. He's got some strength to him in terms of forearm shape and upper rib shape, a calf that's getting some masculinity to him, and certainly a calf that I like in terms of his scrotal circumference and testicle development. A nice kind of an October calf to make a senior calf champion rather. Congratulations to our exhibitor.
Selected as our junior calf champion female in our ROE Charlet show is entry 48, CRG Miss Canada 15D, shown by Nash Hensley, Markleville, Indiana. And selected as our reserve junior calf champion is entry 41, BOY BSMT Montella 616, shown by Boyert Show Cattle, Seville, Ohio. Congratulations to both those firms. I know. In our Shorthorn Plus Bull Show, Class 10, winner is entry 88, BONLEH Route 9, shown by Emily Honey, Elizabethtown, Indiana. That calf will serve as our senior bull calf champion. In the ring now is entry 91. Entry 91, RH Fire Away, shown by Madison Daniel, Morgantown, Indiana. Single entry. This calf will be our intermediate champion bull.
Really a big, strong kind of a bull calf that's got lots of performance to back up a really strong profile and presence about him. This calf really has dimension right down his top and through the center of his quarter stifle and through his rib cage. Maybe a little forward placed in his shoulder, gets a little bit straighter up there in his knee than we'd like for him to, but obviously he has some performance and some doability to him. Love the strength of his head and his good polled nature. Just an awfully good extended kind of a bull that looks good from the side. Again, congratulations to our Plus Bull exhibitor.
Entering the ring now in our Shorthorn Plus show is Class 16, Early Spring Yearling Bulls. Class 16. I did. In the ring now in our Charlet show is our senior calf division. This is Class 7 winter heifer calves. Class 7 winter heifer calves. Where what?
Over on our Shorthorn Plus show, I guess I'm going to go ahead and leave these two guys the way they stand. I think these are two really, really good individuals in the bull show. I think a better athlete here in our class winner as we look and study at the red bull with the white marks on him versus the blue run bull that comes into the 2 spot for me. I guess I see the red bull as having maybe a little bit of an advantage in just strength and levelness to his top and design. I think he's more comfortable in his skeleton as he gets out and travels. He gives up some performance to the bull that's going to be second to him, no doubt, but I think a better athlete. I think as you study him at the floor, this bull just comes off the ground with more authority and more strength with regards to foot placement. He stays true in his skeleton, stays true in the width of that base. This is a really big backed, high-performing bull that's going to be second. He wants to get outside of himself just a little bit as he gets off those hind legs from time to time. Cannot deny the bull has such an advantage in weight per day of age and performance to our class winner, but I think we just need to go ahead and recognize the value that we find in the Red Bull with regards to athleticism and make him your class winner. Congratulations once again to our bull exhibitors.
Thank you, Jeff. Placing first in Class 16 is entry 92, MAV Disclosure 517C, shown by Lucas Stock Farm, Clanton, Alabama. And second is entry 93, LSF Blackjack, shown by Lehman Stock Farm, Hoopston, Illinois. Our next class is Class 17, single entry, Class 17. Following this class, we will select our junior and reserve junior champion bull.
Well, sure, like a lot of things I say about the Black Bull, we've got in our ring at this point for our Shorthorn Plus show, a really smooth-made animal that gets out across the ground really, really comfortably. I think he's naturally just a sensible size kind of a bull that's expressive in the muscularity that he displays. I think a powerful bull that's still yet smooth and clean in his joints. I like his testicle and sheath. I like the masculine look we get to the front third of his body. Congratulations to our exhibitor.
I think another good class, and again, maybe a little more variation here on our top three, and just want to exercise that right to keep them a little more moderate, and that's what we do with this heifer here. I like the look and neatness of her. She's one that truly has some shape and some muscle. When you get right on top of her, boldness is good. She's got some squareness to her hip. I like to change the set to her rear leg every now and then. She's still a greener one out here, but I just think her profile, her presence, her moderation and size is what I like here in this class. Heifer we have here in second, she does start to climb the ladder in terms of frame. For me personally, she's still a good heifer. I like the way she puts her hind leg down. She's bold in terms of her rib cage. She's got some levelness out through her hip. I want to change her up front. She wants to run downhill, come in at her knee just a touch and put a pinch more chest out there, but again, moderate her in her size, and I like her quite well. I like the boldness of the body of the female here next. She's very thick-ended as well. She might be on that other end of things in terms of being just a little quicker in her maturity pattern, a little shorter about her head and neck. She's pushing a little more condition than I'd like to probably see her at this age relative to the muscle or stifle that she has, but still a neat, useful kind of a female. Another bigger heifer we bring here next, very bold and stout, needs to change her hock. She wants to bow her hock and get a little tighter and a little uncoordinated in the way she goes. Like to just make her better in terms of her look and extension up front there as well. Nicely presented heifer here. She's a little green there, but pretty fresh in her lines. Just gives up a little too much body and depth and softness here today. Maybe want to change her from hock to ground a touch there as well, but interesting class of heifers.
Thank you, Brandon. Placing first in Class 7, winner heifer calves is entry 68, BJCF JVS Misdesign C107, shown by Bar J. Charlet, Liverpool, Texas. Second, entry 66, CTD Miss Marie, shown by Jenna Harrod, Frankfort, Kentucky. Third is entry 64, shown by Caroline Davis, Ivy, South Carolina. Fourth, entry 61, shown by Austin Alexander, Bremen, Alabama. And fifth is entry 59, SC Mayflower, shown by Jordan Taylor Simons, Rising Star, Texas. Placings in that class were 5. Entry 60 was out. Entry 61 was 4th. Entry 62 is out. Entry 64 was 3rd. Entry 65 is out. Then 2 and 1. Entering the ring now is Class 8 Senior Heifer Calves. Class 8 Senior Charlet Heifer Calves.
So on our Shorthorn Plus side, we've got a really outstanding pair of bulls, I think, to evaluate for division and reserve division championship class winners that both, I think, are very, very progressive with regards to their pattern and balance. I think they're both very expressively made bulls with regard to the top shape that you see. You get up on top of these guys, as I have, they really come bold out of the top of that blade, and they remain true and get progressively thicker out of their hip, and they show some strength with regards to both their skeletal integrity and in addition to some masculinity that we see to their front third and to their body. I think they're really a close pair. I'm going to give the black bull the edge with regards to having just a notch more bone, a little better kind of foot shape perhaps, a little more strength with regards to dimensionality as we study him through the center of his rib and quarter. I like coming back and picking up our red and white bull for reserve. I think an awfully good pair, and again, let's give them a nice round of applause as we congratulate their exhibition here today.
Selected as our junior champion bull in our Shorthorn Plus show is entry 94, SFF Booster, shown by Mitchell Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. And your reserve is entry 92, MAV Disclosure 517C, shown by Lucas Stock Farm, Clanton, Alabama. Now we have a single entry in our senior division. This bull will serve as our senior champion bull also.
And a pretty nice individual, a calf that starts pretty good at his feet, and you like his testicle and masculinity. You like the good head that he's got on him with regards to having a beef animal look. Still yet has good strength to his muzzle and jaw, and it translates, I think, also into an animal that's just got more forearm and rib shape. I like the strength of his top line, and I like the ability for him to get around the ring and move pretty freely. He's maybe not quite as high a performing bull, or doesn't post quite the WDA we've seen in some of the bulls out here. Sure, a free, easy moving kind of bull. It's pretty problem free. I think a pretty interesting kind of an animal to visit about. Congratulations again to our exhibitor.
There again, single entry in Class 20, but will also be our senior champion bull is entry 95, DAJS Journeyman 604, shown by Katie Satry, Montague, Texas. We now will be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull. Let's bring our division winners back in, please.
Well, I'd like to congratulate our exhibitors of our Shorthorn Plus show. I think they've done a nice job bringing us a nice complement of Shorthorn Plus cattle, beginning with our calf up here that set a nice tone for the show with regards to his muscularity and his expression that we saw. Followed him with a really super high performing, actually one of the highest WDA cattle that we have in the Plus show. Follows him in division, a real practical, sensible kind of a calf that follows him, a real problem-free calf with regards to cleanliness of joints and mobility. Calf that comes out of an October class that's more aggressive in his muscle system and more powerful in his design. Certainly you can appreciate some of those kinds of things about him. Another really high-performing bull that we've got next in that June bull that follows in the following division of the kind of the smoke-colored bull that we've got out here. Perhaps just a little bit of an issue there with regards to soundness, and it brings us to a spring yearling bull that I think's big and strong and stout and has a good look to him. I like his masculinity. I think also just a lot of the fundamental soundness that we find need to find in cattle with regards to good feet, great shape to his testicle, and great shape and presentation to his sheath, and also just a tremendous amount of masculinity, an awfully good one in that regard. And then we round out with an awfully good, really problem-free bull, a lot like our bull calf we find down there out of about the third division in terms of his feet and legs and soundness, smoothness, and quality. I think an awfully good set of cattle. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll recognize your champion and your reserve with a congratulations.
Selected as your champion Shorthorn Plus bull is entering 94 SFF Booster. shown by Mitchell Smith, Pendleton, Indiana. Congratulations, Mitch. And selected as your reserve champion, Shorthorn Plus Bull, is entry 92 MAV Disclosure 517C, shown by Lucas Stock Farm, Clanton, Alabama. Congratulations, guys. That concludes our Shorthorn Plus Bull show. Let's be bringing those late spring heifer calves in, folks.
Neat pair of heifers, and I tell my judging kids, this is where your head and heart fight with each other here on this. And to me, I know she's not perfect behind her shoulder, but you just don't make them that big hip and pin, put that kind of hind leg on them that sets down on their feet, and still make them that little bitty up front. I think that's kind of neat, a little exotic, if you will. She needs to be better riding behind her shoulder, and that's where this one has the advantage. She's softer in her heart and her full rib. She's still a sound one. For me, she's plain. A little plainer in her look, a little plainer, more general about her hip and pins. Not quite as good out through her hip as what I like to see her. You can flip-flop them probably there. I just like the one that's got a little neater feature and pieces to her that rolls out as our winner. Heifer that comes here next and third, again, very cowy in her look and her makeup, fairly maternal in what she is as well. Not as good in her rear leg. Get a little extra set there, a little extra chest floor to her as well. She also gets just a shot plainer here in this class. A bigger heifer that's got some extension, big in her hip. Want to change her there at the surface and soften her there in terms of her body. Then the heifer here that closed our class sure is long-sided. I think I like her head and neck set, just not quite enough heifer there. Want to see her a little more coordinated in terms of her structure there as well, but interesting pair there up top.
Thank you, Brandon. Placing first in Class 8 senior heifer calves in our Charolais show is entry 80, RF Miss Stealth 557, shown by Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. Second, entry 77, PCC Miss Wildfire 910C, shown by Kimberly Cooper, Bardstown, Kentucky. Third goes to entry 76, shown by Circle K Cattle Company, Canandaigua, New York. Fourth is entry 75, shown by Harris Livestock Farms, Hepler, Kansas. And fifth goes to entry 78, Micah Malone, Cynthiana, Kentucky. We now will be selecting our senior and reserve senior calf champion in our ROE Charolais show.
Going to keep it rolling here. Again, a nice division, obviously not as much numbers as our calf division. A neat one here out of the first class, very heads up, very good to look at, still has some boldness to her. Again, wants to come just a little more disassembled as she gets on the go, want to change her hind leg to her. A good pair here out of that last class, again, very close, very competitive. I'm going to keep those two together. The first and second out of this last class will be our grand and reserve here in this division.
Selected as your senior heifer calf champion in our ROE Charolais show is entry 80, RF Miss Stealth 557, shown by Whitney Walker, Prairie Grove, Arkansas. And your reserve is entry 77, PCC Miss Wildfire 910C, shown by Kimberly Cooper, Bardstown, Kentucky. Congratulations. Entering the ring now will be our junior division. Class 15 late spring yearling females. Class 15 late spring yearling female.
really another competitive and nice pair of heifers we have here. And still, with as competitive as they are, I think there's a way you need to go with the female here. Just kind of a tank on wheels, if you will. I love the body of this one, how opened up she is. Big hip and pin in this girl here. And still, to have as much mass and volume as she does, she's still athletic enough in the way she sets her foot up there and plants and pushes there off the surface. She's got a little more chub and chest up there, if you will. Like to maybe thin her down just a touch, but that's a neat heifer here. Heifer run here in second, still good stock. I like the way her udder is developing. I love the body shape of this one. Very smooth, very maternal. She just isn't quite as loose and freewheeling, not quite as dynamic and neat out of her hip and rear leg set. Just doesn't set as square and true from behind as you watch them go. Wants to get a little bow-legged there from behind. But that's a neat pair of heifers.
Placing first in Class 15 in our Charlet show is entry 88, Soul Impressive Fire, shown by Kathy Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. And second is entry 87, Circle K Jackie O, shown by Emma Hankins, Springfield, Missouri. Entering the ring now is Class 16A, early spring yearling females, entering the ring in our Charlet show. Attention in the Charlet barn. Class 16A is going into the ring. We need entries 93, 95, and 100 in this class. You are late for your class. Charlet exhibitors, we need Class 16B to the makeup ring, and let's bring Class 19 while you're at it. Class 16A is going in the ring. If exhibitors 90, entering the ring now, it's Class 16A. Early spring yearling females, Class 16A. Entering the ring now on our Shorthorn show, as our Shorthorn Plus show, is Class 1 late spring heifer calves. Late spring heifer calves, Class 1. Shorthorn exhibitors, let's bring Class 4 and Class 5 to the makeup ring, please. Shorthorn Plus heifer calves, Class 4 and 5 to the makeup ring, please.
think a solid class of heifers. Again, maybe not just that standout in here, but I think when you get to studying good for bad, the heifer that leads off the class, easily the squarest and best out of her hip and pin set. Again, I'm big on the way those hind legs function and work, and hers does that in a very appropriate manner. You stop her there, you really, really love the head and neck set on this female. Very bold in her rib. She's not the softest bodied one out here. Maybe that's where you change her, soften her up. She gets just a little gathered there in her teat structure, just a touch more upright in her shoulder, but by still one I do love in terms of her freshness, her look, and boldness here in this class. Heifer run here in second, very smooth made. I think one that's got a lot of female quality about her, sets down good in terms of her feet. I just want to open this heifer up a little more for me personally. Just put a little more true shape and top in her. I want to see her go just a shade wider in terms of the way she goes from behind. But again, I'm returning one that's smooth, that she's stout enough for you. If she's not too plain up front, you sure could switch that pair and wouldn't get an argument from me. Probably the most muscular and stoutest heifer of the group is the one here next in third. Humongous hip and pin in this one, very bold in terms of her rib. It just doesn't put it together with the right kind of skeletal function and flexibility. Gets a little tighter and hesitant in the way she sets to the surface. Like to see her sit down with a little more foot and bone there as well. Heifer that ends up closing our class, very long-sided. She's probably as bold-bodied as any of them out here. A little more conditioned than maybe I'd say ideal, but probably the main factor. I like to change her off of a rear skeleton, see her sit down quite a bit more comfortably and correctly. But nice set of heifers there in that class.
On our Shorthorn Plus side, we'll real quickly discuss them before Kent gets into those announcements of that last class of Charolais. Really a nice female that begins here at the ground. She is pretty dominant. Just a big wide-based heifer calf that's got tremendous softness through the center of her body, reads true and legitimate in regards to the composition that she has with regards to top shape and rump shape, and I really like the integrity that she handles that skeleton with as she gets out and travels. Now this next pair I think are really close. Let's go ahead and pull 2 and 3 out together. Today I'm going to give a nickel of edge to the heifer in 2 in terms of how she's placing those feet and the comfort with which she does so. I actually think we've got more rib shape and more body in the heifer in 3, but I don't think she's quite as comfortable, doesn't move quite as authoritatively out here as we find our heifer in second to do, and so she gets that edge over the heifer in third. Heifer in third's just got more shape to her bone, more shape to her foot, strong featured female in that regard, but just not quite as athletic as we see her out here compared to the heifer in second. The next 2 heifers get to be a closer pair as well, and I give the advantage to the red heifer with regards to length of stride and fluidness of movement. I think she's more comfortable in her top line and in the way that she handles her skeleton. I see this heifer maturing into one that's got some body to her, very extended female, and lays neatly and cleanly up through the top of her shoulder and neck and has some thickness out of her hip. Likewise, we've got a heifer that rounds out this class that's got shape to her top and a lot the same femininity. Not quite as correct a package in this heifer as what we find the slick-haired red heifer that's just ahead of her, but an awfully good set, and again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
In our Charolais show in Class 16A, winning that class is entry 100, CCC Passion Water 315C, shown by Austin Alexander, Bremen, Alabama. Second is entry 95, Miss Key Fame 142C, shown by Kayla Cold Iron, Immense, Kentucky. Third is entry 97, shown by Jonathan West, Barberville, Kentucky. And fourth is entry 92, shown by Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia. In our Charolais ring now is Class 16B, Early Spring Yearling Females. Following this class, we will be selecting our Junior and Reserve Junior Champion Female. Results from Class 1, Late Spring Heifer Calves in our Shorthorn Plus show. First was entry 10, Steck Katie C 606, shown by Shelby Stevenson, Fortville, Indiana. Second, entry 6, WLTZ Rose 616D, shown by Lily Haberell, Morristown, Indiana. Third is entry 7, shown by Samantha Schrog, Marion, South Dakota. Fourth, entry 5, shown by Claire Posey, Brookhaven, Mississippi. And fifth is entry 8, shown by Alley Cattle Company, Brookhaven, Mississippi. Placings in that class, entries 1 and 4 were out. Then it was 4, 2, 3, 5, and 1. Entry 10 will serve as your spring heifer calf champion, and entry 6 will serve as your reserve. Class 4 is in the ring. Class 4 early spring heifer calves are in the ring.
I think a pretty logical place to begin a class of really competitive heifer calves, and a female here that I think is practical in her build and size. I like the doable look that she gives us. I like the numbers that she presents us, a calving ease heifer that's got some growth value to go along with her genetic profile. I think at the ground she probably wins out. Also a nice footed female that reaches comfortably off either end of her skeleton. I get different looks out of the two heifers that come next. We sometimes get this heifer traveling plenty fast, but I think as we study her in behind her shoulder, she shows us a little more forerib shape, a little more shape to her center body. I think she's the stronger heifer of the pair in terms of her skeletal dimension. I think at times this heifer gets a little tight up in her top, and we'd like to loosen her up as she comes out of her hip. That's certainly an advantage we find with the heifer that ends up number 3 in this particular class. Heifer that's going to be a bigger outline kind of a female here in 3, gets a little close up underneath as you study her through the floor of their chest, and maybe as she goes away from you, flattens out in her muscle a little compared to the two heifers above her, but a really nice female nonetheless. A great pair, or a great set of calves in this particular class. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
All right, placings in Class 4 of the Shorthorn Plus Female Show, early spring heifer calves. Placing first, entry number 17, that's Colt Blue the Roo 940, shown by Kane Egeter, Seward, Nebraska. Placing second, entry number 14, SS Black Crystal 481, shown by Shrag Shorthorn Farms, Marion, South Dakota. And third to entry number 16, shown by Nolan Hogue, Good Hope, Illinois.
Neat class of heifers here, and particularly these top two. Definitely some trade-off between them. I think there's two that maybe just have a little more elevated quality level to them, maybe than their contemporaries in this class. And the heifer I'm going to go ahead and use, she just hits me harder. I like her presentation. I like her body better. I think there's truly naturally just a little more cow there. You get behind these two, she comes wider and squarer there to her pins. Her neck set's still good. I think the trade-off is is I like to see her reach just a little better up front. She gets just a touch shorter in her reach up front, but boy, shoulder back, look, presence, neat heifer here. Not going to lie, probably the heifer that's just probably a little more athletic, particularly in her reach up front and her knee and her shoulder, is the heifer we run here next. Softness in her body's good. Just one for me. You start to peel some of the condition away in terms of her pones, and she gets a little narrower pin. Just doesn't have the presence maybe and the dominance and power we find in the heifer that leads off this class. But again, good pair of females there. Stout heifer here that comes next. Tons of body, tons of muscle, very heavy bone. Just doesn't handle herself quite as correctly in terms of her angles. A little forward in her shoulder, a little extra set to those rear legs. Doesn't set them down quite as comfortably. We could stouten the heifer up that comes next. I'd find a different spot for her. She's smooth, she's deep, very maternal in her look from the side, and has some flexibility. For me, just gets a little too flat and narrow as you study her all the way through. A bold, stout-made, muscular heifer here. To the point, though, it probably causes her some problems in terms of femininity and coarseness. Gets outside of herself there up front. Then the young lady's heifer here. One that's got a ton of length to her, obviously athletic out here there as well, just not quite soft enough and opened up in terms of her body as you compare it to her contemporaries.
Might want to close those gates or something there. They got her. Thank you, Judge. And here are the placings in the Charlet show, female show, early spring yearling females, class 16B. Placing first, entry number 102, TR Miss Katie 5766C, shown by Maddie Drew Dorsler, Green Forks, Indiana. Second to entry number 104, D&D Miss Covergirl 1516, shown by Clayton Boyer, Seville, Ohio. Third goes to entry number 98, shown by Emily Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. I apologize. Canandaigua, New York. There we go. Fourth to entry number 108, shown by Glenn Selhorst, Fremont, Nebraska. Fifth to entry number 106, shown by Richard DeMoss, Bowie, Texas. And sixth to entry number 101, shown by Laurel Clark, Fowler, Indiana. We're now showing for your junior champion and reserve junior champion female in the Charlet ring.
Well, as we kind of get rolling on this Shorthorn Plus female show, the tempo's picking up pretty quickly. There's really a nice set of heifer calves as we go through this March group. A black female to start with, and couples with several females in this group that are similar in body type and shape. They're deep-ribbed, good-ribbed females that have got some center body to them. I think the thing that sorts the black heifer up for me is she's a little extra special in the way that she uniquely ties that neck and shoulder together. She's back in her knee the way she needs to be. Her shoulder still sits at the big sweeping rib she has through the floor of her chest, but it is still yet tight at the top of that shoulder. Opens up good down her top, and then she complements all of that dimension with good flexion at the center of her quarter and through her stifle down into her hock and pastern. Heifer that comes next is one that's really true in her lines. She's as deep and massive in depth as any of the heifers we have in class, and rivals our class winner in that regard. Loosens up just a little bit at the top of that shoulder. Maybe doesn't have quite the fluid movement as we see her from knee to the ground as we study her. She travels up front. Really soft-made and really elegant kind of a heifer calf that comes out there in second as well. Here's a very dimensional female also as we study her down her top. She doesn't come quite as cool up through her front end with regards to maybe being quite as neatly tied at her neck and shoulder junction. She gets just a little thicker at the top of that neck, but a good moving, solid made kind of a heifer that's got lots of rib shape, tremendous dimension through her quarter, gets out the ring really, really easy and flexible, and that's where she gets ahead of the remaining females in the class. Pretty intriguing roan heifer that comes next, a good body, thick-ended heifer, hesitates a little bit in terms of her leg and feet and leg placement, maybe gets just a little bit choppier in her stride, as would we also make the same comment about a big, strong spotted heifer that rounds out this group. She's as structurally big as any of them in terms of foot shape and bone work, probably needs to be more flexible on both ends of that skeleton as we watch her get out and travel.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Really another neat division of cattle here, and just the cut to the chase is kind of becomes a three-horse race out here. The pair out of our third class and the heifer here up front. The heifer up front, again, that's kind of my weakness for those that know me. Moderate, stout, opened up ones that can still go. She does that. Is she a little too chubby? Probably so. We like to freshen that one up quite a bit, but I do think it's impressive to be built as stout and bold and wide as she does, and still keep herself as athletic and flexible as what she does. Then the heifer again out of that third class, she puts a lot of good together. A neat show heifer, but yet still one that probably has enough cow to her. I like the body shape of her. I like the presence of her. She's got good growth. She's got some hip, and she's got some look. She's going to be our champion here in this division.
It's 102, is that right? Yeah.
Then here where the question becomes, probably the best footed one of the entire crew is coming here next to replaces that one. She's got some look. I like the softness of her body here. She's stout enough for me. That's what I get to the concern of that one. I want to open her up in terms of her pins. She is fresher than this heifer up here, and so again, I go back and forth, but I like this one better in terms of her kind, the kind I like. Going to use this heifer here up in the first class here to be reserved.
88. All right, in your Charlet show, the junior champion female goes to entry number 102. That's TR Miss Katie 5766C, shown by Maddie Dorsler, Green Forks, Indiana. Congratulations. And the reserve junior champion female goes to entry number 88, Saul Impressive Fire, shown by Kathy R. Lehman, Shelby, Ohio. Over on the Shorthorn Plus side, we're showing now for the early spring heifer calf champion and reserve. The results from your judge. Are you ready?
Real quickly, just a few comments. Won't talk the heifers, but just want to be very complimentary of what we've seen in this calf division. As I mentioned earlier, I think we've quickened the pace quite a little bit here with this particular division of cattle. Really strong maternal females that are sound structured and fundamentally really functional and have a tremendous amount of integrity. A lot of future in these girls. We'll congratulate our winner here with a handshake. Let's give him a nice round of applause, if you would, please.
Okay, catching up on Class 5 in your Shorthorn Plus female show. Placing first was entry number 24, MFF Cumberland 94 ET, shown by Molly Hunt, Lynn, Indiana. Second, going to entry number 26, Saul Crystal Style 6998, shown by Taylor Morbitzer, Grove City, Ohio. Placing third, entry number 23, shown by Kayla Fogg, Rushville, Indiana. Fourth, going to entry number 20, shown by Ryland Jester, Moreland, Indiana. And fifth to entry number 19, shown by Peyton Vogel, Hartley, Iowa. And our division champions, early spring heifer calf champion, went to entry number 17. That's Colt Blue the Roo, 940, shown by Kane Eggeter, Seward, Nebraska. And the reserve to entry number 24 MFF Cumberland 94 ET, shown by Molly Hunt, Lynn, Indiana. We're now bringing our Class 8 junior heifer calves into the Shorthorn Plus ring. Yeah.
I think a nice class of heifers here, and kind of neat show calf here that leads off this class. One that in terms of body is really good, hip's really good, her back foot matches where her front foot left. She's really little bitty necked as well. Kind of like that calf. Calf we have that comes here next, she's not totally my speed in terms of power, but you start to add up the totals here in this class. That one's sound, that one's athletic and agile. She's pretty and good in her look. I like her balance and the way she holds herself together a whole lot better than the heifer that comes out here next. A bigger hip, bolder body one for sure we bring out here next. For me, she gets a little too forward and straight about that shoulder. She wants to break in behind her shoulder and just lose her top line. Not quite as collected and balanced as what I like to see her, but still a good heifer. A big body, broody one here. Just for me personally, got too much condition on her. I like to lean her up quite a bit more, refine her, make her more feminine all the way through. Maybe set her square off of a rear skeleton. Super muscular, powerful one here. Again, just gets too round and coarse, maybe too much in terms of her shape. Want to refine her and flatten her out just a shade there as well. But nice class, neat bovine there up top.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, over here real quickly, we'll make a few comments about our February heifer calves, and just a pair of them here, but two really, really good cattle. They're different in their kind, and I chose to use a female. I see a little more reach and comfort as she gets out and travels. I really like the way she presents herself. Man, she cranks her head right up out of her shoulder. Shoulder lays back on a really big sweeping forerib, and you like the true shape that she has down her top. Still has a maternal length and strength to her muscle. Just think she handles herself and presents herself extremely well. So if you like a heifer that's just a little bigger backed even, maybe a little bolder at the top of her rib, maybe a little more expressive in her muscle, this one will appeal to you quite a bit. I'm back to challenge you just a little with regards to how she gets off those front feet and how she rolls a little in her shoulder. So I'd see her a little bit sounder in that regard. Maybe see her just go with a little more comfort at her hock as well. Can't take away the fact that she sure got a lot of rib shape, sure got a lot of dimension to that hip and top. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
All right, in your Charlet show, Class 19 results, junior yearling females. Placing first, entry number 110, Saul Impressive Stones, shown by Jeb Stewart Skiles Jr. from Dalhart, Texas. Second, going to entry number 111, WDZ Twizzler 514, shown by Matthew Tate McCaskill, Timewell, Illinois. Third to entry number 117, shown by Leroy and Heather Schaefer, Reisterstown, Maryland. Fourth to entry number 112, shown by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. And fifth to entry number 116, shown by Nathan Alexander of Bremen, Alabama. Now back over on the Shorthorn Plus side, junior heifer calves, class number 8, placings. First to entry number 36, Saul Crystals Judy, shown by Katie Mize, North Manchester, Indiana. And second to entry number 28, Miss Izzy Ray, 1D, shown by Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. We now have in the Charlet ring, class 20, be the final class of females. Senior yearling females in the ring. And on the Shorthorn Plus side, class 9 is coming in, junior heifer calves.
We're going to leave these two like they stand. And young lady here at the front of our line, again, I just love the femininity of this one, a little better in terms of her build and her quality and her look. Still one that has ample amount of dimension when you get in behind her. Doesn't hurt that she's a little further along in gestation there as well. For me, probably a little more evenly spaced in terms of her teat structure and udder quality there as well. So a neat heifer here to lead off this class. Heifer we have here in second probably does have a little more bulk and width to her. Really bold in terms of the shape of her body. For me, though, gets a little plain. Maybe doesn't carry her condition quite as favorably as what the heifer that leads off that class does. But again, good pair of females.
Thank you, Judge. Placings in class 20, senior yearling females of the Charlet Show. First going to entry number 119, TJ Swagger, 372, shown by TJ Farm, Aberdeen, North Carolina. And second to entry number 121, that was MJC Glimmer, B295G, shown by Micah J. Malone, Cynthiana, Kentucky. We're now ready to show for your senior and reserve senior champion females in the Charlet Show. Following this division, we will be selecting your grand champion female, so have all of those division winners and reserves ready to come into the ring.
Here in this division, again, our final division, we like them pretty well. A nice set of them here. No need to prolong the time, though. Heifer here of our first class will win this division. Going to come back and use the heifer out of the second class there to be reserved. She's a little stouter than the second place in that first class. We're going to use her to be reserved, but a good set of cattle here within this division.
All right, your senior champion female in the Charlet Show goes to entry number 110, Saul Impressive Stones, shown by Jeb Stewart Skiles Jr., Dalhart, Texas. And reserve senior champion female goes to entry number 119, that's TJ Swagger, 372, shown by TJ Farm, Aberdeen, North Carolina. We're now ready to bring all of your division champions and reserves into the ring in the Charlet Show to select your grand and reserve champion females.
Goodness, I think there's an awfully good set of January calves here on our Shorthorn Plus show. There's all 5 of these heifers have uniquely got some potential to do some things depending upon how they're managed and allowed to develop, to go ahead and develop into not only show heifers, but hopefully some cows that will offer and afford the opportunity to generate some more progeny like them. This heifer that starts the class, I think, is one that does so with some command at the ground. I think in terms of feet and legs, she's pretty good in regards to her integrity with that regard. This heifer is really opened up through the center of that rib, and she complements that with good width of base and good thickness out of her hip, and she does it in, I think, a pretty maternal kind of a muscle shape and design as she gets out and goes. The next heifer, I get some different reads on her, and she can be just a little flatter ribbed at times as you catch that look, and sometimes she can come to you a little narrower gauged. I do think she probably needs to be opened up a bit at the base of her skeleton, probably see just a little more of the same shape in terms of muscularity we find in our class winner, but I think she's an awfully good calf, strides really nice, and holds herself together in terms of her top line from shoulder to hip. That'd be a little bit of the thing I'd like to change maybe about this heifer, is just how she goes at times. She wants to get a little closer to her hock and knee. We'd just like to open her up in her base as well, but you get up into the center of her body, there's a tremendous amount of mass in that heifer through the center of that rib cage, through the center of her quarter-inch stifle, a heifer that reaches her track really, really well. So I think there's some interesting potential there in that pair of heifers. Heifer that comes next is a female that I see a little more muscle thickness in even than the heifer we had above her in class. She opens up with just a tick more turn to the top of her rib, and she carries down with good shape to the center of her twist and stifle as you watch her go. But she's still a heifer that moves pretty well. She hesitates a little on that hind leg relative to the couple of heifers ahead of her with regards to being able to reach as comfortably off that back wheel. The heifer that ends up rounding out our class, she's as big at the ground and as stout structured as any that we have. She's perhaps a little harder in her, harder in her hock in regards to being straighter or stiffer in that situation. I think a heifer that has tremendous length of body and tremendous top shape, and again, I think one that develops into a really nice female if she's given the right circumstances to do so. Congratulations.
Here in our champion female selection, pretty neat. I've been telling my kids all week, they kind of thought they came into Louisville when they saw the Louisville Slugger and the KFC sign on the corporate building. I said, no, till you get to the green chips is when you really get to see it. And boy, we're here. Really, really neat set of Charolais. These first 2 divisions, again, not sure, don't care what breed we're talking about. I'm not sure you can have a stronger set of cattle all the way through that was in these first 2 divisions. Little heifer that ended up surfacing out of that first division, she's got a bright future. Talk about one that's maternal and smooth, good-legged, still one that has some squareness to her. She fits a lot of people in a lot of places. Again, she's not the super freak by any means in terms of her chest and her front end, but that's just good livestock and good cattle. Again, not one to use calves, but this one out of the second division does make me think about her a little bit. I do love this one's hip and pin width. I like her foot and bone. I think she combines that with some look and some neatness up front. Really bold there in terms of her body shape there as well. Just depends on where you want to be on things, but that's a neat heifer that's got a future ahead of her as well. Heifer here in the middle of the lineup, she fits and she doesn't fit, but she still fits. That one's extreme in terms of her pieces. I love the hip and hind leg on that one. I think she's, again, one of the good-footed ones out here. Very, very neat and attractive up front. Just want to change that heart and forerib on her to make her a big-time contender within this crew as well. And then you come down to these 2. I think, again, 2 cattle that you like extremely well, and I think as a show judge, or me personally, I always fight in my head, do you go with that prototypical show heifer, or do you go with one that's just a little more extreme, unique, or a changer, whatever you want to go with on that, because that's to me what these 2 are. The prototypical show heifer may be the one that came out of that 4th division. So smooth, so maternal and good in her body, still big in terms of her hip, still got a nice hind leg on her as well. Again, not perfect in her reach up front, but you can never call that one not sound. I think that's still good livestock and good cattle. title, she can win easily for a lot of people out here. The heifer that came out of that last division, you're either going to call the one in front of her a frame score big or her a frame score small. I do love the hip and pin width. I love the body shape of this one. I like the neatness of this one. She's intriguing. She's not for everybody. I will say that for sure. But that's a neat creature to put some interesting things together that don't normally fit together. You can make her a shot bigger in her kind and be extremely happy with her there. But outstanding set of Char heifers. I know we still got the bulls to go, but let's give all these folks a big round of applause. I'll show you the two I like best.
Real quickly, as we begin to select our champion on the Shorthorn Plus side of this spring heifer calves, I think we've got two class winners that are outstanding and do a lot of things incredibly well. There's one of them that hits me extremely hard in terms of being ultra feminine made, really big barreled and soft through the middle of her body cavity, really big out of her hip and flexible on both ends. I like this number 36 heifer to be your division champion. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
And the grand champion female in the Charolais show goes to entry number 110. That's Saul Impressive Stones, shown by Jeb Stewart Skiles Jr. from Dalhart, Texas. Congratulations. And the reserve champion in the Charolais show going to entry number 102. That's TR Miss Katie 5766C ET, shown by Maddie Drew Dorster, Green Forks, Indiana. Congratulations as well. Back on the Shorthorn Plus side, the division that was just selected, Junior Heifer Calf Champion. Champion going to entry number 36. That is Saul Crystals Judy 6997D, shown by Katie Mize, North Manchester, Indiana. And reserve Junior Heifer Calf goes to entry number 38. Saul Tamale to 6000D, shown by Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. We now have Class 12 winter heifer calves in the ring on the Shorthorn Plus side. We will take a couple pictures of the Charolais females and be ready to get right into those Charolais bulls. So be bringing those Charolais bull calves onto the makeup ring.
I think we're going to go ahead and leave this pair in the lineup as they are. I know the heifer in second posts a higher weight per day of age, and she probably outdimensions our class winner a little bit, but as you study their genetic profile, you see just an awfully good female here that represents herself extremely well, both phenotypically and then on that sheet as well. A good, strong, muzzled female that I think's got some doability to her and to chance and an opportunity to really be a nice cow. I really like her movement better, and I think she's just showing herself a lot more to her advantage. The heifer the young man has is really struggling out here to let herself be known and kind of wants to get a little rounder in her hip and up in her top line. I think we're going to need to see just a little more fluidness to her movement and motion as she gets out here and travels. Good pair of females. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
All right, placings in Class 12, winter heifer calves. Placing first, entry number 43, DTR Blue Witch 591C, shown by DTR Cattle Company, Raymond, Kansas. And second, going to entry number 44, CFNNN Caroline 5141, shown by Mark Inskeep, Lafayette, Indiana. We're now ready to bring Class 13 senior heifer calves into the ring.
Really a nice pair of senior heifer calves, and I'm going to leave them in lineup as they stand. I think they're very similar with regards to their strength in terms of build and rib shape. I think those heifers both have plenty of dimension when we get her behind them and on top of them in terms of skeletal width. I think the difference in the two heifers is we get them on the move and we see a little more comfort in the top line of the black heifer. She gets out and travels. So I think as you pursue that skeleton to the ground and you study what's there, she's backing her knee a little better, maybe a little more slope to her shoulder. Then we go to the other end of that skeleton and probably a little more flexed at her pastern and hock. Now the roan heifer's just gorgeous. I tell you what, if she doesn't get in your eye, I don't know what it takes. A muscular female that still handles herself well, but not quite to the degree that we find with the black heifer that just has a slight advantage of being more comfortable in her top line, more flexed on either end of her skeleton. That's really a nice pair of September calves. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Good, please.
In the Charlet barn, we need entry number 123 out of Class 26 Spring Bull calves, Michaela Barron. We need your entry 123 to the scales, please. And on the Shorthorn Plus side, results in Class 13 senior heifer calves. Placing first, entry number 50, BOY Skiles Corpus Christi, shown by Clayton Boyer, Seville, Ohio. And placing second, entry number 51, Ole Goosen Around, 01C, shown by Carly Burkheimer, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. We're now ready to select our senior heifer calf champion and reserve.
Back for our senior calf division on the plus side, as we mentioned earlier, a heifer that starts very practical and very functional in this lineup out of that October class. Certainly like her extension, like her numbers and the way that those balance. I think her maternal potential is incredibly good. As we study her against the heifer behind her, certainly not as stout or bold in her makeup, just different kinds of cattle. And that heifer out of the September class, really, really strong in that regard. Extra turn and shape to her rib, extra circumference and dimension to her foot and structure, and we certainly like the way that she handles that with good strength, good authority, and good flexion. So I think really my decision here is for reserve. I like our class winner out of that September class, and I think the heifer that complements her the most is the heifer that comes out of the class that was second to her. Likewise, a very dimensional ribbed female, a very wide-based female that handles herself pretty well. An angular-made heifer that just out-dimensions the heifer that comes out of our earlier class. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors. We're going to keep those senior calves together, champion and reserve 1 and 2. Congratulations.
All right, senior heifer calf champion goes to entry number 50. That's Boy Skiles, Corpus Christi, shown by Clayton Boyert, Seville, Ohio. Congratulations. And reserve senior heifer calf champion going to entry number 51. Ole Goosen Around 01C, shown by Carly Birkenheimer, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Now ready to bring class 16 in your Shorthorn Plus show into the ring, summer yearling females. I swear I sit down here to announce, and I've gotten 3 phone calls since I said. What town is Jeff from? Isabella, yeah, that's right.
really interesting pair of July females. I guess they have similar issues, but similar qualities to go along with that. And let's talk about the qualities first. Let's say both the females, as you get in on top of them, read really bold as they come out of the top of their blade and shoulder, and both those heifers have plenty of dimension as you get in behind them. You study the two heifers through the center of their body cavity. Certainly there's some honesty of composition with regards to the center width of their rib, so you like those things about them. So you get out and you watch them travel, and I think they hesitate just a bit as they get on the move. Both the heifers seem to be plenty straight in their shoulder, and they have the similar presence of movement as they get off their hind leg, and they maybe get a tickle outside of themselves. Not bad enough to be a great big issue, but very similarly in the way that they work and manage their skeleton and go. So then you step back off those two heifers, and I think then all of a sudden there begins to be some separation. To me, the black heifer presents herself with a bit more balance. I think she's more uniform in terms of her lines, both top line and in her underline. Carries maybe a little more deeply back into her quarter. Advantages that the roan heifer is going to have, I think, in terms of is foot size and probably in terms of skeleton size as well. This heifer just gets a little less proportional or a little less balanced in regards to how she's built. She has a tendency to have just a little more of that weight up through her front third and not quite as much as we study her back behind. Nice set of cattle, and again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
All right, and placing first in the summer yearling females of the Shorthorn Plus show, entry number 54, DMW Black Cherry, shown by Robert Rogers, Kendallville, Indiana. And second to entry number 52, LSF MD Carey 531, shown by Lehman Stock Farm, Hoopston, Illinois. Now ready to bring Class 17 late spring yearling females into the ring. On the Charlet side, we've got the champion female pictures done. Looks like we're ready to start that bull show. Bring that Class 26 spring bull calves into the ring, please.
Got a first class of bull calves here, and a neat little bull here that's going to end up winning this class. Again, a neat skeleton, good looking bull that still has some shape and the masculinity to him. Still one that's really big in his hip. I like his profile and structure. Nice calf here to start off our bull show. Got a little more length and extension in the bull calf that comes next. Probably a little bigger set of testicles there as well. A lot of shape, a lot of muscle to this guy. Not quite as soft in his body, not quite as correct off his hind leg set and the way he puts his foot to the ground as what you find in that class winner. Use the little bull here next. I like the way he's made and designed. He obviously he's given up some weight and some condition here today, but to me, I like his build a little better and his look and balance a little better than the bull we have here in fourth. Bull we have here in fourth, obviously the big, growthy, heavyweight bull of the class. Just want to reassemble that guy, make him different out of his rear skeleton, provide him with a little bit of rib cage to go along with that. But nice class of bulls.
Go ahead, Jeff.
On our Shorthorn Plus side, we're working through these summer yearlings and a really nice heifer, I think, to start our class. And this is kind of an interesting trio of heifers. At first glance, you didn't think maybe this heifer would have quite enough to her. You study the sheet, and my goodness, she's 100 pounds heavier than the other two heifers are, and she gets that from the dimension she's got working out of that blade into her top. She's got an advantage through the center of her rib. And I don't see quite the issues in terms of her skeleton we find in the maybe more trendy appearing heifers in regard to the kind of cattle that they are. This is really a striking baldy female that comes next, and one that is moderate in her sides and soft in her middle, one that gets pretty stout in terms of her muscularity and her bone work, a female that still handles herself pretty well, but not quite with the fluid action we see with our class winner, not quite the trimness we find with the class winner that still has a performance advantage to her. Heifer that comes next is one that gets just a little bit easy in her top, and that tail head wants to crown up a little high over her pins. We see just a little less a little more hesitation rather as she gets out and travels. But like our Baldy, she's strong and she's powerful built. That can work to her advantage and her disadvantage, perhaps just a little coarser made to go along with that. Again, congratulations.
Got a single entry here on the Charlet side, a muscular guy. Boy, I love his body, I love his shape. Still one that's balanced and has some quality about him, and his length of stride is good. Get picky on him, maybe he wants to knuckle up on his pastern and his foot ever so slightly as he sets it to the ground, but again, good useful bull there.
All right, catching up. Back on our spring bull calves, class 26 in the Charlet show. Placing first and spring calf champion bull, entry number 127, KAK Mr. Fireball 8D, shown by Callie and Knott, Leauto, Indiana. Second and reserve spring bull calf champion is entry number 126, SAC Man Up 162 PLD, shown by Macy Meadows, Street, Maryland, and Matthew Barlin, Hampstead, Maryland. Third, entry number 123, shown by Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. And fourth, to entry number 125, Blake Stevens, shown by Blake Stevens, Summershade, Kentucky. Moving on to the class we just did, Junior Bull Calves, class 29, a single entry, and also Junior Calf Bull Champion, entry number 136, AML Night Rider 601, shown by AM Livestock, Springfield, Missouri. Go ahead, Jeff.
Working on a intermediate division here in our Shorthorn Plus show, and as we introduce more genetics to our breed and we see more variation in type and kind, I think, and how we identify and work with those is up to you, but I think still a good set of useful cattle that I think have some value in a lot of different places. I think as we look at our two class winners, not a lot different discussion than we would have had earlier with our black heifer in regards to our concern about our mobility and being able to get out and move more freely off either end of her skeleton. We find a heifer here out of the next class back that does move more freely but gets a little plainer fronted and isn't quite the same kind of cattle. She's a bigger outlined heifer but complements that with great rib shape and great dimension to the center of that rib and body. I think that her freedom of movement enables her to be justified as a champion. Certainly would like to keep her a little neater up through her neck floor, her neck area there as she ties into that shoulder. And I think as we study this heifer that was second second to her, she's appreciably sounder than our class winner out of that first class of this division. I like keeping these two heifers together with as champion and reserve in this division. We'll use our blue heifer for champion, our baldy heifer for reserve. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Okay. Catching up on the Shorthorn Plus side, the placings in Class 17, placing first and then also the division champion, intermediate champion female, is entry number 58. That's DTR Blue Witch 516C, shown by DTR Cattle Company, Raymond, Kansas. Placing second in class and reserve intermediate champion female, entry number 3, Chanel 25C, shown by Lindsay Weaver, Jackson Center, Ohio. And third in that class was entry number 57, shown by Will Shelby, Medill, Oklahoma. We now have early spring yearling females, class number 20, coming into the ring. Go ahead, Judge.
Got a nice division in class here. A pair of them, they're opposites, and so just kind of depends on what your cow herd needs, what you're liking. The bull up front, obviously, that one can inject some growth and some extension and some look into a cow herd. Still one that's got some hip and dimension to him. Maybe want to soften that guy a little bit in terms of his body and then bring him down in that regard. Opposite can be said for the bull here that's leading around, just a massive masculine rascal here that's got a ton of guts to him, really thick-ended. Range of motion is good. Again, maybe modify him right there at the surface in terms of his feet. He's not necessarily the flattest shouldered bull in the world either, but kind of comes with the territory when you got that kind of power and body and ruggedness. He probably fits me a little better in terms of his extra softness here. Going to use him to be our champion in this division today. Young ladies bull be reserved, but a good pair of bulls.
All right. Charlet Senior Bull Calves winning Class 33 and Senior Calf Champion Bull is entry number 143, TCCS St. Christopher, shown by TC Cattle Services, Vandalia, Illinois. And placing second and reserve Senior Calf Champion Bull is entry number 141, AML 5J Jackson 509, shown by AM Livestock of Springfield, Missouri. Now ready to bring Class 37 Summer Yearling Bulls into the ring on your Charlet show.
think another nice class of bulls, and again, it's going to be in a division, so I'll just talk them as individuals, and then we'll pick them here. The bull in front of me, obviously one of the more muscular bulls in here, ton of shape, ton of body and middle in this guy, and I think I like the way his head and neck shoot off the top of his shoulder blade there as well. You like to level him and lengthen him out of his hip and change that about him, but still probably sets down comfortable enough and correct enough. The big bull here in the middle, he's the different of the trio. He's got the length and extension, obviously got a little more growth in his favor there as well. A deep-sided bull, just have to figure out where you are in terms of his muscle and width. He gets just a touch flatter when you get right behind him. I like to change his shoulder angle, and his knee gets a little part forward there as well, but still a nice bull. Then the bull here comes back. Talk about one that's built like a linebacker, an athlete. This one is ton of shape, ton of rib, ton of muscle to him, but still one that flows well in terms of his balance. He's just very, very proportional. I think where I really like this bull is when he gets on the go. Very, very loose and athletic when he moves. Just really good in this kind there as well. He's a little round maybe for some, not the biggest in the world. I think he's the neatest combination of good in this particular drive. Going to use him for our champion. Gets a little closer with these other two, just kind of depends on where you are, but if you're sticking with type, got to use that bull out of the first class there to be the reserve. But nice trio of bulls here in this division.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Early spring yearling females are a tremendous group of cows over on this side, and just a subtle elegance that we find with this spotted up heifer that wins the class. She has no trouble getting around the ring in terms of flexing at her knees and her joints, and she carries her head with grace out of the top of that shoulder, maintains excellent stability and looseness to her top. Just really appreciate the functionability of that female. You already see good udder development in that cow as she's coming along, and they've got her cleaned up so you can get that read as well. This heifer really challenges her, and I think the black heifer that follows in 3 gives her a challenge with regards to their dimensionality. She starts really, really powerful at the ground and correctly at the ground. She doesn't have quite the ability to get out and command a stride that gives you that appearance of athleticism as our spotted heifer does that wins the class. She is bold in her top, and she's outwardly turned in her rib, and she moves with good authority, just not the same kind of grace and strength we find with our spotted heifer. Black heifer that comes next is just an awful lot like the red heifer ahead of her without quite as much extension. A little higher conditioned female, but certainly one that's going to be right-sized and practical in her build and bold in her body parts. Heifer that comes next gets a little higher in her condition as well, a little shorter coupled kind of a heifer that in turn gets just shorter in her stride to go along with that couple. We'd like to see her freed up just a bit in her movement as she travels. Again, congratulations to our exhibitors.
I think a nice kind of a bull. We have a single entry here in this class. Very smooth made. I think he's very deceiving. Smooth made and good in his look as he is. You get him behind this guy, there's still some width and some shape to his stifle. He's got a nice back shape in him there as well. Got real good running gear that he sets down on. He's not perfect from behind. You could square him up just a shade from hock to ground. That's a neat bull here. We'll see how he stacks up here within this division.
All right, catching up a little bit. Back on Class 37, the intermediate division in your Charlet Bull Show. Placing first, an intermediate champion bull. Entry number 150, JVS, BJCF, Big Pop, C59, shown by Barjay Charles, Liverpool, Texas, and JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana. Placing second and reserve intermediate champion bull. Entry number 148, CCC Tacoma 604C ET, shown by Nicholas H. Williams, Bremen, Alabama. And the bull that just showed, Class 44 Senior Yearling Bulls, single entry number 155, placing first, shown by Barjay Charles, Liverpool, Texas, and JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana. Now back on the Shorthorn Plus side. Results in Class 20, early spring yearling females. Placing first, entry number 64, Saul's Secretive Girl 5998, shown by Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second, going to entry number 66, Steck Chelsea C 501C, shown by Benjamin Nickel, McPherson, Kansas. Third to entry number 60, shown by Kane Egeter, Seward, Nebraska. And fourth to entry number 59, shown by Slate Wind Farm, Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. We're now showing early spring yearling females, class 21 on your Shorthorn Plus side. And we have summer senior yearling bulls, class 45 on the Charlet side.
What's that? Oh yeah, oh yeah. They're moving that facility completely out of town. Oh, are you? Yeah, you better. Oops, somebody. Hold that tight.
I think those Charlet bulls are getting all hot and bothered about these shorthorn heifers over here. What do you think about that? Must be. Certainly a good, strong set of cows we've got as we're getting closer to the end of our Shorthorn show here in this spring yearling class. This female, I think, is a nice combination of a lot of things. She's not the boldest made or the stoutest structured, maybe doesn't have the best numbers, but I think in terms of her flexibility and the way that she gets out and presents herself on the move, I think she has great strength down her top line. I think she maintains and exhibits incredible integrity as she gets out and moves. Again, not the stoutest or the boldest built in this particular group, but a nice combination of factors that we find as we get this heifer in motion. Heifer that comes next is incredibly big at the ground. She's big-footed and stout-structured, and she's got lots and lots of dimension to her, and she'd be the strong one in this group. She's got a really high birth weight that we'd surely have to manage around, and certainly would be cognizant of that. Heifer is really managed well in terms of her conditioning, and we certainly appreciate that. Need to tone her down some in her birth weight, need to smooth her up a bit in her front end. Heifer that comes next on the stand we really, really like. This heifer is very, very attractive. We get her in motion and she wants to fight her jaw because she's not as comfortable in her skeleton. She wants to wad up a little bit in her top, and she's beginning to push as much condition as I'd like to have on her at this stage of the game. I do like and appreciate the softness that she has compared to our red heifer. I do also like the length of hip that she has and the way that she handles her tail head relative to what we find in our red heifer. Red heifer gets a little close behind at her hock and just wants to be a little higher in that tail placement, setting up on top of her pins a little more uncomfortably. Again, a really nice set of females, and congratulations to our exhibitors.
In this class of bulls here, again, interesting. Obviously, both of them can go wherever the heck they want to go, especially this guy. A lot of shape, a lot of muscle, a lot of body to this one. Again, you very rarely hear me say this, but maybe you start to flirt the line, is it too much there in terms of just he's got some extra shape there, but I don't like maybe the way his hind leg sets to the surface. I want to see him go a little more correctly in the way he plants that hind leg, but that is obviously one that's full of meat, full of muscle, so has some balance and can get and go. Bull here, again, one that's got some width. I like him from behind better in terms of hock to ground. Just not sure there's quite enough in terms of just extra shape to that guy. A little flatter in terms of his forerib there as well. So pick your poison on these two. Both of them probably sound athletic enough. He's probably a little more of a changer, if you will, in terms of the shape and stuff he can contribute. Still balances up. Going to use the old linebacker up here to be our first in this class. Going to use the bull here to be second. But good pair of bulls.
All right, so the placings in Class 45, Summer Senior Yearling Bulls in the Charlet Show. First going to entry number 156, LF Fullback 430 PLD, shown by Gary Wayne Geralds, Tompkinsville, Kentucky, and Leffler Farm, Gibson City, Illinois. Second going to entry number 157, Ham Mogo B1, shown by Bar J Charlets, Liverpool, Texas, JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana, Mogo Charlets of Florence, Alabama. We're now bringing Class 46 two-year-old bulls into the ring. Back on the Shorthorn Plus side. Go ahead, Jeff.
You bet. We're back on the plus side and talking our early spring yearling division or that junior yearling division, and always a great set of cattle, and this is no exception to that. Really, I think it boils down to a couple of heifers I thought were incredibly competitive there in class, and I'm going to keep them together as champion and reserve. I like our spotted heifer and our red heifer to stay together. I think there's fewer issues and a little more elegance, particularly up through the front end of that spotted heifer with regard to how she manages herself as she travels, and a really, really strong competitor there in that solid red female. It's got so much mass and dimension and then blends it so neatly into her front third and into the rest of her body. Awfully good set of heifers. Let's give our division winners and our reserve a nice round of applause, if you would please, with a nice congratulations.
All right, so catching up now on the Shorthorn Plus side, let's go back to the Class 21 placings, early spring yearling females. Placing first, entry number 70, KSD Shining Mirage 715 ET, shown by Molly Hunt, Lynn, Indiana. Second going to entry number 69, Fox Dorian Go-Go 508, shown by Hayden Fox, Kanawha, Iowa. Third to entry number 72, CSF Monopoly Queen 551, shown by Scott Hesser, Leesburg, Indiana. And fourth to entry number 67, shown by Madison Riley Daniel, Morgantown, Indiana. Then in that division, the junior champion division, Class 22, winning the champion female in there is entry number 64 out of Class 20. That's Saul Secretive Girl 5998 ET, shown by Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And reserve junior champion female going to entry number 66, Steck Chelsea C501C, shown by Benjamin Nickel, McPherson, Kansas.
So on our Shorthorn Plus side, we fast forward a little bit, skipped that senior yearling division and went right into a cow-calf division, and what a nice cow that she is, a practical built cow that's sensibly sized, a great udder and attachment to that female, and smoothness that goes a long, long ways. Transmits a lot of the same characteristics and traits to a nice red heifer calf here. Let's give him a nice round of applause and congratulating this exhibition here today.
Another good class of Shar bulls here. Bull we're going to lead off with, again, just one that has a little more dominant presence about him in terms of body and look. The one that has some extension. You like the rib cage of the bull. Got some thickness up top as you study him. I just maybe want to modify him a touch from hock to ground and make his bone just a touch stouter and maybe just a little different the way he sets his foot to the surface, but still a sound bull. It's got a lot of good to him still. Bull we have here next, again, love the shape of this bull. I like this bull's feet and work and the way he goes, and still one that has plenty of length of body, almost to the point that maybe takes away from his depth. Just looks a little harsher right there over his forehead, middle of his top relative to that bull. Definitely some trade-offs between the two, though. Bull that's leaving the ring now, a big, high-performing bull that's got some extension to him, just doesn't have the same kind of muscle shape and power we find in those bulls ahead of him.
All right, so before we're ready to select our grand champion female on the Shorthorn Plus side, I will go ahead and announce that cow-calf class. Placing first in champion cow-calf pair, entry 96, SS Mara 387, shown by Aaron Lay, Madisonville, Tennessee. All right, before we bring our championship drive in for the females in the Shorthorn Plus show, I'm going to take a little break here. We've got an award to present, and I'm going to read the intro. The National Shorthorn Lassie Association is excited to take a few moments to thank our current national queens and announce our 2016-17 national queens. Over the past 3 days, 2 young women have been competing for the national and alternate National Shorthorn Lassie Queen. First, hailing from the Lone Star State, we have Shelby Armstrong. Here comes Shelby. Shelby is the 20-year-old daughter of Angel Dorick and John Armstrong of Damon, Texas. She has been showing Shorthorns for the past 5 years and currently serving as the Texas Shorthorn Lassie Queen. Shelby has attended Blinn Junior College and Texas A&M. Once she turns 21, she's going to attend the Houston Police Academy. Shelby's career plans are to be a criminal investigator. Running for this national title has been a goal of hers, and she's excited to see what the future has in store for her. Next, from the great state of Nebraska, we have Taylor Strope. She is the 17-year-old daughter of Boyd and Melaine Strope of O'Neill, Nebraska. She is currently serving as the Nebraska Lassie Queen. She has played an active role in the Nebraska Junior Shorthorn Association's board. A senior at O'Neill Public Schools, Taylor will pursue a career in dentistry. Taylor is a lifelong Shorthorn enthusiast, exhibiting cattle at local, state, and national shows. She has dreamed of serving as a Lassie Queen since she has been a little girl. At this time, we would like to thank our 2015-16 National Shorthorn Lassie Queen, Macy Baconus, and the alternate National Shorthorn Lassie Queen, Riley Francis, for how they have represented the Shorthorn breed over the last year. These 2 young women have done an outstanding job of representing the tartan plaid around the country. All right, at this time, it is my pleasure to first introduce the 2016-17 alternate Shorthorn Lassie Queen, and that will be Miss Shelby Armstrong from Damon, Texas, meaning that our 2016-17 National Shorthorn Lassie Queen is Taylor Strope from O'Neill, Nebraska. Let's give them a big round of applause. Where's he going? Brandon, it's all yours.
not sure I was quite ready, but we'll go ahead and get on with it. Lots of different flavors out here. Lots of different things, again, that you can enhance your cow herd with as you get to studying them. I'll talk through them real briefly here. Bull that wins that first class, to me, probably still just the most athletic looking, the most athletic built one of the crew in terms of a bull that's right in terms of his composition. He's got some shape to him. He's not overly fat. Still one that has some look and presence to him. Sets down on his feet good. You like to lengthen and level out his hip. Make it a little longer as you get to studying him, but still a good kind of a bull. Obviously, the meat wagon of the crew is the one that comes out of the second class. That thing's full of muscle. He's full of body. A lot of shape to that guy there as well. And probably still fairly proportional if you just kind of weigh the ends up there. Want to make him just a touch more correct in the way he sets his hind leg to the surface. That muscle allows him to be a little rounder, if you will. Then probably the different bull of the crew is the bull that comes here next out of the third class. Maybe he's more the show bull, if you will, of the set. Really good in his body, very soft, made there as well. And he's got some thickness when you get him behind him. I think when he decides to lead, his range of motion is still good there. I like to still change that bull from hock to ground. And I guess for me, and I want to see him just a touch leaner, more fit, if you will, when you get him back out here and get to studying him for what he offers here. But again, a good bull. Got a nice dominant presence about him. Looks like he came to play ball and kind of he's ready to go. So a lot of different things you can do out here. To me, there's no perfect choice of these bulls, but there's one that just makes a little more logical sense today. Bull here out of our third class. He'll be our champion here in this division. Going to use the bull out of the first class up front to be the reserve.
Okay, on the Shorthorn Plus side, we're bringing your championship drive in. These are the division winners out of the Shorthorn Plus female show. Back on the Charolais Bull side, we just selected our senior champion bull, and that comes out of class 46, entry number 158, WC Everest 4048P, shown by Stall Cup Farm Charolais, Prescott, Iowa, and Wright Charolais, Richmond, Missouri. And reserve senior champion bull goes to entry number 155. That's JVS Fire Tracker B41, shown by Barjay Charolais, Liverpool, Texas, and JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana. I think I still need to finish out the placings in the 2-year-old bulls. Placing second in that class was entry number 161, HLSL Instant Addiction, shown by Leroy and Heather Schaefer, Reisterstown, Maryland. And third to entry number 160, shown by Rockin' K Cattle, Lexington, Virginia. We're now bringing all of our division champions in the Charolais Bull Show into the ring to select our grand champion bull. Well, folks, on the Charlet side, just before our judge, Brandon Callis, makes his comments on this championship bull drive, let's show our appreciation to our judge, Brandon Callis from Minco, Oklahoma, for doing our judging of the Charlet show here at the 2016 North American International Livestock Show. Go ahead, Judge.
I think a good set of bulls here as we wrap up our Charlet show, and not to steal any words from Dr. Bloomberg earlier in the week, but he said, you know, it's always a good experience when you can get on the green chips, and I'd have to agree with him. This has been fun. Every time I'm asked, I find a way to say yes, and so very, very rewarding, feel very blessed and fortunate to be amongst you guys, and you trusted me with this honor. Not going to go through each one of them. Obviously, these bulls are ready to go, as we've seen throughout this Charlet Bull Show. I'm pretty simple and easy to please. Them things that are stout and still got good running gear underneath them, I like them to look like a herd bull, and that to me, that's what makes the difference in some of our top end ones out here. So again, let's give all of our Charlet exhibitors a big, big round of applause. Show you the one that fits me real well.
All right, and the grand champion bull at the 2016 North American International Livestock Show, Charlet Show, goes to entry number 150. That's JVS BJCF Big Pop C59, shown by Bar J Charlet's Liverpool, Texas, and JVS Cattle Company, Sulphur, Louisiana. Congratulations. And the reserve grand champion bull in the Charlet show goes to entry number 158. That's WC Everest 4048P, shown by Stall Cup Farm Charlet's Prescott, Iowa, and Wright Charlet's Richmond, Missouri. Congratulations to all of you. And we will show our group classes prior to taking pictures on the Charlet side. Now moving our attention back over to the Shorthorn Plus side, Judge Jeff Bedwell is ready to make his comments on this championship drive. And I'll tell you, folks, I've been around here, and Jeff's, this is his third day in the row of judging, and this has been a long one. Judge Jeff Bedwell, Isabella, Oklahoma. Let's show our appreciation to him for what he has done here all day long.
Well, thank you very much, and as you can tell, the cattle are really beginning to give it up for the day, and we won't make a long, drawn-out speech or production about making a champion in reserve here. I want to just say thanks again. It's been a true pleasure to get to come and work with the folks with the North American, work with our American Shorthorn Association. I apologize to our board of directors, our junior board of directors, guys and girls, and our lassies. Monty, we need to give them a really big thank you. Let's give them all a nice round of applause. They've done a great job for us. I'm sorry I didn't do that earlier, but they do deserve the recognition that we give them. They do a fabulous job representing us, and I certainly do appreciate that. So as we get back out here, we maybe have a little more variation as you might think about these plus animals representing, but it's still, there's unique opportunities, and there's things you can tie to out here in a lot of different ways, and ways that you can utilize our Shorthorn genetics to complement other cattle that are out there in the industry. And I think if you study these females that we have for champion and reserve in each of these divisions, I think you can see that, and I think it's amazing how our Shorthorn cattle will blend so neatly with so many other gene pools to make really, really good cattle out of cattle that need a little help sometimes, if you will. So we don't mind lending in, do we, Monty? Not at all. Anyway, we're not going to go a lot further with any more discussion, but again, it has truly been my pleasure. It's been a lot of fun, and as Brandon said earlier, it's truly a privilege to get to evaluate cattle in such a prestigious arena. With such a history and reputation of the elite cattle and cattlemen that come to it. Let's give our exhibitors, if you would, one great big round of applause. We're going to make you a champion in reserve and call it a day.
right, and the grand champion female in the Shorthorn Plus show goes to entry number 64. That is Soul Secretive Girl 5998 ET, shown by Sarah Rose Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations. And the reserve coming out of that same division to entry number 66. Steck Chelsea C501C ET, shown by Benjamin Nickel, McPherson, Kansas. Congratulations. That does conclude the Shorthorn Plus show. Thank you all for being here, you exhibitors, you fitters, and you folks watching the show. We appreciate it. Come back and see us next year, and safe travels home. That's it, okay. All right, the group classes in the Charlet show. Produce of Dam. First going to Callie Ann Knott, Garrett, Indiana. And the dam is 3G String of Pearls 651S. Second to AM Livestock, Springfield, Missouri, on 5J Cigaro 924 PLD. Third to HLS Livestock, Boring, Maryland, on HLSL Who's My Daddy. And fourth to Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky, on Barron's Miss Dynasty. Get of Sire, one entry there. The exhibitor was HLS Livestock, Boring, Maryland, on EOTT Mr. Ballistic 4Z PLD. And Breeders' Herd, first to HLS Livestock, Boring, Maryland, and second to Michaela Barron, Broadhead, Kentucky. That does conclude the Charlet show. Once again to you all, exhibitors, fitters, and those of you watching, thank you all for coming. We look forward to seeing you here again in 2017, and safe travels home.